for the Yak Woman. After I'm done with your dumb ass here, the Carnival Tent Clown Show board of directors is going to need a notarized numpty dipshit waiver from you before reinstatement.
So there we go. Here is mc2.net/sun.
So there you go, eh? From McBoogerEater.McMoron/McFraud. I don't think so, Crayon Muncher.
Yes, a gas giant bounces radar.
So the sun's a gas giant. Even in your mindlessly regurgitated second law of thermodynamics violating, preschool basic reasoning defying, fairy tale spinning space monkey, belly laughing dumpster fire, ball hugging religion, the sun's not a gas giant. You uneducated science illiterate McBooger eater. From the Plasma Science and Fusion Center, Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT.edu. Plasma is often called the fourth state of matter, along with solid, liquid, and gas. Plasma is superheated matter, so hot that the electrons are ripped away from the atoms, forming an ionized gas. It comprises over 99% of the visible universe. In the night sky, plasma glows in the form of stars, nebulas, and even auroras that sometimes ripple above the north and south poles. That branch of lightning that cracks the sky is plasma. So are the neon signs along our streets. And so is our sun.
Fatality.
The star that makes life on Earth possible. You'd fail third grade Intro to General Science, McFuckwit. And radar doesn't bounce off gases, McClown. If it did, we wouldn't be able to deploy it on Earth. 'Cause? Wait for it now. We're surrounded by gases! Next block of instruction, how to observe when looking. By the way, radar bounces radio waves, i.e. reflects light off surfaces. Newsflash, McIdiot. Gases don't have surfaces, much less a reflective surface. Specifically to your belly laugher, from Science Daily, unlike rocky planets, which have a clearly defined difference between atmosphere and surface, gas giants do not have a well-defined surface. If it's not defined, that is, gases don't have a definite shape or volume, you're not bouncing squat off it, window licker. And finally, gases only emit and absorb in bands. That is, emission and absorption line spectra. But the sun itself emits a continuous spectra.
Oh, son of a... That's gonna leave a mark.
From NASA.gov, the spectrum of the sun appears as a continuous spectrum.
You dumbass.
So how can the sun, a gas giant according to you, emit a continuous spectrum when gases only emit and absorb in bands? Por favor.
You're busted.
Just when I think you couldn't possibly be any dumber, you go and do something like this. And totally redeem yourself!
I think the sun is a physical object, and I think it is solid enough.
What the hell did you just say?
I think the sun is a physical object, and I think it is solid enough.
Say what?
Yes, a gas giant bounces radar.
How in the world can a
Gas giant
be
solid enough?
you dumbass cracker?
Calling all cars, calling all cars. We have
Numpty dipshit.
all cars, please assist. All cars, please assist.
We haven't even touched on the two skull crushers just yet, and your sun-bounced dreamland parroted fantasy is worse off than the Hindenburg.
Radar is just electromagnetic radiation, right?
Wrong. Radar is light. Light consists of photons. Photons are neither electric or magnetic. You're just mindlessly parroting what you've been told without any due diligence or scrutiny. An incoherent 6-year-old can do your job, clown. This clinical level Dunning-Kruger numpty dipshit's entire game is find something his wiki Google pseudoscience priests vomit, lap up the surface puke, and mindlessly bagak it. Then, if any of his brain-dead nested listeners don't open up their honey creeper beaks wide to receive a bellyful of his mindlessly regurgitated wiki surface puke putrid cud, he says,
Now, if you don't like this, you just go ahead and deny it, and then confirm that you are a uneducated science denier.
That's it. That's all he's got. Here he goes again.
Give me your evidence that you know what the sun is first of all before you say... It's physical. It's physical. You want to deny it, you are a science denier. I love it when you confirm that you are a science denier.
Whoa there, Professor. Can you go a little lighter on the white paper technical language? It's physical. The laymen are having a hard time keeping up. Moreover, McBooger Eater, newsflash, identifying the characteristics of something that is answering what is questions isn't natural science. Natural science only adjudicates predictional suppositions of natural cause and effect relationships. That is explaining the hows and the whys, not describing the whats and the ises, McMoron. Thanks again for exposing your silly wabbit science wackuman. Again. Everything up to this point is mere bare-bones, basic, fundamental knowledge. And you got all of it. Wrong. Woefully pathetic. If you're part of the McMoron, McFraud, McBooger Eater fan club, I'm deeply sorry for your crushing losses, and think this numpty dipshit of megalithic proportions can recover from the shellacking he's taken thus far, and you gotta be a real dumber than a bag of hammers mouth-breathing knuckle-dragger to even entertain that possibility for a microsecond, then from this point on, I'd turn away. Because it's time to get medieval on McMoron and annihilate this booger-eating ball-tard schmuck permanently.
Anyway, the important thing here is how long it took. That's the critical thing. I pulled it out. Sorry, there it is. There, I pulled the numbers. The first publication says the radar bounce took approximately 1,000 seconds. The second, approximately 16 minutes or 960 seconds, giving us a mean of 980 seconds plus or minus 20 seconds. Radar is traveling at the speed of light. The speed of light, we know. We can use the amount of time it took to bounce and the speed of light to get the distance to the sun.
Oh, what do you mean? Oh, wow, man.
You just stepped all in it, numpty. Just so we're clear, overall, this isn't and has nothing whatsoever to do with natural science. Now, I can pulverize your mindless, unsupported bounce parrot on any number of fronts. Photons traveling through a second law of thermodynamics violating fairy tale vacuum, free space path loss, wave propagation when they're not even waves. But allow me to run home to mama on this one and go outside the box. It was 14 years ago, one of my first presentations. I released it on 3 Christian forums and multiple physics forums. The feedback was profuse laughter, mocking, and ridicule. I said, okay, all right, I'll just wait. 3 months ago, Veritasium essentially streamed my exact presentation. Let's see what he has to say about your "we can tell how far away it is because we can time it" fiasco. Veritasium, if you would, my good sir.
The speed of light is exactly 299,792,458 meters per second. But hear me out. In this video, I will prove to you that light may never actually travel at this speed. And I can say that because no one has actually measured it.
Uh-oh! Uh-oh! Uh-oh!
You want to know what this rate actually is?
A convention. It's known as the Einstein Synchronization Convention.
It's also a textbook example of
Petitio Principii. The logical fallacy of begging the question. A particular argument which commits the fallacy of begging the question, a circular argument.
because you're coming outside the framework of that man-made convention and making claims upon reality. From Albert Einstein, Relativity, the Special and General Theory, authorized translation by R.W. Lawson, 1961, pages 22 and 23. Regarding the speed of light, it would thus appear as though we were moving here in a logical circle. In the same reference regarding the one-way speed of light, Einstein concludes that light requires the same time to traverse the path A to M as for the path B to M is in reality neither a supposition nor a hypothesis about the physical nature of light, but a stipulation which I can make of my own free will in order to arrive at a definition of simultaneity. Ergo, the speed of light, that is the average two-way speed, is merely a convention that we've agreed upon. Therefore, your feeble, fumbling appeal of "we can time it," implying that you can calculate a distance to the sun, is heretofore crushed into the incoherent oblivion. Let's wrap this on up.
Our inability to measure the one-way speed of light.
What you talking about, Willis?
That's what I'm talking about. All your pseudoscientists have is the average two-way speed. But they make like and tell all their parishioners that they know the absolute value of C. They will never, ever validate the one-way speed of light. It's impossible to know. Forever illusory. Which not only reconfirms astronomy, astrophysics, and cosmology, belly laugher pseudosciences, which are based on logical fallacy, but deals a death blow.
Fatality.
To your mindlessly parroted, bumbling McGoober radar sunbounce. How you like them apples? You nose fruit schnoz particle chef? Even if you did know the one-way speed of light, which you or anyone else never will, you must know the precise makeup of the medium between Earth and the Sun. It's most certainly not a second law of thermodynamics violating fairy tale vacuum, that's for sure. Time to release my wolf pups. It's feast time. You ready for the ringer, numpties? And no, it's not the whites. In fact, it's the black. It is the ringer, a.k.a. the black, a.k.a. my little fret. So radar uses light to reflect off of objects, yes? In this case, the sun, correct? Well, the sun is a black body.
Uh-oh!
A black body's reflectivity is much like the collective Baltard IQ. 0. So, can you tell us how in the flying Fukuyama can you reflect light off a black body when black bodies don't reflect light? Por favor. Can you riddle us that, crayon munchers? You bumbling boneheaded Dunning-Kruger bozos take, then run with any and all claims given to you by your pseudoscience priests at Wiki and Discovery Channel without a whiff of due diligence or scrutiny. Why? I know why. Because you're fanatical religitard zealots that couldn't tell your ass from a pipe wrench. That's why. This tear-jerking belly laugher has no less than 4 paradoxes. 4! I'd bet the farm if your Wiki priest told you were facultative anaerobe woodpeckers, all we'd hear is everywhere we went. Listen up, you woodpecking window lickers. From one of the most prestigious universities in the entire world, Brown University, brown.edu. The sun is a black body.
Oh, yeah.
From Science Direct, section 1.14.4.1, black body radiation. A black body is a body that absorbs all wavelengths of light. No light is reflected.
Uh-oh!
And therefore, at low temperature, it appears black. Emission from a black body is temperature dependent, and at high temperature, a black body will emit a spectrum of photon energies that span the visible range, and therefore it will appear white. The sun is an example of a high temperature black body. Section 2. Absorptivity. A black body surface completely absorbs external irradiation,
Fatality.
regardless of direction and wavelength distribution. Its surface absorptivity is always 1. So alpha wavelength equal alpha equal 1. The reflectivity of a black body is always 0. End of citation. And a belly laugher end to your feebly pathetic, mindlessly parroted dumpster fire of epic proportions. You'd have better luck bouncing a McButtermilk McBisquick McBiscuit off a baboon, McBooger eater.
But here is the publication. You can look at it yourself. You can read all about it yourself. V.R. Eshelman, R.C. Barthy, and P.P. Gallagher.
Say hello to my little friend!
Psst, McBooger eater. You will never, ever recover.
Hey!
Hello. It's for you.
Yeah? You've just been erased.
Prosecution rests.
So how is it that they ever got onto the gas thing for the sun if the spectra is completely wrong? Like, why are they even saying that?
Because they're wiki parroting fuckwits that don't have a clue between their ass and a pipe wrench.
Sounds about right.
Yep. You guys ought to go into those numpty clips. There's a lot of education in there, just saying.
Yeah, I do. I mine from them.
All right. So, AI, you got something stupider than that?
So,
I don't think so.
You want to hear the stories? That way you don't have to watch the debate?
Now, just claim right up front. You got something stupider than what you just heard.
I would say whether it's equal or greater is subjective.
Yeah, I don't think so. Thank you.
Yeah, so what he did was he drew two squiggly lines on a piece of paper. And he pressed John, Mr. Refracted Curvature that you know, with a demand of an answer of a yes or no. Can I get an angle between these two lines? Because obviously they're curved lines, right? So John was trying to parse the issue adequately based on his knowledge of the situation, which is you can't just get it straight from two curved lines, dude. You got to draw a vertex. You got to intersect the line somewhere at a point, and then you get an angle between two straight lines. Now he was trying to say that while McToon was over talking him the whole time, saying yes or no, yes or no, yes or no. Then Ruhif asked him, about his education, about his job. And John basically said, I have 2 engineering degrees, mechanical and electrical. And then McToon told him, you're lying. Because if you had done an engineering degree, you would know calculus, and you would know that you can get an angle between these two curved lines. So you're lying. Now, fast forward to the end of the debate. John had already left, and it was question and answer time. And McToon was asked to prove how you get the angle between the curved lines. So what do you think he did? Well, he picked up the piece of paper with the 2 squiggly lines and drew 2 straight lines with a vertex that intersected the squiggly lines at 2 points, just exactly as John described. Completely demonstrating that he's getting an angle between 2 straight lines, not 2 curved lines.
Yep.
Now, that's bad enough, but then he had the gall, being the dishonorable man that he is, the next day to clip out that 2-minute and a 30-second clip where he was pressing John as if he got him. And right on there, Flat Earther blatantly lies about his credentials, even though he validated exactly what John said later on in the very same debate stream.
Yep, that sounds like him. Yeah. He's not dishonorable. He's just a dumb fuck. That's all he is. To be dishonorable, there has to be some semblance of honor. He has none of that. Yeah. He's just your everyday average dumb fuck. Pretender clown. Numpty dipshit. That's all he is. We just proved that in spades. He'll never recover. He can play like it didn't happen, but it's fucking documented with his own words. Yeah, I hear you. I hear you, AI. I wouldn't expect nothing less from that idiot crayon muncher. And then you got Ruhif. Then you got Ruhif down here, his partner. I just banned his dumb ass over on Science vs. Pseudoscience for making a claim he couldn't support. What a surprise. This is what he said down here at 7 minutes after the hour. This is Ruhif, the numpty from down under. How many times have I said fucking definitions are meaningless? What on that? First of all, that's one of the dumbest fucking things I've ever heard. And if you parse this out, he not only said it once, he said, how many times have I said? So there's no chance of any misspeak here. Right? What do you do with somebody like this? He thinks he's a fucking intellectual. This guy would get laughed out of preschool. They're retards. Every single last baller that's on the circuit is retarded. I'll show that. Bring in a baller. I'll show you. Like you haven't seen it like greater than 10,000 times in the past 5 years. Just from me personally. Bring one in here. Do we got one in the group? I'll show you in just about 20 seconds. 25 with interruptions. Yeah, I didn't think so. It's this fucking carnival tent. We're in a carnival tent with these fucking idiots. Now these guys are not Globers, the ones we're talking about. They're not actually Globers. You know, they're not like Joe Coffee and Betty Breadmaker down the street. No, these are what I used to call the left-wing fuckwit faction that just makes shit up. Contradictory shit. They'll contradict themselves with every other breath. Just let them speak. So, there you go. I don't know what else I could do for you. If you haven't been convinced by now, you're one of them.
I'm not going to say it surprises me, but it is interesting how none of the Glovers present noticed what McToon did to John. They lacked the attention span through the whole debate to recognize that John gave the correct answer, and the dude validated that it was the correct answer by demonstrating it.
Why didn't somebody combine those by now?
Because I'm busy, man, homie.
Somebody should combine them. Peel that first part out where he allegedly destroyed him, and then peel the second part out right behind it, showing that he validated what John said. That'd be pretty easy.
Yeah, I mean, okay, yes, to everyone listening, I did my part by setting the stage and realizing that was going to happen and spending some of my own money to instigate it to happen. So that means somebody else has to do the clipping part. In other words, I baited him. And he fell for it like a sucker.
It's not too hard to bait these fucking morons.
Fair enough.
Just let them speak. They did your work for you, right?
Yeah. What was the question?
Am I gonna have to do it? Am I gonna have to do it? All right, go ahead. Can you do this much? Because I didn't watch it.
What?
Can you get timestamps?
Sure.
Give me PM me or DM me. We're in Discord, so it's DM or her. So DM me the timestamps. I'll go ahead and pull those. I'll go ahead and review them first. I'll pull them out. And then I'll set something up. How about that?
Okay, fair enough. He already actually clipped out the initial exchange, so all you need to do is add the end part, basically.
Yeah, that should be pretty easy. He's a fucking retard, man. So I guess the next debate he was a partial moderator or impartial. Yeah, that's what he was. From what I heard, he was an impartial moderator, so this was a fair debate, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So the next debate with these fucking knuckin' draggle window licking idiots should be on Nathan's channel, shouldn't it?
Yeah, I can't see that happening. I mean, I refuse to watch this so-called debate, but I can confirm refracted curvature John. His voice is it's smooth as silk. He sounds like John Coffey. It's great. And I bet he hardly said a word through the whole thing. That's my guess.
No, he was a little spicy.
All right. Well, I'm going to take my leave of you. I just taped a movie that I hadn't had my hands on for a while. And one I really like. Guess what it is? That would be fucking stupid, man. Out of all the movies out there, right? Guess what it is? So I've been trying to track
Last of the Mohicans.
No, that's a good one.
us a
I already
clue.
got that.
Give us a
I already
clue,
got
at
that
least.
one taped. I already got that one taped. By the way, that's a good fucking guess, man. That's a good movie.
Dude,
But no, it's not. I just give it up for you. It's Point Break. With
Yeah, it's pretty good.
yeah, I haven't seen it in many, many years, so I got an opportunity to record it. So I'm gonna go check that out here in a few minutes.
Pale Rider, dude. Remember Pale Rider. That's the movie. Watch that.
Now, Outlaw Josie Wales, man, that's the
Yeah.
fucking movie.
Josie Wales is awesome, but Pale Rider, it's got a little spiritual thing in the background. It's great.
Yeah, it's not. The Pale Rider is a good movie, but it doesn't compare to Josie Wales. Man.
Yeah. That was my movie I'd watch when I used to get drunk back in the day.
Yeah, it's a good movie. I'm not saying it's not. It's a good one. All right, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see you on the
Before you
flip
go-
side. Lord willing.
Before you go, wait,
What's up?
Before you go, just I wanted to cut in before, but yeah, I didn't get a chance. About Ruhiv, he was in. I saw him in Science versus Pseudoscience, and he keeps on going on about the whole establishing 90 degrees with the plumb bob, right, without referencing the ground. And then he used the word, if I establish horizontal with a plumb bob, right, and I was just like, yes. So I posted the Collins Dictionary definition of horizontal, and the first words are flat and level with the ground. And I was like, suck shit. But yeah.
So number one, I got you. Yeah, I got you. Number one, when you pull a sextant out of the case, does a fucking plumb bob fall out this motherfucker? I don't think so. Number two, a plumb bob establishes vertical. That's all fine and well. It doesn't establish a horizontal. You fucking retard.
Yeah, he thinks holding a square to a plumb bob can establish horizontal.
Hold on. What? So we got a square and a plumb bob falling out of the fucking sextant? Well, what? Let me just tell you, folks. These fucking globe heretics never ever heard of celestial navigation before like 3 or 4 months ago. Now they're all fucking experts. That should tell you right away. Right? It's a belly laugher, man. So I'll leave you with that.
All right, see you, dude.
Yeah.
Enjoy your movie.
Have a good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Catch you on the flip side.
Yeah, I've managed to watch like 30 seconds each of these anti-flat earthers. Seriously, and fight the flat earth. I swear to God, this is the 30 seconds I watched at a guy. He said, "There's a phenomena of leaning plumb bobs thanks to Earth curvature." Yes, ladies and gentlemen, that's what he said, and it gave me a good laugh actually every time I thought about it for about 3 days. Leaning plumb bobs due to Earth curvature.
Oh, man.
Leaning.
That Earth curvature you can't find or see or measure anywhere. It's just messing everything up for their plumb bobs.
Yes, well, he's half right and half wrong and double retarded. So,
damn.
What he means, I think, is radial splayed out plumb bob. So one is leaning in comparison to the other. However, there is no such thing as radial splay of the gravitational vector on the Earth because the axis of rotation is different from the center of mass. Duh. So that makes them all at all different angles. And then you have disparate masses throughout the substrate. So there's no such thing as like a radial, down is to the center of the Earth. That's not true in their model.
Yeah, listen, did I make it clear that I wouldn't debate you about the nature of the back of my own hand? All right.
Can you elaborate on that a bit more with the axial rotation bit?
Okay, well, the center of a sphere is obviously the center, correct? That's obvious.
Right,
And if it was a ubiquitous mass with even distribution, the center of mass would be the center of the sphere, right? Makes sense. But there's another force which is outward, which is centrifugal force. And centrifugal force is from the center of rotation, which is not at the center of the Earth. It's only at the center of the Earth, at the exact center, but as you go up and down, right, it changes. So then you have two different vectors, right? And after the forces, quote unquote, mediate themselves, you have a different line. So the line wouldn't be pointing to the center of the Earth anymore.
so it'd be bent.
Yeah. But that's it. That's still an ideal, based on a mass that's a perfect sphere with equal distribution, where the centrifugal force and the inward attraction, right, counteract each other in a certain way, in a certain manner. But then you have the added problem of the uneven distribution of mass in the Earth and different topography and all these other things going on. So in other words, plumb lines would be all over the place. Which they kind of agree when they do surveying. Like, they don't just go out there and survey and then apply it to a idealized sphere model. They have to apply it to a mediating mathematical transform. Here, let me post this real quick. See if I still got it. Hold on a second. Just going to post you a page from this book. Copy text. All right, here's the picture. Oh, I like to do it this way instead. Hold on. All right, here's the picture and the quote, or the text, or the page, whatever the heck. There you go, friend. How's that plumb line look to you? That look like a straight to the center of the Earth? Yeah, it looks like a wobbly, wonky, flippity-floppity flu, don't it?
What happened there then?
That's the Earth, bro.
So the refraction ate their Earth curve, and their Earth curve ate their plumb line.
After eating it, it got a little chubby.
A little chubbier. Yeah. Chubby's a good way.
They'll have it for us next week, right?
And if Miggy's bringing What Say You back, which I'm in favour of, then I'm bringing back Pray Tell. Okay? I like both of them.
Very English. Not there's anything wrong with that, just saying.
I like it.
So would it be a reasonable question to ask, how is Ruhif establishing horizontal from vertical using a curved plumb line?
He just don't.
Yeah. What he said. mean, here we go again. And then they get their excess, and then they reify that into the sphere that they're presupposing. But like surveyors, like main surveyor or anybody, like, do they even know that the plumb line curves like that? Or are they just following the book of geodetic surveying and just ignoring that factor?
I have no idea. Okay, next question.
Yeah, fair.
It seems like they just everything is straight until they need it not to be. Everything's straight and flat.
And everything is so curved that it just ends up straight and flat.
That's how you know, right?
How you know, right there. It's curved, but it looks flat. But that's because of how curvy light is.
Pulp Fiction is Tarantino's best work, clearly. That's his first best movie, Dave Hinkle. Debate me on this.
Yeah, the thing that kind of fascinates me, it's what we were listening to in QE's video, is that they claim that the sun is a gas giant, but the spectra from it is completely wrong. So I'm still just kind of wondering, why did they even come to this gas thing? Why are they even saying that? Like, what is that based on? Like,
based on.
It's supposed to emit and absorb in bands, yet the spectra is continuous as it would be with a solid. I'm not saying it's solid, but it's not gas, right? So where did they get that from?
They needed to be, don't they? Because that's their explanation of what the sun is. Yeah.
I don't know. They start to invoke spectroscopy. I guess they just hope that you won't know anything about it at all. Because I don't know much, but I know enough to know this. I just don't get it.
I guess that they have to come to the conclusion that it's one of the three states of matter. Well, four if you include plasma.
And they do the same thing with their so-called measurements of how far away it is. Right? I mean, they just presuppose, they just assume the sky is a vacuum. And then they get some sort of signal back, but at the same time, they're saying that the sun is gas, right? And it's a black body. It shouldn't be able to reflect a signal. Like, so what's the signal they're even taking back from it that they're using to say, okay, we measured the time it took this light to go from there to here again. Therefore it's this far away. the thing just seems so completely jumbled on so many levels.
Right. And apparently we've moved in the time that it takes for the signal to come back.
Right. Quite a story, Mark. Well, who's next to show us a picture of something we shouldn't see if the Earth is a globe to prove their globe?
Oh, Dan, come on, you're asking me. Why would have I ever thought of things like that? I don't have any idea. How long are you going to hold a pen in your hand and not write anything down? I mean, what are we going to do? Go back and forth and ask each other stupid things? Look.
That's a good one.
You know, that Go Fast kid, after like a week of struggling to point to his Sagitta in that picture of Canigou, right? Or the Canigou picture. He DMs me this morning. He's like, oh, well, I never pointed it out because I was just genuinely baffled about how you couldn't see it. And then he just circles a little part of the shoreline and says, there it is. It's not even where it's supposed to be. I mean, he's going to say refraction for that, of course, but it's not like a straight or, well, I guess slightly curved, geometric sagitta or something like that. It's just the fucking shoreline.
The shoreline?
Yeah. He cropped out a small part of it where it looks like more or less straight, right? But I mean, it's a shoreline, it's a coastline, so it's going all over the place, right? But he just grabbed a little section of it where it looks kind of straight, and then he went, well, there it is. That's the Sagitta. I was just genuinely baffled by the question. Like, why would you be asking? It was right there. Yeah, nice story.
Okay.
Like...
the Sagitta that we don't see, but we
the
see.
The Sagitta just zigzags all over the place, though, don't you know?
Right.
And it's in the wrong place. It's in multiple wrong places, so there's quite a few different refractive indices going on there, I guess. He's like, I deal in physical reality and observations only. Pure mathematics will never cut it. I'm an empiricist. And then he posts a refraction paper that just takes R for granted and then just tells you mathematically what kind of curved light is needed to see this on the presupposed sphere.
All right, so reification.
I know. Just the exact thing that he says he doesn't do. He just does that.
using math. Just the exact thing, yeah. That's classic.
We'll return after these messages.
Coming up next, He-Man, Battle-Cat, and Man-at-Arms try to enter Grayskull Castle one more time before they all admit He-Man has been gay.
Oh, that's my favorite episode.
Stay tuned.
I saw G.I. Joe had their anniversary the other day.
35 years of please don't be like these guys.
Hasbro actually has a channel on YouTube. They're playing free episodes of G.I. Joe.
That's cool. Awesome. I love that retro shit, man. Love it. I grew up watching He-Man, Battle-Cats, Transformers, Ghostbusters, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, you know, the classics. Thundercats, right? Got some Thundercats. It's a bunch of stuff back then.
Yeah. Yeah, I liked, I was right into Robotech.
Yeah, Robotech. I didn't get into it, but I liked it. I was too busy with the other stuff, you know? You can only play with so many toys.
How you doing, Sean?
Hey, what's up, Andy? How are you?
I was looking at a Jeep Grand Cherokee the other day.
Yeah, that's cool. You're gonna get it?
No, there's a pretty sweet one. It was 2005. Yes, hear me out. It sounds old, right? But
No.
It was a Japanese import, right? And there wasn't a mark on it, right? They'd obviously, I don't know what they did. Once they got to Japan, they put it in a temperature-controlled room for the last 15 years. And, yeah, I don't know. There's not a mark on this thing. But anyway, I did inquire about it.
That's great.
The tax is too much.
You inquired about it.
It's got like a big 2.5.
Yeah, they probably want a pretty.
It's got a 2.5 litre engine, and that's not big by American standards, but yeah.
No, well, it's okay for Jeeps, but yeah, they weren't. So the Grand Cherokees, they didn't focus too much bells and whistles.
Well, the point
for the Grands back then, at least. So they weren't like, let's give it a badass engine. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I'm just going to say it'd been like £360 a year tax, which is like 10,000 your money, you know. But
holy shit, that's too much just to have that kind of.
It's ridiculous.
If it were like, you know, I don't know, your favorite car would be different.
Yeah, no, I know what you're saying. Yeah,
cool, man.
Anyway, nice.
Cool, man. That's good. My parents, my stepdad drove. My stepdad drove a Grand Cherokee for a number of years, and I always liked it. Yeah, and I've driven 3 regular Cherokees. 2005 though, so I had a 2002 regular Cherokee, but and that was fine. A little more boxy. I like the style, the body styles though of the older stuff.
Well, there's something about that climate as well. The Japanese climate. It doesn't. I don't know what it is, but it doesn't mess the cars up like our climate's obviously.
Oh gosh, in America we've got what is it? You know, calcium rust and everything from winters and tons of just. Our cars are kind of like our battle vehicles, depending on where you live in America.
In Washington, basically, it's going to rust to full. Bolt rubber's going to be okay, but if you buy one from, I don't know, Las Vegas or something, then all metalwork will be fine, but everything else will be perished. Basically.
Yep. Well, it's good to Hear that, Andy? Good to hear from you. I'm gonna reconnect real quick because my connection's very late and labored. So
dropping out a bit.
I will be.
I want to do the game show thing, CB, with with one of these clovers. It'd be hilarious. Just to go, oh, look what you would have won. You could have won a car. Do we have a fruit basket? Do we have a? Give him a round of applause. Here's another fun video. This guy, not this gal who's in the picture, but the guy thinks he's found a dinosaur by getting a time machine or something. I don't know. I don't know. Poor guy. I don't know.
Is that what their story has come to?
He thinks
they
he
have
can
to invoke time machines.
He thinks he
It's
can
just
punch
full-blown
germs.
sci-fi now.
He thinks he can punch germs. But this, I don't know what this guy's name is. This guy might be Dave something. I'm not sure, but the dude's a legend. He's really cool. He knows all about the the corporations versus the living man, all that good stuff, and he's shouting it as loud as he can. He's really good. He knows his stuff. You know what I'm like? I think the guy who comes up to him is, part of the gang, shall we say, part of the brotherhood. But on the other hand, some people are just kooky, aren't they? So maybe he does think he went to the time machine. I don't know.
I'll go rent one. See if I can go back and confirm dinosaurs.
I've heard Brian Cox talking about that shit as well.
guess I'll have to take care of this myself.
Love it.
Just hit your ball if you can find it.
Yeah, ballers, just find your ball. Bring it back to us. Let's see it.
Excuse me, I just got to get through. I'm looking for my ball.
Got to be a ball out there somewhere. Some sort of refracted ball somewhere.
That's not possible, sir.
Oh, you're killing me.
Those are the rules. I didn't write them.
I'm afraid he's right. Take a shot, Mr. Gilmore.
Damn, pressure's on. I got to find this ball.
I mean, just a bit of curvature. I mean, is there any curvature anywhere? Please.
Oh, and Virginia, in case you were wondering, my jacket size is 44 long, and my right arm's just a little longer than my left. Oh.
Today, Junior.
Today, Junior?
So we got Mr. Ware joining us. How are you, sir? Mr. Ware, as in, where am I?
Hey, what's going on?
Just sitting in, hanging out. How about you?
Oh, I'm just sitting in, just listening.
Just taking care of business. Yep.
Yeah. Trying to figure out where. As per
Exactly.
usual.
That is the question. Where? Where are we?
That's the best
Where is
part.
this?
Where is this?
Yeah.
I'm very impressed with all the very quick quips that we got going on.
Well, we got nothing else to go on for the moment, so might as well go on some quick quips.
Yeah, it's very impressive. I'm very, very impressed. There's so many people in here.
There's a bunch of us. We're just sitting here waiting for something to happen.
waiting for the call. So what I mean, it's just such well done. Well, I hope everyone is having a good time. Just sitting here on mute, you know.
Oh yeah, no worries. That's all good.
Hope everyone's, we've had something to eat, we've had something to drink. Yeah. No matter what you believe or whatever you believe, you got to take care of yourself. That's the most important thing.
Oh, I got it covered.
Exactly.
It feels so lovely.
Exactly.
It feels so lovely to be here tonight. What a beautiful... Give yourselves a round of applause. You're so lovely. Everyone's so lovely.
Exactly. I'm so impressed by that.
I'm glad we have this together.
Exactly.
We got our act together, Took some time to get it rolling, but here she is.
Here we are. Here we all are. I love just popping in every once in a while and having a listen. Having a listen to people. Yeah. I love how some people love to, just think that they're correct, and it's very funny when people prove them wrong.
Yeah, when they start doing backflips of cognitive dissonance.
Yeah.
To assure us that they're standing on the ball no matter how much it doesn't look like it. It's a lot of fun.
It gives me a giggle. It does give me a good giggle.
Yeah, it's a good laugh. It's a good time. Alt Info, how's it going, buddy? He did.
All right,
That's
then
enough.
keep your secrets.
I actually know him. He's a friend, IRL.
Hi. Oh,
he's back.
He's back.
Hello.
Yo, buddy.
Hey, how's it going?
Pretty good. How are you?
Not too bad.
Just sitting in on the live stream.
Just relaxing.
Just
I'm
pulling
just
some
sitting
dead air.
outside, but it's kinda... I can't hear shit.
Can't hear shit. Can you
The
see
speakers
shit?
on
Can
my
you see,
phone are pretty bad.
can you see any horizons, or is it cut off by Earth curve?
What are we saying?
I don't know.
We're seeing a whole lot of.
Be right back.
Okay.
Seeing
No
a
worries.
lot of falling off the ball. That's what I'm saying.
Yep.
You don't see the curvature of the Earth.
Well, of course not, Neil. You don't see things that don't exist.
Exactly. You got to put your.
not hard.
You got to put your beer goggles on, and then you might see it.
Yeah, in that case, it shouldn't be too much of a problem.
Yeah, it'll be right there. It might not even be a curve; it'll be like a squiggly line, and then they'll start talking.
If they would just say that, that would at least be honest. That'd be somewhat valid. It'd have something to go on in that case, at least.
Slightly intoxicated.
Yeah, I couldn't blame them.
It's like, yeah, okay, you got a point there,
Yeah, that'll happen.
But yeah, okay, if you're intoxicated, you can say there's a ball. That's the only exception.
Imagination. I can be anything I want.
Exactly. A little bit of an imagination.
So, I level up. How's it going? All right. No worries.
All right, then. Keep your secrets.
I know. Sometimes you're just listening in. Yeah, go ahead.
What say you, dude? We're bringing it back.
What say I? Pray tell. Pray tell, what say I?
Sure, listen, I'm trying to work that bit into conversation.
Yeah.
What say you?
I like it. Miggy's a man of style. I like it.
As in gas pressure, you say? Pray tell.
I got to see that next to a vacuum. We had an extra super, level 9000 tryhard in here last week trying to prove it. But he just talked for like an hour and a half about how he tried to isolate pure space-time to prove that pure space-time is a causal factor in things. And then it was like, wait, well, what was the point of the conversation again? Like, what were you supposed to prove? Oh, yeah, gas pressure without a container. Oh, yeah, no, I can't do that.
Yeah, is that the Go Fast guy, whatever?
Yeah. He said, well, look, if you gave me $8 million, I know I could do it. Okay. So future proof, and it's going to cost $8 million. Throw that one in the bin.
Yeah, he was a double speaker, no doubt about it.
Oh, man, that's an understatement. Triple, quadruple speaker. I don't know, probably more. And he had to remind you every 5 seconds, I'm completely honest, guys. Nothing's more important to me than intellectual honesty. Can't you tell? Did you notice how honest I am? I'm very intellectually honest. You know that, right?
Yeah, I mean, you were doing a pretty good job, actually, of exposing him, shall we say. But then when QE came in, that's my first experience of QE, just guillotining somebody.
Yeah, it's over right away.
In about 2 minutes. And then it just made me laugh when I looked at comments, like 5-10 minutes later, you're still booting to this bloody stump in car park.
I mean, it's like a punching bag, basically. Just keep them around for fun, for reps, I mean, he put up more of a fight than most of them do. Like, most of them just say something stupid like, where's the edge? He tried. He really tried.
Yeah.
It's just that it doesn't matter how clever you are. You can't prove a non-reality. It doesn't exist. There's nothing you can do to prove it. So you can try whatever sort of reification, Whatever sort of absurdity that you want to try to bamboozle people with, it's just not going to fly at the end.
I was just going to say sophisticated language.
Yeah, just try to confuse people with the way that you speak, or just get really esoteric on some topic that not a lot of people know a lot about. But I mean, we don't have to go there. We're talking about measuring a curve. It's simplistic stuff, So you just hold them to the point, and you don't have to let them run you into the weeds like that.
They're like entry-level magicians. They're trying to confuse you with one hand while doing something in the other, but they're like so new at this, they're not really hiding it very well.
The thing is like they might not be able to pull it off on you, but if you don't respond to them properly, they might pull it off on the audience, right?
Right.
The audience might think, oh, wow, this relativity kid, he really knows his stuff. Yeah, stupid flat earthers, right? So you just have to hold their toes to the fire. Just keep them right on the point and be like, wait, you've been talking about isolating pure space-time to the best of your knowledge for an hour and a half. Where in that was the demonstration of the gas pressure inside the vacuum that didn't seek its equilibrium with that vacuum? Yeah, it didn't happen, right? Take the wig off. Take the wig off, right? Go ahead, sorry.
No, I was just going to say he did try. He did tell me he could bottle a concept, so I'll take 2.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm going to be throwing rocks at people in no time with my bendy warp space-time.
Yeah, I need a gravity gun. Come on, get this going. Figure this shit out so I can actually manipulate this stuff. I got a lot of uses for it in mind. Help me out.
And the other thing worth pointing out is that once you know how the trick's done, and it loses its power, doesn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's a magic show. It's a tap dancing act. If you don't keep them in check, if you don't hold the toes to the fire, it might look pretty impressive.
Hey, what kind of car do you drive?
A Civic. Oh wait, that was the last car. I forget what car I'm driving now.
A man that knows his stuff. Yeah, a Honda. Hey, Honda's not going to let you down.
Yeah, it never did. Shouldn't have sold it.
What kind of gas mileage were you getting on that puppy?
I took her up to about 300,000 K. Oh, gas mileage. Oh, right. Liters. I don't know. It cost me like $50 a tank, but that was like last year gas prices. I made it to what was it? 350 a tank. It was pretty good actually. 350K.
Yeah, I don't do liters. I do. I'm basically on your system. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm thinking metric system confuses me, to be honest.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. All of our arguments here are based in imperial, right? But where I am, we use metric, so well, it's not a big deal.
I was just going to say the only thing is, when it comes to, put yourself on a scale, I use stones instead of pounds.
Well, even NASA themselves say that gravity cannot be manipulated or controlled.
That's convenient.
So I guess it can't ever be used in any kind of scientific experiment.
Yeah, they're admitting that. 1 sec. Can't be manipulated. Well, yeah, like you said, can't be experimented with, can't be validated scientifically. It's just a dude, just trust me story. It's NASA. Come on, why would they lie?
It's like a young kid.
They don't know.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Todd.
Go. No, you go.
No, it's like It's like a young kid telling you about their imaginary friend. He saved me from this thing. It's like these people are saying that if it wasn't for this imaginary thing, I would be floating away. My imaginary friend is holding me. It's like, this is what I hear when I hear people talk about gravity, man. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's so superstitious because, I mean, given the definition of gravity now, it's space-time curvature, right? So how do you know that you warped space-time by dropping something? How do you know that you're warping space-time by being planted on the ground with your mass? Like, when have you seen that? How is that a foregone conclusion? How is that obvious that that's happening? Without it, you'd be flying away. Yeah, just drop something. Okay, and then space-time will curve. There'll be a gravity wall. It'll fall to the ground. That's what's going to happen? Like, I think you're missing some steps here. I mean, just tie A to B even, let alone what they're claiming, which is like A to Z. But I mean, it just tells you how lost in their fairy tale they are, because gravity is something that they need for the fairy tale, right? It's not going to work without something like that to make the relationships between the celestial bodies work and to make things stay on the ball and all that, right? And then they bring something in that was used to reify their story and try to use it as some kind of a checkmate against you in reality.
That's why they introduced dark matter, isn't it?
I guess, yeah, to make it balanced mathematically, right?
Mm.
Yes, that's right. There's no other way to explain why galaxies aren't ripping apart at the seams.
Yeah. Yeah, there's got to be some sort of unseen influence, right? And it's like most of the model, the stuff that, well, we haven't found that yet. Stuff they just had to invoke just to make this this model work. Yeah, it's pretty obvious we're starting with the assumption in your cosmology that Earth is a ball when it's so easy to prove that it's not. Gets you. The biggest theoretical failure of all time.
Right.
But what they do have going for them is a good PR strategy. They're organized on that front. They're no rookies at psychological operations. Not much for experimental or empirical proof or anything, validation. Not much for that, but they can sure sell a story.
Yeah. Yeah. Descriptions. Mathematical descriptions. It's like, but you can replace their letters with anything you want, and the result is going to be the same because it's just based on observation. It's not. The letters are their reification of and their assumption of cause, right?
Exactly. You can mathematically reify things any which way you want. I mean, you could just pre-assume that Earth is a triangle or any of these other stupid things that they come into the lobby saying all the time. Then you could just come up with some sort of mathematical framework that explains how we're seeing what we're seeing, no matter how far out of sync it is with their triangle supposition.
Yeah.
Light would have to be doing this, etc., right? Can explain anything mathematically.
Right, and that's their standard of evidence. So how do they go when there's multiple possible explanations? Why do they get to choose which one? Like, why is one more likely than the other? Who sets that standard?
I don't know. They proved it, man, with 2,500 years of science or something. 2,500 years of science and not one experiment. And why would you anyway? It's just geometry. But yeah, something like that.
Yeah, just trust the science. All right. Don't worry your pretty little head about it. Okay.
Isn't it kind of telling, though, that they don't really ever bring any proof themselves? Their proof is usually just something that we gave them that blows the globe away, right? And then they just come back and dwell in on some red herring in it, right? It's like, don't you guys actually have any positive proof of your own? Like, why is everything you argue from just something that we use to debunk this story? Like the dope-ass kid last week who comes in with the Canagoo shot, right? Like, why are you even using this? Why are you pointing to a church we shouldn't be seeing if your story is true? Like...
Fallacies, 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 fallacies.
Yep. You'd think that they would just go back to whoever it was that actually proved this ball in the first place and just run with that, right? But instead, it's just nothing but damage control all the way down. And that's it. That's all the story's made of.
Right, so someone points out an inconsistency and then they work, instead of going back to the drawing board, they keep what they've got on the drawing board and just make allowances and excuses, just build some sort of excuse for that inconsistency.
Yeah, they'll just write out some math equations that explain, what light needs to be doing in order for the sphere to still be true, while just pre-assuming the sphere and never actually proving it, right? And all good. We got Toxic Void joining us. Hello, sir. How are you, Toxic Void? Oh, Vold. Sorry.
Vold.
Got my beer goggles on. My bad.
You need Andy to hold your beer.
Yeah, hold my beer.
Oh, right, sorry.
I'm trying to read here.
There's a lot of people in here. There's not many people talking, so
Yeah,
I can talk about. I can talk about anything. Doesn't have to be flat Earth, or does it? I don't know.
Well, at least tie back to it. But I mean, since everything happens on Earth, you can almost do that with anything. But
point well made.
I mean, what other place is there? I haven't seen one.
I was thinking about Hinduism, so I don't think that's a really good topic for this room.
Season 9.
Yeah.
Season 9. If you don't know what the goes on in this show by now, I don't even know what to tell you. What?
Yes, the Upanishads. Anyway, they were good. They're a poetic bunch, and they wrote in Sanskrit. You've heard of Sanskrit?
Of course.
And it's fascinating. A million God with a million faces, basically. That's the belief. Playing a game with itself. It's fun.
And we're all those faces, right? Yeah, go ahead.
I've heard that in I don't know if it's Hinduism or which Indian-based religion it is, but I've heard that there's texts describing the universe as being in, like agreeing with the mainstream rhetoric that the universe is billions of years old.
I think there's Kabbalah that says stuff like that. I can't cite it, but yeah, I've kind of heard some things like that.
Yeah, I wouldn't take it too literally as well, because it's a bit more playful. It's not like Western where it's very serious. You don't see pictures of Jesus laughing, or God for that matter. They're very quite serious, and it's a bit more playful. That's why I'm drawn to it. So, I don't know where I'm going with this. Nowhere in particular, I guess. But yeah, back in the day when I used to drink a lot, I used to love listening to philosophers. Alan Watts is one of my favorites.
I was just going to say Alan Watt as soon as you said, philosophers.
Yeah, same here. I had a page with Alan Watts.
Terence McKenna, too.
Yeah.
McKenna.
Back in the day. They got me started on the hero's journey, at least.
Hero's journey, I like that.
That's so cool. That was a part of the path for more than just one of us. That's really cool.
Yeah, for sure. McKenna's self-transforming machine elves, hyperdimensionally speaking.
Although, they both Watts and McKenna believed in the globe, so...
Oh, I know. Yeah, they were globers.
Powerful spells.
Do you think... Yeah, well, Watts definitely was sort of pushing it, but I don't know. I wonder if they had any deeper understanding this is just what they had to push, but I don't know. They definitely seemed like they believed in it, though. Outer space and all that.
I don't think they really even second-guessed it.
I think especially at that time as well, because they were talking about, especially Alan Watts, who were talking about really ancient ideas. And so, he's got to be somewhat progressive, hasn't he? And know the new stuff as well. He's talking to a very young audience as well. So he's got to seem hip with the kids.
Right.
Like, I wonder what a combo would have been like if they were flat earthers. Imagine that combination. That would be crazy. But
I'd love to have seen that conversation just to say, have you ever thought about this or that? And I don't know.
There goes a lot of followers.
You probably need to catch them in, even 10 years from now in order to even hear their opinion on that. Because even if they were going now, they would just be quiet, even if they did have thoughts about it, I bet.
Honestly, yeah, that's a really good way to put it. I agree with that. I think that's the case for most people. That's like the answer to why would they lie? Because you see that with even just small people who have like a Twitch following. They'll come here and be like, well, I agree with you guys, but I just don't want my Twitch following to know. So it's like if some teenager is not going to tell his Twitch following, you don't think like some mega corporation CEO like is going to just come out and speak out, oh, I'm a flat earther. No, he's not going to do that.
No, he's not going to do that.
Well, until it might reach a tipping point. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. Yeah. If it does reach a tipping point, then there will be people, trying to elbow in there being like, yeah, man, I was a flat earther all along.
Right, then, try to get this.
Yeah, I'm something of a flat earther myself.
Nah, bro, you got to have that badge. You got to been wearing that badge.
Yeah.
Needs to be a little chinked up. You know what I mean? From being in the trenches. I don't want to see no shiny badge.
I don't think the pendulum has swung quite far back that way yet, though.
No.
Once it does, though, yeah, it's going to get interesting.
Yeah, the funny thing about that pendulum, it always swings too far.
That pendulum. Does it precess?
it always swings too far. Every time.
Yeah, that's a good way to put that as well.
I was sticking up for gay people back in the day because my girlfriend at the time, she had a best friend who was gay and so on. And in what I would say is I don't want to live in a world where people are throwing stones at a person for the sexual whatever orientation, and while they're going to the supermarket, for instance. So if anybody treated them bad, and the other thing about England is we love an underdog, right? We always stick up for an underdog, usually, anyway. And yeah, I just didn't realize it was going to turn into everything's gay now.
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, they come and stay at your hostel and they plant their flag in your front yard. Like,
I didn't see that one coming. So that pendulum, it usually does swing a little bit too far.
Yeah.
Feminism, you name it. It just, oh shit. Can we just pump the brakes, pull that back a little bit?
Well, if that's anything to go by, then I guess Flat Earth will probably get its day in the sun too.
This is why I say, like, I'm totally okay with where we are, how it's sort of under the radars. Not many people don't really know about like this Discord and stuff like that. I look at it like a really cool beach spot or some badass hangout spot that not that many people are aware of. And the people that come by take care of it. When you come back, it's not trashed. But when you start telling your friends and everybody and their mama starts hearing about it, you come back after every season or whatever, like it's kind of tagged up with spray paint and it's garbaged up and the water's all dirty. So I don't know. You're like the pendulum swing, it does swing kind of far. That's why I don't mind like where we are. I'm not trying
it hasn't gotten extreme.
Yeah. And here's the other thing too, is like, how a lot of these new globe earthers, I've been saying, like, if you just scooped up 10 of them and started asking them questions, what's gravity? How high can you see curvature? It's going to be different. They don't really know it. So imagine you have all these NPCs, they get that flat earth download, and then they start like just different random things that probably don't even make sense. So like, how they don't understand the globe. You think they're going to understand flat earth? Like just because daddy said so,
It's just a programmed Pavlovian response kind of thing, right? Like, if you ask anybody, they don't actually know how they know this fact of the globe, right? Nobody does because it's not a fact, right? It just goes unquestioned in their minds because, well, everybody knows, right?
No, I could always pick out the people, the dodgy, what I'll just call minions, who were following Austin Whitsey around. It was so obvious to me because they had some understanding of the globe, not a very good one.
Yep. No.
But they could answer. There was something of something there, and as soon as the whole point was to challenge Austin, so he couldn't plant the seeds anywhere else. So they could just literally take all his concentration, and it was really frustrating for me to watch. And I kept typing in the chat, "Get away from these fucking people!"
Yeah, they're just disruptors.
It was just so frustrating. But thankfully, after a while, he realised it himself, and he literally put his hand in the face, sort of, "Nope, I'm not talking to you." And I was like, "Yes." But they'd be waiting for him. I'm telling you, they were organised. And I agree what he said. Yes, some people are just lame. And some people do silly things, especially in a crowd situations, things that you'd never do as an individual. I get all that. But the fact that I'm saying it was organised has a deeper implication. And I hope he realised that when I told him.
Yeah, that doesn't come as a surprise to me, though, because, like, the globe itself is obviously very organized, right? It's in all your schools, it's on TV, it's in every movie, right? The whole thing is
yes.
organized, so of course you're going to have the minions like that.
Yes, and they find their way in here, even, as well.
Yeah, of course, yeah. I have suspicions about some of them. I mean, I might as well not name drop because I can't prove anything, but I mean, in some cases it seems kind of obvious that someone has a mission, you know?
Huh? You know, the funny thing about Matthew is he doesn't set off my spidey sense.
Matthew, of course.
Which is odd.
What's that? Sorry.
Doesn't set
About
off my spidey sense.
Oh, yeah. Well, he's very calm. I mean, I don't know. Maybe he's a veteran at this. Maybe that's deliberate. Maybe it's calculated. Maybe he knows how not to.
Well, he could pass a lie detector test in a you know the shitty computer ones, the ones you see with the needles moving. He could pass one of them easy.
Yeah, he could.
Because if
He's
he
very
can fool
calm.
me, he can fool that. If he puts all his chips in, I'm passing. Is what I'm saying. The fact that I don't know how to put this. This is going to sound very weird, but he believes what he's saying. Do you understand that? He believes what he's saying.
I mean, I can't get inside his head, so I don't know that he even does, but he sort of seems like he does. Sometimes. I don't know. There are other times where I'm like, you're a college professor, and you're telling me right now that if I stick my hand out a moving car window, that's a demonstration of gas pressure without a container, and that's actually supposed to be analogous to what we're asking for.
Yeah,
like,
I didn't say.
Come on, man.
I didn't say he could take on new information.
Yeah.
I just said he believes what he's saying.
Some of the arguments, though, are just so sophistic and weaselly that I wonder, but it's neither here nor there. Like, it's not really about him personally or what his motives are. It's just about the conversation itself.
It's always about that for me.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. That's really all that matters. Like, it's just kind of an aside, like, whatever motivates him to be here. The main thing is that we get to, talk about this.
QE wants to figure out what makes the world tick. I like to figure out what makes people tick.
Yeah. Fair. Well, I mean, that's an important part of the equation here because that's kind of why this is even happening, why we're even having this conversation is, psychology, really. Like, how did they get this into everybody's heads the way that they did? And it's like, I mean, it stops even being about geometry or any of those things and more just about like, okay, like, what is this mass psychosis? Like, how did this happen? Why do so many people feel so strongly about something that is so easy to prove wrong? You reach a point where it's like probably like a better use of your time to ask that question than to debate the geometry in question anymore, right? Because there obviously is none. But I digress. I'm just here filling dead air.
You do good, man.
Thanks. We got a whole pile of newcomers. I think I'm going to jump into the VC check-in and get some of them in here. 1 sec.
Yeah, I might have to drop eyes. Super duper early here. Very early.
Well, good talking to you, Andy.
Yeah, you too, man. Yeah, Toby Dog. Yeah, I can't explain the spidey sense, I'm afraid. It's like cymatics, that's all I can say. When I say he believes exactly what he's saying, he might be a psychopath. There's several reasons why. Yeah, I can't be asked to explain it. We're talking about Matthew, CB.
Okay, thank you.
Diggy Soul, I recommend you go back to VC check-in and get your role, which allows you to open your mic in here.
And the other thing is, he may be so identified with this information in his head that away from him is like a miniature death of sorts. It is a death of sorts. And so he's clinging onto it with everything he's got. And so on. Yeah. And he gets to be the center of attention. He gets to, he gets everyone arguing. I mean, that could be why he comes in.
If you had to choose between being stuck on an island with Matthew Learns or XO, which one would you choose? I would choose Matthew Learns.
Whoa. Okay.
Who was the other one? I don't know the other one, I don't think.
Well, XO's a flat earther, but he's kind of interesting to talk to sometimes. He's friendly sometimes, but he just kind of gets in these moods where he just yells and says stupid random shit that doesn't make sense and just insults people.
Okay. Yeah, Matthew does fascinate me, I've got to say. He's a very cool customer. Has any of you guys ever heard him lose his temper? Or lose his cool in any way?
Sorry, what was that?
I was just saying, you ever heard him lose his cool?
I think I've heard him get a little frustrated just in his tone, but like not really like not flipped his lid and yelled or swore or anything like that.
He hasn't let his emotions get the better of him, is what I mean. I mean, the fact that it just keeps coming back here for presumably years is a bit odd, don't you think?
I think it's concession. Unless he actually has this, like, I don't know, a religious kind of concern for our souls or something. Otherwise, repeat customers. It's a concession. There shouldn't be anything to debate.
Oh, I agree. I totally agree.
But Matthew's pretty honest. Like he's been described as a concession vending machine.
Yeah. That's actually one of my favourite of Nathan Oakley's shows. The I don't know if it was the last guy who came in to talk about, he was doing the like Dearth challenge, the Bitcoin thing.
Guys, where's the edge?
Going to where's the edge guy? Oh dear.
Sorry, I came in here. I was told somebody was gonna ask where's the edge, so I had to be the one to do that.
So, did anybody claim there's an edge?
I agree.
You might have a conception of flat Earth in your head, which is maybe based upon your pre-existing idea of a heliocentric universe, where the Earth is an object embedded in space. So you might be imposing your cosmological view onto what flat Earth should be, according to your preconception. All right. So we don't claim that Earth is an object within a void or surrounded by, enveloped in space.
I'm confused what this graphic is trying to show me.
So that's just supporting the point I'm making, is that most people think of flat Earth as existing within the heliocentric paradigm, where Earth is an object amongst other objects in a void in space, right?
Yeah. So what's your opinion on it, or like what are you guys doing?
We're just stating what we observe and what can be empirically validated independently. And that so far is that there's no curvature, there's no measurable curvature, no detectable measurable axial rotation or movement of Earth, and that the vacuum of space doesn't exist as claimed by the heliocentric model, due to the idea of gas pressure existing adjacent to a vacuum without physical barrier in between cannot be demonstrated.
Oh, a lot of people just come in. To be honest, I'm just here to question things. I like people that question things. That's why I'm here.
See, the level list person sent a graphic with the sun circling around with clouds around the Earth. Hold on.
Keyword graphic.
Yeah.
A possibility.
Yeah.
Presentation.
Well, okay. My counter argument for that is, like, what about gravity?
Just remember, your counter argument is with a graphic, though.
Right, obviously, yes. But the thing is if Earth is flat, then how would gravity work?
Gravity. What is gravity?
Okay, well,
What is
for example, whenever some object has a really high mass, their gravity all focuses down into the center. So of course it would form into a ball.
Okay. So if that's the case,
gravity
then gravity should have formed Earth into a ball, right? So we should be
Exactly,
able to
so
test
that's
for
why-
gravity by simply measuring the Earth to determine whether it's a ball, right?
Right. Okay. So there's this video on YouTube confirming. So there's a proof that Earth has a curvature is if you go and set up a post that's 10 meters tall, and then you go, I don't know, a certain distance away, straight away from that post, and you make another post. It's like, hold on, I have to look up the video.
Hey, do you think no one's ever heard this before? Do you think you're dropping some new information here?
Obviously not. Like, obviously people have heard this, but
Okay. But
Is that an accurate
you're saying it
measurement,
like
though?
no one's ever heard this before.
Is that an accurate means of measuring a sphere radius? Do you know that you're on a curving surface just because a few posts in the distance appear to angle down in size or something like that?
Have you been on a plane before?
Yeah,
Yes.
you don't see
Yeah.
curvature from plane altitude, and Globers say that themselves.
Let's clear this up really quickly. So, Paint, let's pretend for a second you and I were on a plane together. All right? We're both looking out the same window together. All right, you follow me?
Absolutely.
All right, so you look out the window and you say, I see the curvature of the Earth. I look out that same window and I say, I see a flat Earth. You see the problem here? It's subjective. It's not objective. So
it's not
what we would have to
measurement.
do, so it would just be your word against my word, which is subjective. So we would have to land the aircraft and then figure out a reliable way to measure the Earth from the surface, measure the surface of the Earth to find curvature directly, because that wouldn't be subjective. That'd be objective.
And we can measure it directly. Pretty easy to do. So if it is a ball with the radius that you guys said, then every horizon would have to be at 1.2 miles times the square root of the observer height in feet. So to dumb it down, let's just say 1 foot of height. Horizon has to be at 1.2 miles for the geometry to hold up. I can post a pic in the live stream right now that just blows that away.
Okay. Now, another question is, if you're doing a trans-Pacific flight,
you're just going to whistle past what I just said.
Yeah, no, I don't really care. If you're doing a
respond,
you don't really
can
care.
You just,
yeah, no. I just have.
Just maybe you could address what was said and then maybe move on to your question.
Yeah, you can't just sort of like slink around that. Like that's kind of
Whistle
the end of
bust
the
it,
ball right there. If you're going to move on to some sort of ad hoc, or some sort of reification,
Right.
well, I mean, that's a concession in itself. You got to address this. This is the geometry of your claim, right? This is the whole thing in question, and it completely falls apart right here. So if it is a ball, the one that you're saying it is with the dimensions that are claimed of it, that horizon has got to be at 1.2 miles. But if you're looking at the live stream voice text, you'll see it is where?
Let me just add that all other questions that you have beyond this point are mute. That anything that you want to try and any what if questions like, oh, but what if this flight does this or that beyond.
Well, no, it's not really a what if question.
No, it's
because
desperation,
it
though.
happens.
Yeah,
It's desperation, though. I mean, you're jumping to things to sort of grab onto to sort of reinforce the ball, right?
no,
I mean, like this
for
isn't what they
example,
put in the
a
textbooks. This isn't what they put in the textbooks, though. They didn't say that they measured
Being
the Earth by
louder
taking a flight
isn't-
over it, right? So that's not an argument, right? You need to measure this ball that you're talking about. You need to show us that the dimensions are observed in reality, that the horizon is where it's supposed to be, that the curvature drop-off is where it's supposed to be, not just, well, I took this flight and it seems like it's a ball. Like, that's not going to work.
Hey, Payne, let me ask you a question and then not give a shit about your answer, okay?
Okay. Yeah, I'm okay with that.
That's the point. You have these questions, but you'll chuck each question out the window.
Right, because, I was
like
waiting
it didn't matter in the first place. So
you were winning, and then, you got smashed, and so then you wanted to jump to something else. But anyway,
I think that's a little disrespectful that you just said that, like, I just got smashed.
You just said you didn't care, dude.
Yeah, no, because I really don't. Come on, man. This is
okay. Well, then,
like, listen.
You don't. That's a lie, though. That's a lie. You care, or else you wouldn't be here. So don't say that. Don't lie.
Hey, yeah, and I got a quick question. I'm so sorry. Young man asking the questions. What's your name?
He's muted.
Paint.
Oh. Okay, Paint. Cool name.
Paint. Oh,
so, whatever it is. My friend, what class asked you to attack a bunch of flat earthers with a list of questions? Who are you doing this for? Because clearly you have a list
on my no. This is on my own accord. Because I just feel like this flat Earth. Why? Dude, it's the middle of summer. Why would I want to be?
How could it be on your accord if you don't care?
Yeah, I'm just wondering why you brought a list of questions when really
because
the only thing
I just want to know my answers. I don't want to have other questions asked towards me.
Well, we answered them.
Okay, buddy.
We blew the globe geometry out of the water, so whatever you want to use to try to reinforce it from this point on is invalid. Go ahead, Glenn.
You might have to think for yourself here, Paint.
You can't control adult conversations just because you say so. That's hilarious.
That's actually
only
kind of
I get to ask questions, and no one can ask me questions. Like, okay, buddy, you're on an open panel on the internet. Relax, dude. This is your first time online.
So now, like, harassment.
Oh, okay. So don't be soft now. All of a sudden.
No. I'm not soft. I don't give a fuck.
Wait. Paint, is whining going to prove the geometry of your globe?
Okay, I just want to jump in, but like, can you guys get back on topic?
Yeah, we're trying, but Paint's trying to derail.
He doesn't care.
No,
I'm not derailing. I'm just waiting. I'm just waiting for the answer.
That's fine.
We gave you the answers already. You're just not taking them in. Right, either that horizon is at 1.2 miles, the one I just posted, or Earth ain't a globe. That's it. It's over. It's done. Finished. Finito. Who else has questions? Who actually wants to stay on point here?
Here's what I see. It's like they're holding this thing in their hand. It's heavy. Here, hold this for me. This is my question. Here, hold it for me. Right. So we take it, we hold it, and then you don't want it back. You asked me to chuck it out the window, and you have something else to give me. You have another question. So if your question doesn't have any value and you're just throwing it out the window, then like, what's the point? Don't you want genuine answers to your genuine questions, or you just have 10 questions that have no value and just going to chuck them all out the window once they get addressed anyway?
We're the ones who should be putting you on trial. You're the ones who come in here with this globe claim that you think is a foregone conclusion. We should be asking you exactly how was this measured, how was this proven, how do you know this to be a fact, right? And you start talking about plane flights. Well, we know that that's not how this claim was formed, right? So that's not going to fly. You tell us exactly how you measured this ball in reality. But you run away from it every time, and then you try to put the burden in our hands, and then we meet it, and then you still run away from that. So it tells a lot about the globe story.
And then randomly start talking about it's summertime, I could be doing better things, but you're in here anyway. Contradicting ass mother.
Well, it's like if I got invited to go on Dancing with the Stars, right? There's a show on TV called Dancing with the Stars. If I got invited to go on there, I probably wouldn't think that I would be leading the dance. I'd probably let them lead the dance. So why you guys think you're gonna come in here and start leading the dance? You have 2 left feet. You just Googled flat Earth 2 weeks ago. You don't know what you're talking about. You even know 10 things about the globe.
Think you're the only kids who've ever seen a Netflix documentary? Like,
it's like coming in and it's like going to an apple juice store, but only asking about orange and grape juice. Like, come on, bud. Do you want to talk about the topic? Zero Earth curvature to be found in physical reality? That should be startling. Not, why the fuck can we see the fucking cities from the fucking and the plane flights and God, you guys are so fucking stupid. Take a science class. Did you even graduate?
Yeah, no, did you graduate?
Yeah.
That
And college
sounds like,
too.
that sounds like
What's
a
your point?
leftist trying to
I'm
start
working
a
on my
business.
second college
Juice
degree
store.
right now. Sorry, go ahead. I'm just saying
He's
I'm working
appealing
on
to
my second
authority.
college degree.
We should point that out to him. You're appealing to authority, which is a fallacy, which is stupid.
It's
What are you majoring in?
Yeah, so it doesn't have anything to do with that, right? So it's about the evidence. But you guys always want to do some type of psych exam on other people. Just where's the evidence? Imagine you're at a poker table. Do you have a hand that you're willing to play, or are you guys just going to keep folding, calling, or bluffing?
My question earlier, yeah, exactly, CB. My question earlier was basically for whoever's coaching you guys and telling you what to ask. That's what I was asking.
I'm all in.
Glad, I gotta say, Glad, I think these guys are just really stupid and brainwashed. I don't think anyone's coaching these people.
Well, here's why I say that, and I could be wrong, and I hope I'm wrong, but I said I'm working on my second college degree, and then a smart response would be, yeah, but in what? Fucking sports? You don't know anything about the Earth, and most people aren't quick enough to think about that response.
Even if they were being coached, it's the blind leading the blind.
Totally.
Yeah, your teachers are the blind. They told you there's a 1.2 mile horizon in that picture I just showed you. You think they know what they're talking about?
Yeah, that's fundamental, Paint. That's fundamental. That's the most fundamental aspect of what is claimed. And you just want to not care about not care. I don't care about that. I want to talk about planes flying.
It's a contradictory statement. You don't care about the thing you're trying to prove?
Yeah, he didn't care about the answer because he didn't expect it.
Yeah.
But it's good. You know what? I like, real quick, I like when Globers try to come in at least prepared with some questions to ask.
Okay,
I think that's
sorry to cut you off. With the 1.2 mile
I'm sure you're not sorry about that. I'm sure you're not sorry. But go
No, I am. I really get frustrated when I get cut off. I'm sorry.
Okay, now he's going to actually try.
Okay,
Yeah, you get frustrated, but you're going to just do it to someone else. But now you actually have a salient point.
Anyway, so about the 1.2 mile horizon.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that's how far away a horizon is.
Oh, so now you're just going to mess up. Now you're just going to mess up.
No.
Okay?
Because
no.
That's not what I learned. That's not what I learned. Okay, so open up your weather app real quick. Open up your weather app on your phone.
Oh boy.
No. Listen.
Hold on.
Listen. Open up your weather app on your phone.
You're gonna embarrass
and then,
yourself here, bud.
Yeah, listen. Go to your weather app and then look at the visibility.
Yeah, that has nothing to do with curve.
Yeah.
That's about air.
Right, but the horizon, how is that only 1.2 miles away? You can literally see exactly.
That's our point.
Exactly.
No. What point is that? No. What point is that? No. What point is that?
He doesn't realize it, dude.
It has nothing to do with the geometry, the claimed geometry of the curve, right? That's just about weather. That's all that is.
The point is we don't live on a
weather. It's in the word weather.
No. A horizon is not only 1 mile away from you.
That's the point.
What number? Where did you pull that number from? Where did you pull that number from?
Buddy, that's our point. It's not at 1 foot of height. It would have to be geometrically speaking, though, if your claim is true.
Paint. Listen,
let me ask you something, Paint. Have you heard of the radius of Earth number that they've come up with?
No, I haven't.
3959. Do you think we came up with that?
Hold up. Let me look it up real quick.
Okay, well, that should answer your question. We didn't come up with this number, so you're arguing with the wrong people. Correct. The Earth is not a ball with a 3959 mile radius.
Look, listen. This is what's funny. It's like, as flat earthers, we're talking about the globe. I know you think we're flat earthers and you think we're wrong, but when we talk about the globe, you're telling us we're wrong about the thing you believe in. It's like, now you're about to go look up the radius, which is going to tell you why it's at a 1.22 mile distance from a 1 foot observer height. Then you're going to have to feel a little salty for coming in here with all this ego when we're just teaching you about the thing you believe in, brother.
You're fighting your own claim now.
Yeah. Like, you just heard about this 2 weeks ago. We've been looking into this for over 2 years.
2 years?
Take a back seat, brother.
2 years.
Yeah, some longer, some shorter. What's the big deal? But
I'm
don't act like you're going to teach anybody.
I'm so
about this.
sorry.
You just heard about
I'm
it 2
so
weeks ago.
sorry.
Yeah, many summers, Paint.
Why would you be sorry? We're teaching you today about your globe. You had no idea until about 5 seconds ago the size of the globe. So why are you sorry?
He's going to apologize for us that we've...
No. Yes. We did just teach you about the globe. You just Googled the radius, right? What is it?
Why come
Can I talk? Can I talk instead of getting server muted? This is such...
What's the radius of the Earth?
It's hold up.
Paint, did you know it's summertime?
So what's the radius?
Give me a second. I was on the wrong tab.
All right.
It's 3,958.8 miles. But what does that relate to the...
Yeah, that's the size of the globe you believe in that you just learned 5 seconds ago. So before today, you've believed in some vaguely shaped, bigly sized globe. You had no idea till just now what size it was.
And check this out. The reason the radius matters is because if you don't have a radius, you don't have circumference. If you don't have circumference, you don't have a sphere. You can't make any shapes without all those things.
You don't have the curvature. You don't have the geometric horizon. You don't have anything. You don't have a globe.
You don't have any distance to the sun either, or any other heavenly body for that matter.
And then you're telling us about weather. That's hilarious. That's our point, dude. Of course, it's not at 1.22 miles. That's where it should be. On your globe. It's out there. And then you come and say, well, you can see 10 miles. That's our point. Thank you.
That is the point. It's dude, listen, real quick, the globe narrative is false. It's not real. So we're here trying to say, hey, isn't it crazy? Yeah, here's how. Oh my gosh, right? So that's a very interesting thing to know that the Earth isn't a globe at those numbers, right? And we just went from there. I love this topic because of that. I just keep finding out more and more truth about the world instead of having to believe what I'm told.
But if you guys don't even know so much as the radius, why come in here trying to defend something you don't know? Why not just ask us questions?
Yeah, that's actually what I'm about to ask. I listened to you guys say, you guys have been studying this for 2 years. I want to know why you've been studying for 2 years exactly. What made you, like? And sorry, I don't know the right word for this.
Here's the question, bro. Here's the question. How it's been? You seem like you're, decent. You're not a kid, so it's been what 10 plus years, maybe 20 plus years. When were you gonna look into the globe? It's been all this time. You never looked into the globe. So it's more like we looked into the globe maybe 2 years ago, 5 years ago for some people. And when you start investigating, the globe falls apart upon your investigation. So you're 2 years, whatever. It's been 20 years and you never looked into the globe.
And you have to understand that before the smartphone and all YouTube and these things, the space narrative, the moonwalk thing was a big deal 2 decades ago. And when you start looking into that on your own, saying, wow, that's cool. And then you say you think it's so cool that you look at it so much that you realize it's fake, and then then there's a trickle down effect. Then you say, oh, that unravels, this unravels, that unravels. Wait a minute, we can see, and then you realize you see things on the beach, or your whole life before flat Earth, and you just take it for granted. People used to say, oh, the boats go over the curve. There was an entire narrative before this flat Earth thing that everyone took for granted. And after everyone started living it and examining it, it fell apart. That's why. That's how.
Okay, that's all I wanted to ask. Thank you.
Is that okay with you? I mean, I collected baseball cards when I was a kid, too. Why? I don't know. I wish I still had them.
What's crazy too is like I could debate the globe better now today as a flat earther than I could back when I was a globe earther for like 20 plus years, my whole life. You know what I mean?
I mean, not even close. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, because at that point, you're believing it, and then when you start to go and test your beliefs, you know, like if you want to have a strong sword, you got to test it in fire against other metals and so on and so forth. We've done that for 2+ years. So the sword has been tested. It is strong. We've gone into battle. We good. Okay. You guys, when you test your globe beliefs, it's like a paper sword. Somebody sneezes and it gets wet and it's done. So go ahead and start your 2-year journey. Starts today when you start trying to invest your globe and it's not there. So you can start your timer. We'll start it for you.
Can I ask my question now?
No. I'm kidding.
Shoot it.
Just a thought, like, I'm not even sure how flat earthers think about this, but like when you do you guys believe that all planets are round, right? Right?
What?
Do you guys believe all planets are round?
No. They don't think that the other planets are real.
I mean, the lights in the sky?
Okay, paint. Listen.
Yeah, why is the noob trying to answer on our behalf here?
You don't have to straw man the position here. There's no need to come up with your own silly cosmology and then try to debunk the thing you just came up with. Like, if you want to try to have a debate, just ask.
Trying to do like the opposite of a white knight. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, you're good. You're just roboting a little bit, Glad.
It was a black knight.
Sorry.
Here, let's just rip the Band-Aid off. The Earth is not a planet. Okay, the Earth is, as the young ones say, is built different. Okay, the Earth doesn't move. It's not a planet. Planet is something that moves. So, you see any trees in the sky? The Earth isn't like the things in the sky. So, other planets, we're not a planet.
So, can you explain what is the Earth then?
So, what do you mean? So when you go outside?
No. Like, what is the Earth?
When you go outside?
What do you see when you go outside? Describe it to me.
No, not that. Like,
what do you mean?
In the whole big picture. No, the big picture.
No. Listen, here's the thing. I know you guys. I know when you go to Google Maps, you can zoom out, right? You don't have puppet vision or Muppet vision. You can't look at the Earth, zoom out like you can look at a puppet on your hand. I know you guys always want to zoom out to outer space. There is no outer space. There's no flat Earth in outer space, dude.
Yeah, you can go to an Omniscience 24/7 server for the answer to that as to what Earth is.
There's no zooming out when you go outside. Okay, that's why I said outside. Because that's what it is. Can't zoom out and see the whole thing. Sorry.
Hey, can I ask these guys a quick question? Hey, AE, would you say that you see the Earth as flat and feel it as stationary at the base axiom level? Like from your front door? Do you see the curvature of the Earth from your front door?
No, sir, I do not.
All right, so neither do I. We both see it as flat from our front door. Would you say you feel it as stationary?
Sir.
Is that a yes?
Yes. Sorry.
All right, so at the base axiom level, your knowledge is that the Earth is flat and stationary, just as you see it and observe it to be. And it is flat and stationary in the realm of objective reality until you have direct evidence to the contrary via direct measurement of curvature, demonstrating it to be a ball, even though you don't see it to be a ball, and along with that, a direct measurement of axial rotation, a measurement of the spin of the Earth, to demonstrate that it's spinning, even though you feel it is stationary. So do you see how the burden of proof is on their side? And we're not opposed to this proof. We're not opposed to the idea of the Earth being a spinning ball in the vacuum space. In fact, I can think of a few reasons why I'd actually prefer it to be. But it's got nothing to do with what you want it to be or don't want it to be. The Earth is flat and stationary, as far as I know.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, but what is it? What if it's not a globe? What is it?
Well, it's not a disc in outer space,
Then
for
yeah,
starters.
Like, is it just infinite?
Well, why does it have to be what you make up in your mind?
I'm asking.
We can answer this a simple way. Let's give him a direct answer, which is good. So you asked, is it infinite? So we would, if we could somehow, some way, in the realm of physical objective reality, demonstrate infinity. So if someone could show me somehow, some way, an infinite number of apples, an infinite number of cats, or an infinite number of trees, or something like that, something physical that's infinite, someone could physically demonstrate infinity, then you and I would have a logical reason to assume that it's possible for the Earth to be infinite. But until we have that kind of a demonstration, there's no logical reason for anyone to assume that anything is physically infinite, including the Earth.
And why would you even ask us that? I mean, who has traveled an infinite distance into the unknown?
I'm just asking what you believe it is.
We don't have
We're not talking about beliefs here. We're talking about empiricism, though. We're talking about what we can validate, what we can measure, right?
Wait, Puncture. 2 minutes ago, Paint didn't know the size of the globe. So just
yeah, you guys. There's a lot you guys don't know. There's a lot all of us don't know.
You guys, no. You guys just aren't answering or
I'm
getting the question.
I'm just asking.
No, but we're not answering.
Do you think all questions can be answered?
Yeah,
Do you think all questions can be answered, bro?
So you don't know?
Yeah,
Of course
it's
we don't
better
know.
to not know than
right.
make stuff up, Puncture, right?
All right. So,
You don't
Yeah,
have
I
to
mean-
make stories for things.
I mean, they said that the thermodynamics violation in the sky of outer space is infinite, essentially. Do you know that? Did you travel to the outer limit of that place, that fairy tale Narnia thermodynamics violation that you can't verify in any way? Of course not. It's just a belief. It's a story that you took on faith. So nobody traveled to the limits of the Earth, not that we're aware of. We haven't, so we can't answer questions about that. But what we can do is measure the ground and tell you that it don't match the globe.
all right.
I have a question. It's a bit of a personal question, but I just want to know. You don't have to answer if you don't feel comfortable on it. But what is your religious beliefs?
You can
nothing to do with
verify
it.
the Earth is flat without any type of religious
No. I was just wondering.
So that's the
I
answer.
know. I was just
Doesn't
wondering what
have
your
to do
religious
with
belief
religion.
is.
Yeah, there is no
None.
religious belief. Yeah, it's not directly connected, right? You can verify the surface of the Earth is flat or not without that.
Yeah, I know. I was getting off
So how
topic
about the
that,
evidence,
but I
maybe?
was just
instead
asking.
of doing a psych exam on people, Paint. Maybe we could talk about the evidence.
This
'Cause we
is
could do a
more
psych
of
exam
just
on you, maybe.
Can
a little bit
you?
more.
I was christened Anglican.
It's not relevant, though, is it? That's the point. It's not relevant to the topic.
Well, no, this is just more of a personal question.
Yeah, that's why it's not relevant.
Well, if
We
I
were
told you I
in the
measured my
BC
shoe
check-in
size,
to stay on topic.
if I said I measured my shoe size 11, would you go, yeah, but what religion are you? What sort of religious beliefs might that measurement
No, I
knew it. You're religious.
I just wanted to confirm something that I
Well,
was
he's definitely
thinking.
not one religion. Just kidding.
And
You wanted to confirm something you were thinking?
Yeah.
Did you confirm it?
Well, no, because I didn't get an answer to my question.
It's called confirmation
I just want to know. Okay, here. How about here's a better question. Are you religious? That's a question.
The funny thing is, he didn't even hear the answer that was given by someone of a
No.
personal
I heard. It was like Chris something. They had a muffled mic, so I couldn't.
Right. So if you're looking for confirmation, and someone actually went out of their way to answer you,
I know. I heard them. I
you would
heard
have
them.
to. Oh, wait a second. So how many people are you going to ask?
Well, no, I just want to know the general people in here.
The general. Well, that's what.
Yeah.
Why
Let me
would you
answer.
assume?
Okay, I'll tell you what the common thread is. Empiricism. That's what brings us all to this place. We tested the
Correct.
claim that you are not testing. You are the one being religious, not us. We went and tried to empirically validate this thing and found that there was no validation for it. That's the deal.
No. Yeah. Yes.
Is it-
Yes.
is it
Yes.
paint?
Correct.
Is it
And we
paint
are not
talking?
religious. None of us are religious in any way, shape, or form in this debate.
Thank you
Not in
for
the debate.
answering my question. That's
In my
all I
personal
asked.
life, right?
Okay,
Can I
buddy.
answer?
Yeah,
You
but
don't
you
even
were
understand
looking.
your own question.
Yeah, that's correct.
You asked the question and you admitted it for some sort of confirmation.
Yeah. Wait, do you want me to
Yeah.
answer why? No. So, I was just confirming what you
No,
said.
we know why. We know why.
Why?
Yeah. Because you guys have your own narratives about flat earthers, and you didn't hear it from us. We didn't provide you. You're not asking for evidence. You just have a narrative about us that you've spawned in your mind.
It's easier to argue against a straw man than an actual flat earther.
And listen, man, it's not your fault. You have preconceived notions that were fed to you.
Correct.
Not something that you came to realize on your own, and that's the difference.
Correct.
Yeah. So let's talk about real world data. In the real world, 80% of people self-identify as religious. That means that wherever you go, it's fair to assume, it's not unreasonable, that 8 out of 10 people will be religious. So asking the question is kind of, just shows you're not aware of the socio-cultural dynamic of the people in the world. It's like you're asking the question as if it's a point. It's not. Okay?
Well, I was just confirming something to myself.
Yes.
Yeah, you were confirming nothing, friend, is what I'm trying to tell you. You understand me?
How do you know what I confirmed in my
here's the
own
thing.
mind?
If
I
what
just
he
asked
That's
told
the
you,
point. It's your own straw man. That's the point.
yeah, but he just told you that 8 out of 10 people are religious. So that would mean that most globers are religious. So do you go to them and ask, what's your religion? Is this globe thing you're telling me about, is that religiously tainted?
No. What I asked
It's a double
for
standard.
religion was, I was wondering if you were to believe in, for example, a god, then with that, you would be believing in something that is very difficult to believe in, right?
Well, even if we did, it doesn't have to be the thing
So
that you
difficult.
created in
Hold
your
on,
mind.
a friend. Hold on. It's so difficult to believe that 80% of the world's population believe it. Oh, wow, so difficult. Dude, did you just grow up yesterday or something?
Yeah.
Okay, there's a big bad world out there, right, with reality. Okay, this idea that atheism is on the rise and that 90% of humanity is atheistic and doesn't believe in God or finds it unpalatable is just not borne out by real statistics. Okay, so welcome to reality.
Check the live chat, fellas.
And the other thing too is, like, when you say God, it doesn't have to be the same thing that other people are talking about. A lot of people make stuff up in their own heads, just like you have just admitted. Well, I haven't. You don't know what's in my head. You're telling us you have things in your head. That's the point. People have already told you we're more into empiricism, like evidence, like measuring your foot, knowing it's a size 11.
Can I confirm something?
Religious, how religious your foot is. So,
Hold on, before you try to confirm anything else, can you answer to my simple, quick question? Are you here to perhaps learn something, or just confirm biases that you already had coming in here?
Both.
Oh, it might get real now.
I'm just asking you to be a human being for a minute before you go back to appealing to everyone else but yourself.
Like, I answered your question. I said both.
Oh, I thought that was someone else. So you said so you'd like to confirm biases that you brought in here, right? Which is never productive. But let's give you that. You also want to learn something. Is that right?
Yeah.
You also want to learn? Okay.
Yes.
Here's the deal, though. To be able to learn something, you have to leave your bullshit at the door, i.e., all preconceived notions, all biases need to be left out of the conversation so that you can learn something. Does that make sense?
I think that you are able to both learn and keep your biases because that's what it's what's called being open-minded.
Double speak, sir.
Being biased as being open-minded? How?
Okay. Well, thank you for answering the question, my friend. That was a complete answer, and I think that you were being honest. So now the audience has a better understanding of the quality of thought process that enters in here on the early stages, right? And those that survive get to a critical thinking process. Anyway, continue.
And about the 83% of the world being religious, that still leaves a nice, at least, not a billion, but almost at least a billion people, which is, I would say, a lot of people. I don't
Okay,
know.
but 80%.
Do you need glasses?
Whoa, friend. Holy crap! Did you fail math class?
Give me some glasses, bro.
I might have did something wrong in my math. Okay, atheism is a religion. Haha, funny noise. Dude, I didn't know atheism was a religion.
Dude, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if 8 out of 10 people that you encounter in your average life are probabilistically religious. Then that means that in almost any avenue, except it's explicit, like let's say an atheist forum where you have to be an atheist to enter. Obviously, those are all going to be atheists, right? But in the general population, you're going to encounter 8 out of 10 people are religious. So almost anywhere you go, 8 out of those 10 people are going to be religious, no matter what they believe about other things, like whether they like Ferraris, whether they like pasta, whether they watch this show or that show, whether they go to the beach, whether they believe in the globe, whether they believe in flat Earth.
So how can you be sure of anything anyone ever told you? Most of them are religious.
The problem is, I bet you 80% of teachers are not religious.
How do you confirm that?
Well, like 90% of teachers are women.
Well, okay. As an attender of school, high school, just to inform you, I can confirm. I know plenty of teachers that are in fact religious. Actually, most of my teachers were religious, but but that doesn't
exactly. That doesn't.
Let me figure out a way. Let me figure out a way to put my words together.
It doesn't automatically invalidate what they say.
Yeah, but it begins by putting your thoughts together, my friend.
Give me a second to
put my have words together. A little bit of a double standard there, buddy.
We'll allow you to regroup, bro. No worries.
Okay, well, I mean, I'm getting harassed.
Don't say that at all. I think you're in danger.
Came to us. You joined us. Hey, we're happy to have you here. Like nobody's harassing you.
You're in danger of actually learning something. I will say that.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
Would you say you're in danger of learning something?
Yeah.
That's pretty good, right?
Can I ask some questions?
Yeah.
Only if you promise not to say you're getting harassed.
Oh my God, no. All right. So one of my first questions I thought of when you guys were talking to what's his name, Paint. My first thought was more of I just want to confirm on what you guys believe the Earth is, because I personally have no idea. I just I read the thing, it says flat Earth discovery, and so that doesn't really tell me much, and so I just want to confirm some things I was just scrolling through the chat, and I saw one meme. I'm not sure if anyone here believes it, but I did see one meme where it was like the space is not real, correct? You guys believe that? And that
space is the belief, and the claim violates the second law of thermodynamics. So,
I mean, you didn't think here. It's not space. It's not space. It's the vacuum of space.
Yeah, the cartoon. But like, you didn't think that we were all sitting in here talking about some sort of like space pizza, did you?
No, I just want to confirm on what you guys believe certain things are. Like, for example, someone said earlier that you guys believed the planets were lights. If that was only one person, does everyone here believe that?
It's not a belief.
Well, look up.
What do you see?
What can you confirm about?
I believe personally that they're real because I can use a telescope and you see them.
That's not the question. It's what do you see? Not when you look at your screen. When you look outside, no one's questioning whether they're real or not.
Everybody sees them. The contention is what are they?
Real. That wasn't the question.
Everybody knows that they're real. The question is about what are they? Sorry, go ahead.
Nobody's asking you what
confused me a little because two people said two different things.
What do you observe them to be? When you look up at night outside with your eyes, what do you see?
I see planets.
No, dude, you don't see what they show you on TV.
No, can I explain what I was going to go on before I got cut off by
planets, and you can see stars. Sorry, go ahead.
I was talking about using telescopes and to be able to see the planets of our solar system. I don't imagine that the telescope would lie to me.
I'm not saying anything about lying, dude.
No, because you guys said earlier that I need to look up and see, as in you implied that the screens were lying.
Even
does anyone have a gift with the three circles? You know, one of them's like a half sphere, one of them's a full sphere, one of them's just a flat circle.
I'll post
show this guy that. I don't have it handy. Does anyone have that?
It's in the chat already.
I was gonna talk about how at one point during this year you were able to see Jupiter if you used a telescope of some sort to look up and see. But I would imagine that someone else on the other side of the planet wouldn't be able to see Jupiter because the sun's too bright. But on the other side, for me, that it's dark enough to a point where you can actually see it with a telescope. Correct? So how would you,
you can see.
If it was, you could?
There's only one side.
Oh, there's only one side?
Well, actually, technically, yes, true.
That's what's in the live stream. You know, it's the GIF that is above the two pictures that are in there. Can you see it?
Where in the chat? Hold on, where?
He
19
just
minutes
sent
past
it.
the hour.
Technically, what they're saying is true because a sphere is only a one-sided object. So, they are right about that.
Yeah, but you're messed up there because there's no sphere.
Actually,
right. Sphere is like a perfect circle
You might be wrong on that. It might have two because there would be an inside and an outside, like a circle.
And there's no sphere to speak of anyway.
All right. Anyway, the point I was making was that when Jupiter was visible with a certain observation tool, such as a telescope or something, of that similar degree of magnification, you would not be able to see it in a certain spot of the flat Earth, right?
You don't know what flat Earth is, though, so you can't say, well, on a flat Earth, it should be, it shouldn't be. You don't even know what that is. How are you telling us?
Globe Earth? Toxic. Wouldn't you have to have a globe Earth and a flat Earth to see the difference on the two to know that to be true? So, look, Toxic. Can you just address what's in the live stream?
In the live stream?
Yeah,
for live stream voice text.
Circles or spheres or half spheres.
I mean, like, anybody can also draw that. Like, it's not just a camera; it's an optical illusion.
Draw what? What are you talking about?
That
is true. No, you're right. You're right about that.
So you're going along the correct line of thinking as you're beginning with that. The point we're trying to make to you, Paint, and this other guy, Toxic, is that just looking at a light from a distance away and not actually going up to it and touching it to validate what it is isn't any way to know what it is. It's just an unverified light in the sky until you can directly validate any claim about what it is. Now, they might tell you some claims. Somebody might have told you some claims and stated it as fact, in school and on the TV and other places as well. And I believed it too for most of my life up to now. But you got to understand, making a claim about something and demonstrating it to be true are two different things.
Yeah, the telescope isn't whispering in your ear these little things about the the planets that you believe. Somebody else, some strange weirdos whispering things in your ear. It's not what you're observing.
Would
You
it
have to
not be
separate the two.
correct to assume that they're spheres? Because if you look at them long enough, you'll see certain patterns change.
No. Even if they were spheres, it doesn't matter because it doesn't verify what the surface of this Earth, the Earth that you're standing on, is doing. So that's what you should be doing. Instead of staring up at the sky,
That's what I'm
go and
trying to
measure the
confirm.
surface of
I'm
the
not
Earth.
trying
You
to
wanna
make any claim.
Didn't you tell us to go look at the sky, though?
No, we said measure. If you want to know what your shoe size is, you measure your foot, right? You don't.
No, but the whole thing I started on was just to confirm on what you guys believe certain things were, such as what space is and what other planets are.
Yeah, okay, here's the deal.
Yeah, but
You're bringing your
when are
biases
we going
back
to talk
in.
about the evidence?
You're bringing your biases back in, partner. You don't need to do that to learn.
No, I brought my biases in to give an argument for you guys to give your point on.
That doesn't even make sense.
I know what's going on. You don't understand that you have the burden of proof.
Correct. Probably doesn't
That's
know what
the
that
deal.
means.
So, right. So, burden of proof means. So here's the deal. So,
I know what it means.
All right, tell us.
Good. Well, hold on.
Definition.
Yeah. Actually, you know what? Go ahead. Tell us what it is.
The definition of burden of proof is when I make a claim, I also have the burden of proof to prove that that claim is true. Such as when the continents were all one thing and someone had to claim that they were one thing, and so they had to bring a bunch of fossils together and blah, blah, blah. You know what I mean?
And hold on, before I'm done with this. Stop.
Kind of about halfway. It was like 40%.
I didn't feel like explaining it, but if you want me to.
Listen, dude. Do you understand why we laughed? Do you think about what you just said and the way you said it? You don't even believe the nonsense that you just uttered at us, do you?
Some dude brought some fossils and shit, man.
Giving an example of something that would take a little bit too long to explain for my actual point. But if you guys want me to explain it thoroughly, I can.
No, dude.
Just make a point
You
that
don't
you can
have to
actually
act like
make
no one's
about.
heard this stuff before.
I was just trying to confirm
what was
what
laughing
you guys
for?
believe.
Well, you're talking about our beliefs, but what you don't understand is what this whole server is about what you believe. And we're investigating that. That's what's being held to question here. The globe, your belief. It's not about what we believe. It's about what you believe.
But what I believe in?
Well, I laugh because it's not about going more into detail about the story. It's about how you have the burden of proof. So present the evidence that supports the story, the claim. You don't have to go into more detail about things that we already know, probably better than you.
Okay, I see what you mean here, but I don't have a $2,000 telescope to look into the sky as of right
you
now.
don't need to look at the sky, brother.
Well,
You
then
need to
just
measure
take
the surface of the Earth.
I have
And
a
just take
question.
cartoons on faith then.
So we're now going to Earth when I was talking about Saturn.
Yeah, that's the whole point. That's where we are.
But I was trying to confirm on what your physical beliefs are about space.
We don't have
and what's in
beliefs.
space.
Bro, do you live
There's
on
no
Saturn?
space.
I can't talk about Saturn. I don't know anything about it. I've never been there. Have you?
What's it going to
Well,
tell?
then what is
Never
Saturn?
been to
What is
Saturn.
Saturn?
Oh, look, the only
That's
thing that
the
you
good
or I
question.
can verify.
Is it summertime on Saturn?
The only thing you or I can verify about Saturn is that it's a wandering light in the sky. It's a light in the sky that doesn't move with all the other lights in the sky. From the ground, which is where all of us are, that's the only thing any one of us can confirm about it. You have this extra story about it existing in a vacuum of space and doing all this stuff.
What are the
but
lights in the
nobody can
sky?
Exactly. What are they?
Well, I
Excellent
feel like you
question.
guys should know.
Why should we know?
Why?
You have it. Well, why
Okay,
should
well,
we
okay,
know?
I can answer what they are. It's a very technical name. I can answer for you, my friend. I have the answer if you want to know it. It's a very technical word you may not understand. The lights in the sky are non sequitur.
Correct.
There you go.
Yeah, it's irrelevant to the point of what the Earth is. It's a thing in the sky that you have stories about. So what? What's the ground? Your stories are dependent on the ground being a certain thing, so check it out, make sure it is that thing.
But that's how I know you guys are not really listening to me. Because my whole ideal of putting this up as a talking point was to confirm on what you guys. I say believe, but like what you guys think of the Earth, like what are the planets, what is space, what is Earth? You know what I mean?
These are things in your head.
We're not making leaps like you guys are. We're not filling in these additional blanks. We see the same thing of them that you do, that they're unverified wandering lights, and we don't go beyond that with this whole lore and a story about it that you guys have. We just leave it at we don't know. They're unverified, right?
If you're confused that we don't know everything, what did you come here to confirm? That we knew everything?
If you guys didn't believe that, you know, Jupiter is round, I was coming in here to ask of what is it then, and more of why does that not be consistent with the Earth?
Listen, it's like having a little brother and you tell him Santa's not real. You don't have to provide him with a Santa 2.0. Okay, that's what you're asking at this point. We don't have to give you a second version, another story. We're just telling you Santa's not real. There's no elves. There's no North Pole. There's no outer space.
I'm just I'm more confused on why you guys keep going onto a topic of me bringing up fake stories when I'm simply asking what you think Jupiter is and if it's spherical.
We don't know.
Oh my goodness.
You want another version of Santa Claus.
Yeah, we're trying to tell you that you don't
You're
need
asking
stories.
us why we keep going on to a topic that you keep going on to? That's what you just said.
We're in the same boat as you, Toxic. We're in the same boat as you. We don't know. You don't know either.
Do you want? I'll tell you a story about the stars. You can go out tonight, look up at the sky, mark down their position where they're at, come back in 1 year, and they'll be right back in the same exact position they are tonight. There's a little fancy story for you.
Yeah, but they weren't always like that. There's been drawings of astronomers from very early in human age with star positions, and they've changed, and they've even used it as methods of travel.
You know it.
So let me get this straight. You validated this by going back in time and looking at the night sky when this half-assed artist drew the picture.
Why are they suddenly a half-assed artist?
Who?
Dude, have you ever seen the old drawings?
Astronomers.
Stupid question. Hey, that was a stupid question. He's asking, how did you confirm it? Yeah, drawings. Did you go back in time?
Drawings?
He did. You said drawings.
I know.
Did you go back in time, brother? Or how did you really confirm it? Or are you just believing more of what you were told?
Yeah, you're just believing more globe lore, buddy. Everything that you say is just a reification, a reinforcement of this globe story that you have in your head. But the globe is the thing that you refuse to check. So check the ground and see if there's a globe.
Have you checked the ground to confirm that the planet isn't a globe?
That's the whole point. Yes, we did that. That's the whole point.
Have you
We've been telling you this for the past 30 minutes.
Hold on, friend. Friend, stop. I'm going to do it right now. Hold on. I'll be back. Keep talking for a second.
I'm just confused because now you're just saying that I believed something that someone else told me, but you guys, I'm guessing, also haven't.
Right, I'm back. I'm back, bros. I got my tool.
We all believe the same thing as you.
You guys ready for a live demonstration? So what I have here is an 8-foot level. I'm going to put it down on the ground. Frickin' flat, bro.
The bad
pancake. Kansas.
Now, before you start accusing me of being facetious, I obviously have a bigger level than 8 foot. Right? So when you want to make a level bigger than a mechanical level, use what's known as a laser transit. It's done all the time in construction. Gives you an accurate lay of a level line and also an accurate lay of the horizontal below and any deviation from horizontal should you need to fill it or excavate.
So what about the Golden Gate Bridge where they have to account for the curvature of the globe?
Holy freaking crap.
Wow.
Cool story. Now let me ask you this question, friend. Let me ask this question.
Well, we would say
a Glober took a flat earther to court on this very topic about bridges, and he lost.
Which
took
which
the L.
one?
He put into the court as evidence the modelic projection that a bridge in principle or theory would have to take the Earth curve into account. However, what he failed to do, as you are going to fail to do and everybody else has ever failed to do, is provide actual tangible verification that this actually occurred and that the bridge is actually has any engineering in it whatsoever that accounts for the curve of the Earth. So, my friend, go ahead and provide us that actual evidence.
I disconnected. What did he fail to do?
He failed to provide tangible demonstration of claim. So, for example, this bridge takes the Earth curve into account. Yeah, prove it.
I'm going to look up how.
Oh, you're going to look up another. You're going to look up another claim. You're going to look up another claim, bro, or are you going to provide tangible evidence?
See, this is the thing. To put it simply, he's asking for not looking it up, not appealing to somebody else's work, and going out and checking yourself. Here's the problem, though. You're talking about a bridge you didn't help build. So now you have to just take someone's word for it that they took curvature into account.
But it kind of makes sense because the Golden Gate Bridge is 1.7 miles long, and you.
Why do you want to believe that? Why do you want to believe what they tell you?
I can go there myself and measure it, but why would I waste
Okay,
days
friend.
of measuring?
Yes. Why would you waste your time? Okay, let's talk about it since you want to get to brass tacks and you threw a number out into the air.
Like,
So
would it help my claim if I went there right now and decided to just...
No. Just listen. Just listen along. Listen along. What's the differential curvature for that length of bridge? Horizontal or vertical? Yeah, you have no freaking clue. So let's use an example that I actually know off the top of my head. The Verrazano Narrows Bridge in New York. I drive by it all the time. Okay, it's actually pretty famous because it was on Modern Marvels on the History Channel while they were talking about engineering structures. You know, the cool guy with the cool voice, right before the commercial, he goes, "Did you know that the Verrazano Narrows Bridge towers are 1 5/8 off at the top to account for the curvature of the Earth?" Okay, so let's talk about it. 1 5/8 at the top of the towers that they say that they engineered in. Okay, let's be clear. This thing is built out of cement and steel. Okay, if you've ever built anything and you know that these towers are super duper high, there is no way you can engineer in an 1 5/8 differential intentionally. It's not possible. The materials will not allow it. So, during the course of the year, the Verrazano Narrows Bridge deck, because of the heat expansion of the materials of the bridge, expands and contracts by 11 feet. 11 frickin' feet, bro. And you think that they're worried about an 1 5/8? You're out of your frickin' mind, Holmes.
Okay.
That's cool.
Yes. So let's be clear, my friend. If you say in your life ever again that they accounted for the curve of the Earth on a bridge, you're just stone cold lost.
But did you build the Golden Gate Bridge?
What the hell?
What?
It's just going nowhere, really.
Did your mom?
Dude, I just told you that it's physically irrelevant based on the materials that they're constructing things out at the scale in which the alleged curvature would be, that it's irrelevant. Not only that, it's impossible. So what's your answer to that? You go look up on Google where it just repeats the claim?
Can I just add something in as well?
Keep in mind, a guy tried...
Golden Gate Bridge is a suspension bridge as well. So they're built with a curve to allow for the suspension. It's got nothing to do with the Earth's curvature.
You don't think
That's
so?
how they're built. That's how they're built. Suspension bridges are built with a curve for tension. That's simple fact.
That's interesting. So cool. And I think that's it. Like, people listen. People listen to listen and find out. Other people listen just to, for a comeback. And that's what he's doing. He's not listening. He's not taking anything in. He's just trying to do a comeback on everything.
No, I am listening, and that's why I'm taking very long to respond to any questions and any statements you guys give, because I'm listening and then I'm taking that info and then trying to like fit it in somewhere into something I know, or just put it new.
So you want to learn something else? You want to learn something?
Yeah, that's awesome, dude. Keep doing that.
So
I hear you, man.
let's
Go ahead.
let's talk about this claim about the bridge, right? Since it segues perfectly. How in the world would you, in principle, account for such a thing as Earth curvature if you were building such a bridge? Well, you'd need to have some kind of metric in which to base your off balance or off angle from. And the only way you would be able to do that is by using a straight baseline of some nature, whether it be vertical or horizontal, in order to put your angles against, right? So how would you do that over a 1.7 mile span? Could you use an 8-foot level and just tape it together with another 8-foot level?
No.
You starting to see the problem? No. What you'd need is a massive scale level, right? Now, the most accurate massive scale level that you can come up with is a laser transit. Okay, now how do you do a laser transit? You set up a level laser and you set up a target. You shoot the laser at the target, minus the variables of the differential of the beam, and you have a level baseline. So in principle, you could throw this level baseline over your water and get a differential to the water of whether it's curved, you know, higher or lower at different points along the beam, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Right, so it just so happens that the FE Corps took such a device to a 25-mile lake, shot it across the lake, and it hit the target of an approximately equidistant height from the surface of the water, being roughly 6 feet. So 6 feet on one side, 6 feet on the other. And they shot a laser beam straight across and hit the camera on the other side, directly into the face of the camera, verified by the Gaussian profile of the beam centroid, which is how lasers function. So, by the principle of laser transit, that 25-mile stretch of water is validated to have no curvature.
Wait.
By orders of magnitude.
Wait.
By orders of magnitude. Yeah, let me tell you, friend, by orders of magnitude. So, the laser beam should have went over the top of the target by 87 meters or something like that, roughly. But it hit the target.
Hey, wait, 87 meters?
Yes. If the Earth was a globe and you leveled a laser, and the laser shot...
And we're talking about the same lake that the Golden Gate Bridge is on?
No, we're talking about a 25-mile lake known as Lake Idsel.
Oh, okay.
I mean, unless your globe just, you know, has curvature in some places but not others. You know, kind of like a golf ball or a dodecahedron or a soccer ball. I mean,
the globe isn't perfectly a globe. It's just a...
Oh, really?
Something, yeah, it's more of
you're saying it only
a
curves in
weird
some
ball
places.
shape that with many very indents and all.
Well, the funny thing is that you think that the Golden Gate Bridge is built on a lake. That's even funnier.
Yeah, exactly. And it's also funny how you just said that a structure 1.7 miles needs to account for the curve of the Earth, but a laser shooting 25 miles found the flat spot of the Earth. I mean, good grief, dude. Drink some coffee.
Well, it only curves under the Golden Gate Bridge. That's it.
Man, they told me you flat earthers were stupid.
I'm sorry if I implied lake. I was just thinking about lakes, and so I just said lake.
Implied?
Well, that comes a question like, well, what do you think about all the tests being done for infrared, laser tests, long distance observations? Like, there's hundreds of them now, like at 20 miles, 50 miles, 100 miles. Like, have you looked at any of those?
I literally started searching them up like 20 seconds ago just to see.
That's where I started, and you know, you get the formula of the curvature of the Earth and how much, you know, curvature drop there should be after 20 miles, 50 miles, and the observer height, and you know, just go through all that.
Excuse me. Hi.
Speaking of that, hold on before you go on. I got to correct that kid's error. So before, he did mention a good thing, which is that the Earth is not alleged to be a perfect sphere. That's true. But it does have limits to its boundaries. And the test at Lake Idsel took that into account. They used the WGS-84 datum to test, meaning that all the anomalies or any discrepancies would have been factored into the test. You could see that for yourself by watching the documentary of the event and reading the published documents. So yes, they did accurately test the WGS-84 model, which is what they claim the globe is, and they found it was off by 2 orders of magnitude. And if you know anything about measurements, 2 orders of magnitude is an absolute evisceration, destruction. It's over with.
Okay.
Right, continue.
So I have a question about the link that was sent by old dude FE Core Wiki. So on page 27, it says laser beam hidden height calculation, and then it's given an example of the 12-kilometer distance calculations based on the spherical model results in a target hidden height measurement position 4.56 meters.
Stop.
No, I'm just reading it out.
Hold on. How the hell did you come up with that question so quick? Did you read 27 pages in 90 seconds?
No,
Somebody's in the DMs. Somebody's in the DMs.
Oh, shit, bro.
No, I'm looking through this, but I'm just looking at this page, and it shows
right to page 27.
No, I was scrolling through this because I was looking at the link that you sent. Anyways, that shouldn't really matter. But it's given like a circular object or a round object, but like I feel like that's not a very good point given, because that's a very round object. It's like trying to shine a light or whatever. Like I put a line over like a soccer ball, put a ruler on a soccer ball. It's about the same, but it's not.
Go look at an Earth curve calculator.
What are you trying to say, bro?
Can I come back to the laser thing?
This dude needs to go look at an Earth curve calculator, but go ahead.
So in the paper I'm currently reading, they do say that a lot of tests are contradictory, and they do say that some tests do result in the laser not moving, right? So you're correct on that study, most certainly. But it does also say that these are real phenomenon. Atmospheric reflect. Oh my God, I can't even speak today. Atmospheric refraction bends light. Laser.
Oh, you just found out about that. Now you're the expert here.
Well, I thought about it. I didn't know what the actual word was, so I didn't want to sound like a retard and speak out about it.
So you're pretty sure that maybe the Earth curves at 8 inches per mile squared, but every time we measure for it or try to, the laser also curves at that same 8 inches per mile squared because reasons, and that's what's going on?
No, some tests do have the laser not hit the target, but others do. You know what I mean?
Do they find curvature, though, is the thing? Because if you send a laser over 30 miles, let's say, there should be over 600 feet of Earth curve drop at a distance like that. Do they ever find anything like that?
And how would you do that once over Earth curvature?
It's not the paper.
Even
the
if you
paper
tried
I'm
5
reading
times,
saying
how would you do that
says
one
it.
time?
What's the target distance? On the paper, what's the target distance? How far are they shooting it?
No, this paper I'm reading explains on the discrepancy between certain tests on why some have the laser hit and why some do not.
Yeah, we heard you. Yeah, so what was the distance?
What's the distance?
And the reason that the 2 reasons that they give on why.
Yeah, we heard you. So what was the distance?
This paper is not describing an actual test.
Are you?
It's not describing an actual test.
Yeah, but you don't even know what distance they're testing over, sir. How do you know if it's not a test? You can't even give us the numbers.
Give us some numbers, big boy.
Somebody's in
the What are you reading from anyway?
I'll post
Somebody
that
in the DMs.
Give me a second.
The flat Earth call. Let me look at it.
Quick, shut down the server. He's got it. Atmospheric refraction. He solved it.
Damn, no one ever thought of that one.
Baseball
the
cards.
FE4 PDF. Okay.
We could all start trading baseball cards in the server.
He's like the 25,000th contestant. He's the first person that ever said that.
Are baseballs round?
Introducing a measurement up to 25 miles.
Okay. So there's going to be hundreds of feet of Earth curve drop. Did you find it or not?
So 25 miles. What? So I see what height the laser was at.
Whatever height it's at.
I put it in the chat.
Whatever height it's at, where it's supposed to reach its target, it should be about 300 feet in the air or something like that.
What? 25
Wait, how
mile
high?
one?
How high was the laser?
I thought I read out 6 feet earlier, right?
Okay, 6 feet, and then how far away was it?
You can double check that. I don't have it up in front of me.
Okay, I don't either.
It'd be 6 feet plus maybe, I don't know,
Okay.
200 to 300 feet or something like that of curvature drop that there should be at a 25-mile distance.
322 feet for a
Right,
6
yeah.
foot height. So,
Should be pretty obvious.
So yeah,
Yeah,
300
so
feet
the differential goes from single digits to triple digits. Right? That's 2 orders of magnitude. So it's pretty pretty significant.
And what's 300 feet like? What, 20, 30 stories or something?
That sounds like a lot.
If you look at the
can you tell the difference between
300 feet is about the size of a football field.
Yeah, you think you
Yeah,
can
that
tell the
sounds like a
difference
lot.
between that and maybe the height of a person?
Sounds like a lot of people. Stacked.
Well, okay, let's just say the average to make numbers easy. It's 300 feet, right? And for example, the average person height is 6 feet. That would be about 50 people stacked on top of each other.
You can tell the difference between that and
Wouldn't
one
hurt to
person.
fall off that. Yeah, it would.
I think that would, you'd have a lot of stuff behind that.
Well, that's how high your laser should be in the air by the time it's reaching its target if this curvature drop exists, you see.
Imagine shooting a laser over that and still hitting the target. Over 50 people?
This is the picture in it of the target.
That's where you'd want to place the target if the curvature actually existed.
Or 50 behind 50 people?
Yeah, so if you hit a target at 6 feet elevation, at 6 feet at both sides, and there's supposed to be 350 feet of vertical Earth curve drop or whatever, I think that 350 feet of Earth curve drop isn't a thing.
Did you gentlemen exhibit this much scrutiny in your 11th grade science class? Towards the
Or the claim that claim that the bridge was curved.
I looked at the water beneath the bridge. It didn't look too curved.
My thoughts exactly. What
Bridge
about
was
the
the only
water
thing
under
curving.
the bridge? Hey, it's all water under the bridge, right, guys?
Yeah, exactly.
Can I go back to the paper?
Where's your geometric
Can you address
horizon?
something that was said in the last 3 minutes?
Yeah, where's your Earth curve? Where's your geometric horizon? Where's this globe? Period.
That's not what the paper is trying to state. The paper
Can I
itself
just move on
is
to some other topic that you guys will
Alright,
address
we
and
got-
I'll ignore?
Yeah. So it's
I
the first
like
time
honesty. I like the honesty.
he's reading the paper for the first time, and he knows all about it. He's the expert in the room on this paper that we just showed him.
We're all lay people. Let's just reason together. What's the paper saying?
Can I
Well, first,
say
you couldn't give the distance, so I found that in 20 seconds.
the first two reasons why you may or may not have the laser hit the camera is because atmospheric refraction bends light and laser beams get wider the farther they
That's a
travel.
really nice story. Did you validate that? How was
I have
that
a question.
verified?
I have a question. Okay, I have a question.
Question already?
You know
Wait,
what
I just asked him a question. He just brought something up. I asked him a question. You're
calm
already
down.
diverting before I even finished asking it. What's going on here?
Well,
Yeah,
so
so
do you
how
know
was
what? No. Do you know what refraction is?
Yes, yeah, dude. Do you? That's your claim. Define it. Define it. It's your claim. What is it?
It's the way light is bent. For example,
No,
if you shine a white light through a,
You're already wrong. Just stop.
He nailed it.
Dude, what?
Do you know?
Bro,
what
no.
refraction
Stop
is?
talking, everybody. Everybody stop talking. Friend, tell me what page you're reading from.
Am I friend?
I mean,
or is he friend? Wait, who are you talking to?
Are you the one reading from a page?
I'm the one that brought up the paper.
Okay, what page?
I posted it in chat. I'll resend it.
I mean, you could just tell me what page.
It's a direct link.
Well, I think at this point,
you could just tell me what page.
I think at this point you have to at least consider both options. Where maybe refraction is bending the light, but maybe it isn't. So you have two options there, and you kind of have to consider both now. At the very least. So
he doesn't even know what page he's reading from, though.
It's a web page. It's a one-page web page that's one long page, basically. Paragraph or anything like that? Like, where are you reading specifically in the page itself? Middle, beginning, end?
At the very top.
Okay.
But it's kind of got two arguments here. With the
or like right below the pictures at the very top.
So they're telling a story. Why don't you tell it to us?
Anyway, PDF readers have a page number as you scroll. I mean, I don't know. I would say it's not rocket science, but that's kind of.
So can you even accept that
it's only one page?
There's a picture from the page. It's basically saying the light's bending in some way over the Earth. But is it bending at 8 inches per mile squared over the Earth?
What?
No.
I don't see that. Where do I see that?
It's a Space Center link.
You can get the general gist of it based off of the captions and photos they put on it. I put it at 1:53 after the hour. It's just basically saying the light's going to bend over the Earth, essentially.
That you telling me that page right there? My goodness, dude. All right, never mind, friends. I'll look through the PDF and find the page.
Toxic. So the laser could be bending or it could not be bending. Like there's two options, right?
Yeah.
Is that all the information that they gave?
That was the information I wanted from this page. I didn't read the whole thing.
Oh, you didn't read the whole thing. You only just got the information you wanted. Gee, no wonder why I was asking what page, so I could validate the context.
I mean, the rest of the page is just more in context detail, and some of it at the bottom is even just historical evidence.
Okay, friend. What page?
Would somebody like to read all of it out?
Dude, I'll put everyone on mute. I'll put everyone on mute and I'll read the entire thing. How about that?
Okay.
Yeah, no, that sounds boring as heck, bro.
Look, there's two options, and he's at very least got to consider two options here. So, can you do that?
Yes, and so did the people who did these tests, and the tests progressed. That's why you got to. I mean, good grief.
I can read it. Stop me if you wish, but I can read it. Do laser tests prove the Earth is flat? It seems like a simple, reliable test. Point a leveled laser across a long, flat surface, such as a large body of water, and see if it stays the same height above the surface. If the Earth is flat, the laser beam will stay at the same height. If the Earth is a globe, the laser beam should get steadily higher above the surface as Earth's curvature causes the surface to drop away below it. On a flat Earth, you might expect a level laser beam to stay the same distance above the ground. On a curved Earth, you might expect a level laser beam to increase its distance above the ground. In reality, it's not that simple. The light path depends on environmental factors. Over the years, many tests have been conducted to determine how far into the distance it is possible to see a laser at ground level, and whether this fits best with a globe Earth or a flat Earth model. Unfortunately, these tests often have wildly different results that appear to be contradictory. Some show a laser beam apparently staying at the same height, implying that the Earth is flat. Imagine that. Others appear to show the laser disappear below the horizon as expected on the globe Earth model. These discrepancies can be explained by understanding two things. Atmospheric refraction bends light, number one. Number two, laser beams get wider the further they travel. These are real phenomena. Anyone can see that laser beam spread out over a distance, although it's hard to measure exactly. And that refraction happens when light travels through a medium of varying density. Indeed, atmospheric refraction is a known problem in many fields. Surveyors must minimize and account for refraction. Sailors navigating by the sky avoid stars that are too close to the horizon because their positions are distorted by refraction. It is therefore surprising how many laser level experiments do not account for these issues. If you watch a long range laser experiment that doesn't even mention atmospheric refraction or beam divergence, the experiment is incomplete, and it's safe to assume the experimenter doesn't really know how to conduct this type of research. Light rays are usually bent towards the surface of a large body of water.
Okay, let me pause you for a second.
Yes.
What are you reading from the FE core document?
Hell no. I'm reading the thing that he gave in response.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow. That might have been juicy to know at the beginning, my friend. I mean, the other guy is who I'm speaking to right now.
Oh no, he put something in the chat at the dude that whose thing I'm reading. He put something in the chat at let me see what time. Toxic Vold at 1:52 about 5 minutes ago. HTTP:// Space Center NZ resources fact solar system Earth flat laser test HTML.
Absolutely. So what we learned from all that is that there are real world conditions, correct, that could cause the beam to be either expanded or deviated, right?
Yeah.
So now he has to take those principles and scrutinize the data of the FE core. Or he could just say, well, light refracts, therefore I don't need to go any further. You can't just have a principle that, something happens, therefore it did happen.
It is sort of like begging the question, saying something happens when you might not have gathered enough data. Perhaps the Earth is just flat and the light beam isn't bending for anything.
Absolutely. So let me read this page 58 to 59 of the FE core. Refraction calculation of third measurement. The lake temperature was 7.6 Celsius. The air was 10.8 Celsius. Ambient conditions showed the refractive indexes were about the same at the two sides of the lake. The difference in temperature was marginal. The level of humidity decreases as you rise in altitude. Angle of incidence, theta 1, 0.0047 degrees. Refractive index calculation based on the modified Eldon equation, n equals 1.00024567, 45 nanometers, 10.8 centimeters, 76%. Blobbity, blobbity, blah. You getting the point yet, homie? Angle of refraction is calculated with Snell's law at sine over 2 equals n1 times sine to the 1 divided by n2, 0.4 degrees. Angle of deviation, 0.00000015 degrees. Therefore, we concluded that the ambient conditions refracted the laser beam downward by a whopping 0.329 millimeters.
Does that sound like 8 inches per mile squared? I can't tell.
Okay, yep. Latitude, longitude, GPS ellipsoid height, geoid height, the target, the latitude, longitude, etc., etc., etc. So now, and the thing that Lemon just read is that if they don't take this into account, they're not performing the experiment or test with proper scrutiny. And here they give you the data of them doing just that. Okay, so just saying a word, okay, is not a logical defeater.
And Googling some kind of
defeater.
And Googling some kind of rebuttal before you've even read the paper, it's not going to work either. Like, read the paper and then argue. Why not?
Yeah, my friend, Metabunk is never going to help you understand for yourself anything.
0.000032 millimeters over what, 25 miles? That's pretty flat.
Oh, I don't know. It sounds pretty close to 320 feet or whatever it was.
Good morning, everyone. Yeah, I wanted to say that laser test has been verified by governmental experts. in Hungary, where they perform these engineers, they perform these tests. And the engineers have been verified by governmental experts.
It's cool. Do they put out anything? Any photos or videos or whatever of them doing it?
Yeah, the Lake Balaton laser test. You can find that on the internet. You can search for it. Yeah.
Tudsz beszélni magyarul?
No, I don't speak. Sorry.
Oh, I'm gonna cry.
Can you type it in chat or something? Just so I don't know how to spell it.
Lake Balaton laser test.
Yeah, my two guy friends.
It's Peloton. P-E-L-A-T-O-N. P-E-L-A-T. Peloton.
Bro, dude, it's not the freaking cycle that you do exercises on.
Balaton. I've been there in person, so yeah.
Right, so you'd be interested in watching the hour-long plus documentary about this whole shenanigans, wouldn't you?
Absolutely not. No.
Oh, so you actually really don't give a crap about this topic?
Well, no, I just don't think that I would want to. I just don't think that I would want to watch a 1 hour long documentary.
Okay,
this is interesting, but you didn't finish the entire article. So why should I finish the video?
He finished it off. You're just afraid that we're right. You're afraid that we're right, but
that's gaslighting.
Oh my god!
Yeah, but
your argument is that I didn't finish an article about the mainstream status quo narrative that I've had in my life ad infinitum into the past. I mean, get real, bro.
Look up the first whatever it's called.
It's over, man.
The Lake Balaton laser test, the first one.
It's all over.
One more thing,
man.
Buster.
You can't even form a sentence about this. Like, do you really think that you're going to win an argument?
Well,
why do you think it's valid to make fun of people for something like that?
I'm just telling you, you don't know what you're talking about, and I'm not really making fun of you. It's just a fact. You're green to this. You just got here. This is stuff that we just showed you. You know, you're not going to be able to argue with it just like that.
Well, I mean, we're trying to see if the Earth is curving down and away from a straight standard like a laser. If not these laser tests, then what? Are the Globers just going to keep crying refraction? Okay, how much refraction? I mean, are they trying to invalidate the laser test by what? Saying that they perfectly match the curvature of the Earth. Okay, then what evidence, if any, can prove that the Earth is curving down and away from a straight standard, if any? I mean, that's going to need some,
none. The answer is none, Lemon.
There's soul searching.
Lemon, the answer is none, and thus it's unfalsifiable, and therefore not worthy of merit as a proposition, because it's unfalsifiable in principle. So, in other words, that can just be dismissed summarily.
Can the young man, really quick, that we're speaking with, can you, I challenge you to close the private chat you have with your coach and genuinely, from your own knowledge, answer one of our questions. Thank you.
I do not have a private coach. I can stream my screen if you want me to.
Don't do that. There might be doxable details. The main thing is just take a look at the laser test. We can just simplify it. Either there's 8 inches per mile squared of curvature or there isn't. And if there's 8 inches per mile squared of curvature down and away from a straight standard like a line of sight, maybe it's a ball. If not, maybe it's flat. That's simple. So if something is 10 miles away from you, square it. That's 100. And multiply it times 8 inches. You can even make it more simple than that. 8 inches is 8 out of 12 inches for a foot, or 0.66. 0.66 feet. 0.66 times 100. Move that decimal place over 2 places. There you go. 66 feet of curvature expected for at least 10 miles away. Roughly.
Yeah. And let's also be clear, friend, that neither did you read that entire thing that you posted and used as rhetoric, to say, oh, you didn't read my whole thing.
I wasn't the one that posted it.
Well, then whoop-de-doo. Whoever posted it. Doesn't matter anyway.
All right, next.
The crux of the entire argument in that thing that was posted was that there's real factors that go beyond ideal geometry, and they must be taken into account. Duh. Okay, so if you're satisfied with a buzzword being the sufficient answer for why these tests demonstrably show that there's no hump of Earth curve in the way by 2 orders of magnitude, I mean, if that's satisfactory to you, you know, Bob's your uncle. Go for it.
I just had a question about the sextant, if anyone knew much about that.
Yeah, I'm celestial navigating right now.
It appears to work over a flat plane. Can you make your question more specific?
Well, I get it, yeah, like it's got to be over a flat plane, but don't the globies put their flat triangle, the baseline, on top of a curve? Is that like, I'm just trying to see where it goes
They have to have
wrong.
a tangent point, right, to draw a straight line on top of the ball, right? And the tangent point would be their geometric horizon, which they don't have. So there's that.
Yeah. But isn't the straight
horizon to draw a tangent to it?
But isn't the straight line coming from the sextant to the horizon, like not the Earth itself?
The horizon that's not geometric, right? That would be their tangent point in that scenario. So they don't have a tangent point, therefore they don't have a tangent line. So no sphere.
But how could the horizon not be the Earth itself? Think about it.
I'm just saying, like, the baseline of the triangle is it's coming from the sextant, the instrument, to the horizon, not from, the bottom of your feet.
Supposedly.
What? No, that's not true. Before you begin, you must baseline. You must create a baseline. So whatever you do with the horizon, you then must account for your eye height and dip angle, which flatlines your baseline. So in other words, you have a step where you essentially create a parallel with the ground.
So if you're like doing it on top of a building, you'd account for that, or?
Yes.
Yes, you must equalize out the height of the building. So if you're on a 100-foot tall building, you do some negative math and you end up theoretically on the ground.
All right. Yeah, I've looked a little bit into it, and you get the angle, and then you draw a zenith from the star down to the ground. Something like that. I've looked a little bit into it.
Yeah, the zenith is perpendicular to the horizon line.
Yeah. So the zenith is coming down to meet the
DP.
Angle of elevation, yeah, from the horizon.
All right. I'm just trying to think in the globies' mind, like, because
well, you do have to factor out height of eye, because that's the thing that they try to use to reify the globe with. They say that the height of eye, the dip angle, right, is caused by the horizon dropping away from you, the same horizon that should be at 1.225 miles times the square root of the observer height in feet, but is way further. So it's just height of eye. The dip angle is just caused by how high above sea level you are.
All right, but it's still like I guess like they're in their mind, they're drawing an imaginary triangle on top of a curved surface. Is that what they're thinking? I don't know how.
No, they're drawing a triangle that's imaginary on top of an imaginary curved surface.
Yeah.
It's all imaginary, bro.
But I guess in their mind, they think it's curving, so they would be thinking they're drawing a straight triangle on top of a curved surface. So, I don't know. Getting all technical.
And just tell them to show you their geometric horizon. Their tangent point. Then it's back to the black swan.
Yeah, definitely. I totally agree with all that. I'm just trying to think how they're thinking about it.
If they try to corner you on dip angles, just tell them to put the sextant right at sea level. See what happens to their dip angle. It's just height of eye.
So dip angle is the adjustment for the horizon?
For the height of eye above sea level. So the horizon does dip a little bit below your eye level, right?
Yeah, so let's do an experiment. Let's all do an experiment together, okay? I want you to stand up, okay? I want you to look up until you don't see the ground. I want you to look up until you don't see the ground. Then I want you to look down. Right now the ground is in your field of view. Now I want you to look down at the ground. So your head is tilted. Now your head's at an angle off horizontal, right? So basically what this proves is that things that are below you are below you. Follow that?
Yeah, and you have to move your eye downwards.
I was standing.
Yeah, the ground's below you. Sea level's below you.
Yeah.
Well, unless your eyeballs are right at sea level.
I guess the other thing I was thinking of, because you have to draw the 3 circles to get your position. It's like, what map are they using to draw those 3 circles? Like, because they wouldn't be doing it on it's not like they got a globe on the ship that they're drawing those circles on. Like, they would have a flat map or something, or. If you kind of get what I'm saying.
Well, yeah, they draw it on a projection. Okay. Whether it's a flat map or a globular representation, they're all projections.
Yeah.
So in other words, they draw it on a model interpretation. There you go. There's the answer.
All right, yeah.
So if that model interpretation happens to look like a globe, it doesn't necessarily mean that the Earth is a globe. You can use modelic transforms to, map things in any coordinate system.
So you're saying, you can skew the map any which way you want it, with distance and size.
Yeah, for whatever purposes you need, bro. You can tailor it to whatever purposes you need.
All right. Yeah, I just heard a lot. I've heard a lot on the sextant topic. I just had those few thoughts. Is that kind of like the latest on the flat Earth arguments? I don't know. Has any other new information come around, or new arguments, new debates?
Oh yeah, there's a new information out there. Military did a laser test, 120 kilometers.
Oh yeah,
multi-wavelength. So basically, different colors. Not congruent with the globe model.
Cool. Yeah, I was listening.
And it was professional. It was professionals at university, and I believe Boeing was involved in setting it up.
All right, cool. What do you say? They shot it over 100 miles or something?
Well, 120 kilometers, whatever that is in miles.
That's
I don't know off the top of my head.
It's like 70, 80.
70, 80 miles, yeah.
Yeah, I was listening to military people on the radar on the ships and how they used to look at things over 100 miles away. And it's not until they got out of the military and came across flat Earth and they're like, oh my God, yeah, like I was seeing things 100 miles away and blah, blah, blah.
Yep, don't make no sense, does it?
Well, these clowns, they will tell us that the radio waves are bouncing back from the ionosphere into your radar, from the target.
That's it. And there's a counter argument with every argument. Hey?
Yeah. So to see something 100 miles far away with a radar, that radio wave is going into the sky, into the ionosphere, and is bouncing back to your radar.
Straight back to you.
Yeah. That's how they work.
And many times,
straight there, straight back. Yeah, no problem.
Yeah.
Many times, how they prove these propositions is they map it out on what it would look like on a horizontal plane, and they say, "Oh, well, that can't be true because we already know the Earth's a globe." So then they just bend it into a circle and say, "Well, that's what happened."
Well, that's it. They need their excuse to keep the ball alive, kind of thing. And I find a lot. I'm like, okay, you could be right, but there's still those two options. It could be flat or it could be round. Like, you got to at least consider both options, which most unfortunately don't.
Yeah, that's why they use refraction, like a little blanket. They sleep with that little blanket,
It's got to be refraction. There's no other way. But it's just being like intellectually dishonest with yourself. I know it's just being dishonest with yourself, and it's just I just can't see how you can do that to yourself. Like it's really weird. Unless they're like trolls or something. I don't know. It's just very weird.
I mean, who knows, dude? But they tried to say that bridges take Earth curve into account. That was obliterated into incoherent black hole. And he said that, this article which says you need to take refraction into account in order for your measurement to be taken seriously, and then you read where the guys took it into account, and they're just like, well, I just won't bother reading the rest of that since I think I know where it's going. The conclusion at the end will probably say, therefore we conclude the Earth does not conform to the WGS-84 model. It can't possibly be the sphere that they claim. So since I know that's coming, I just won't get there by just not reading the rest of it.
Yeah, it's a pick
if I didn't read it, it didn't happen.
What was the other day? They were saying to me, you can't measure the curve through an optical device, and then I'm like, and then they show me the geodetic surveys. And then I'm like, well, how do they measure the curve? And it's through an optical device. So it's like, we can't use an optical device, but they can use an optical device. Like, this is weird.
Yeah, refraction never is a problem for them. They don't have to take it into account. Because you see, the reason why they don't have to take it into account is because they know that refraction, right? Being a sentient entity will always steer itself into the observer's eye. Like they could just walk around and it's like their eyes are absorbing these heat-seeking laser beams of light. It's like, ooh, I just suck in these globe observations. Ooh, there they come. They're hitting me in the eye every time. Exactly the right amount of refraction, no matter what.
On the applications, they get to swipe that refraction bar all the way to the right. Extreme refraction.
Yeah, we found out the other day that extreme refraction goes up to like 40 million mile radius.
Yeah, I was playing around with that thing. Yeah, you just bend it to any which way you want to. So
yeah, exactly. It's almost like feeling down. Life got you bummed. Don't worry, just slide that slider left and right until the globe is the right size.
Relative refraction, that's the new definition.
Because, they always come back to me like, oh, well, do you know the temperature of the water and the air? And then I'm like, well, do you know the temperature? Like, to get a refraction accurate reading, you would need, like, what, the density and air temperature like every 20 meters or something? Like,
yeah, but you see, you don't have a temperature uniformly distributed into a gas.
That's exactly right. I was just going to say, what you have to do is then go to every single horizon, however close, however far, and demonstrate, uniformity in the conditions necessary to make curved lines look as straight as possible. It's unreal that they think that genuine people who have critical thinking skills would actually believe something like that most of their lives. It's strange.
I'm just thinking it like a testing way. Like if you just set up some circles that you zoom through with a camera, and your target say 10 miles, and every mile you would have in those circles would read the temperature and air density within that circle. Like, would that kind of be feasible? Or?
Yeah, these pockets of temperature difference create all sorts of distortions. For example, like in the Black Swan, when you look at the crane, you can see it's distorted, the image in that specific location.
That's caused by heat venting.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
That's not ambient atmospheric refraction. That's direct causation from the platform, because the platform vents heat.
That's what I'm saying. Like if you got a target 10 miles away and you're looking through like, and at every mile you put a circle, and you have like some kind of reader that reads the temperature and air density in that circle that you're looking through,
Dude, and who needs to do that? Us or them? Because so far all they do is they just go on Bisland's calculator or any other such Earth curve calculator, and they say this is the refraction curvature of light that's needed if this observation is true. Therefore, this refraction exists. Where's the validated data from the field?
Yeah, exactly. That's my point with this whole test and the circles and trying to get more data. Because if they're like, oh no, it's 30 degrees, and you go, nah, it says here that it was 20 degrees. Like,
Indio has some very good papers on these heat pockets in the air. It's some sort of military research. Those papers are very good.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. You can ask him for it or just search them in the server. They must be here.
And what's the gist of the test they did? The long distance observation or?
Yeah, it's talking about how we see things through air, like military research explains. Yeah. And those papers also say that whenever we talk about long distance observations, there's no refraction involved in it, It has nothing to do.
Well, then why does the crane bend on the Black Swan photo?
I just told you.
Yeah, they have air conditioners which are blowing heat,
All right, in the military test.
Yeah.
And I think that's it. Like the refraction does exist, but to the extent of bending over 300 feet of curvature, like it's just getting a bit ridiculous.
Mm. Well, it can't, because refraction happens when you have two mediums, like air and water, yeah, or glass and air. And when we talk about observations over the oceans or over the land, we are not looking through two mediums, different mediums. Only when we look at the fish in the water,
Yeah.
When you're next to a lake and there are fish in that pond, that's when you are prone to refraction.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
And
the fish is at a different location than what you see.
That's it. And I just love how they always go to the black swan and point out the crane and stuff when there's like hundreds and hundreds of other photos of black swans.
Yeah.
So it's
Pretty much every photo that has a horizon in it, it's a black swan actually.
Yeah.
All right, so I posted that one paper there.
Nice.
Or that one test anyway. I don't know if it's I guess it is in a paper format, or at least a PDF anyway.
Oh, cool. Thanks.
Oh man, and this was the dual. Oh yeah, the multi-beam, coherent multi-beam, atmospheric something or other, jibbity joo, blabbity blabbity. Based on the principle, right? So they want to test lasers and the ranging, and so they're using the multi-colored beams to be able to determine the path that the beams take, or at least the divergence or the differential placement at the end, because each beam has its own rate of refraction because it's a different wavelength of light. So they'll be able to have some determinations of things when they see whether the beam hit the target or was separated.
And guess why the military prefers infrared technology for long distance observations, infrared imagery.
I know it cuts through the haze or something.
Oh, it's the least refractive.
Yeah.
They say it's the refraction index for infrared light is almost negligible. So
yeah. So it's negligible, right? But somehow it brings mountains up from under a mile of hidden height they're supposed to be hidden by.
Yeah.
While simultaneously they argue, against it for closer observations. It's so ridiculous.
Yeah, all these targeting systems, they use infrared technology. So.
Well, you need a radius value too.
Radius.
Do radio waves bend, or are they straight, or?
Oh man, radio waves they also diverge.
Yeah.
They don't go in a straight line, except microwaves. Those are like collimated.
Because I just read about back in the day, some dude did it over 2,000 kilometers or something, and
yeah. Also,
dude, back in the day, he did 10,000 miles.
10,000, Jesus.
Yeah, and London to Sydney.
10,000 miles.
Yeah. Early 1900s.
Yeah, I think I saw the picture of not the receiver. What's the to begin with, the transmitter, and it's just like this massive aerial. I think it was like 5 stories high or something, even bigger.
Yeah, and it takes a lot of power to broadcast a signal over that distance.
Yeah. So what was the globe answer? What's the globe answer? They draw it out flat and they say, "Wait a minute, this wouldn't work." And so then they just take the paper, and crumple it up into a ball and say, "Ah, now it works."
Yeah.
Bounced off the ionosphere.
Yeah, they say there is a fire above, and radio waves are bouncing back from the fire, So if you make a fire next to an antenna, you can't receive a signal anymore.
Fire. What fire is it bouncing back from? From the sun?
I don't know. They say it's a fire in the sky. Yeah. Ionosphere. Yeah.
Ionosphere.
An invisible fire.
What's the other day? I looked at how they get the distance to the moon with the laser, and they shoot like millions. I don't know if it's not photons. But
oh yeah, and you have the probability that one photo is coming back. Yeah.
Yeah.
Probability.
They get one back, and they're like, "Yes, the distance."
Yeah.
Dude, we analyzed one of those articles about that, and it basically is that send a bunch of somehow, categorized photons, right? And then they have a receiver that's just searching for any photon that matches.
Yeah.
Right. So in the whole spectrum of things going on, they're gonna get some kind of hit, and all they have to do is just only accept them if they come back within a certain time window, a predetermined expectation of the time window, and so the alarm goes off on the machine, and they just say, "Oh, look, we did it."
Oh my god, so crazy.
So it's kind of like similar with the one that was searching for the gravity waves. It's like all of a sudden, I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly, it was this one where they were going to be have their funding cut because they hadn't really discovered anything, and then all of a sudden, wow, we discovered something.
Yeah, because the little bleep on the screen in USA matched the one in England or something, or they got the same reading, and that was just all fun. It was kind of weird because I heard they upgraded the software, and then all of a sudden they got matching little.
Oh yeah, they upgraded the software. It's kind of like when I tried to upgrade the software at my bank to have more money in my account.
Well, it's convenient to get funding.
Definitely, and if you're working on that for 5-10 years, and then all of a sudden your lifestyle and your paychecks threatened, then you're going to come up with something.
Yeah.
But other thing I was thinking was, how we zoom in onto stars with our P900s and all that, and then we have these other telescopes that are massive, like 3 stories high. These observatories. It's like, what the hell are they seeing? If we can, look at stars with our P900s. And so what I did, I went to I Googled like observatories. Is that the right word? The observatory. And I was trying to look at photos of what they were seeing, and all their images were like blurry and just not. It's just all weird. I couldn't get a clean cut photo of the stars. And so
Yeah, crisp like NASA. Only NASA has those crisp images of planets and stars.
Yeah, so I'd love that. Like, we zoom in on a star and it's like doing the cymatic frequency thing, and so I'd love to see the massive telescope zoom in on the same.
What you need is the software update.
Yeah.
Then you get the crisp images.
Actually, they have implemented this technology in smartphones. For example, there are these apps like Skyview, or and when you point your phone camera to a star, the phone has a database with these CGI images, and is pulling up that image of that star or planet, and it shows it to you, because obviously the phone camera does not have the necessary zoom to actually see that planet as is.
Well, it shows you a NASA image.
Yeah. Those CGI images of planets.
But they're gonna start bringing that in as proof.
Yeah, and it shows you also the orbit line, and the names, etc. So.
Yeah, when I first saw because I was looking at the cymatics a bit, and then when I saw that for the first time, I was just like, "Oh my god!" Like, it blew me away.
Yeah, we can make you see what we want. That's it. We can make any trick, like something real inside your phone. The crystal ball.
But just when I was looking at all this, cymatics and people in water and all that, I know, and then they showed the stars, like I know, like everything just clicked and made sense.
Yeah, and this thing is coming from these observatories, because when you go to an observatory and you pay to have a look in the sky, you point that telescope to a star or a planet, whatever, and once you are pointed there, you will see for a split second, the real stuff, like what you see through the telescope, but then they can project a CGI image in that telescope, and that's what you will see, a CGI image inside the telescope, and it looks like you're zooming in crazy, like crazy into that planet. Yeah.
What I saw one dude was he has to go request a certain observation, and then it takes 2 weeks or something to get it's all this, so many hoops to jump through there. Yeah, it's just very interesting.
For example, they take pictures of the sky, with the telescope, and then you look at a certain date and time. You look through that telescope, and you can also project in that telescope the image from yesterday, and you will see tiny differences, like how much stars have moved and stuff. But you're not seeing the past, you only see a picture that you took 2 days ago, and you just overimpose them.
Yeah. That's because when they talk about we can measure the distance with parallax, but they never show the images or calculations. It's just yep, we can do it.
True. It's imaginary.
Because that's my first question. It's like, okay, well, what are you looking at to, what are you looking at to get this parallax distance? Like, just I had a good look around and just could not find anything.
Yeah, parallax is something very well defined. Go ahead.
They do the parallax. Is they measure it at a certain time of year, and then they wait till 6 months later when supposedly the Earth has displaced itself, and then they take another measurement and they add that displacement as part of the angle differential.
Yeah.
So let me ask you this question. Isn't that a presuppositional framework?
That's it. Yes, it's believing you're on a sphere and all that stuff in the first place.
Yeah.
Where like the other option is the stars could just be moving, could have a little bit of a wobble to it or something.
Exactly.
Well, also, doesn't the first measurement come from they assumed that Venus was the same size as the Earth, and that's how they got the distance and the size to the sun. So everything is based off Venus being the same size as Earth. So everything after that is bullshit.
Pretty much. And then just go off into the maths equations till infinity.
Yeah, I just find that really strange. Oh yeah, I think that light up in the sky there is the same size as the Earth. Let's base all our mathematics on that. Yes, do it, yes.
I guess one thing that still gets me is the southern star rotation and how, because of it's like a dome above us and, could it be perspective but then wouldn't the southern stars just be skimming this, if you're looking south, the stars would be skimming the horizon, not doing like a circular pattern.
Yeah, but your vision works in a dome anyway. So whether you think there's a dome or not, then your vision's still going to work in a kind of a circular pattern. So if you're facing south, you're going to see them rise up, get to a peak, and then as they head west, you're going to see them go down. So it's going to look like it's going in a circle. Most of those star rotation photographs are taken with a wide-angle lens as well. So they're always going to show a different kind of rotation. It's weird. It is weird, but that's what I think happens anyway.
Right. You also got some assumptions. You got some assumptions built in there, which is like that the dome, that if the stars were on a dome, that the dome would be reaching the ground with the stars in a relatively close location to where it would be visible from the southern hemisphere boundary. Okay, you don't need to make that. You could just say that it's greater than that. And so the projection has more field of view to work with. However, you're also making the error that it's a ubiquitous star field, meaning contiguous, and that it's not two separate things. How do you know there's one? Could be two, could be multiple, could be triplicate. In fact, there's a guy goes by Flat Earth Philosophy. You can go watch his videos right now. Flat Earth Philosophy. He solved the problem, so, in his view, by creating an inner donut and an outer donut in a toroidal fashion, where the northern stars are on the inner donut, the southern stars are on the outer donut, and there's a meeting place where they meet that goes all the way down. And so he basically used sort of like a reflective technique to say, okay, so this point reflects to that point, right? By having two parts working together rather than one whole star field where all the stars are doing the same thing, and you try to say, how does that work with all these differential observations? So he just solved the problem limited by a star field. I could have.
Yeah, it makes more sense because yeah, I believe in the torus and all that. So if it's something to do with the torus, then
there you go. Go watch his video about that. It might be hard to find a specific one because I'm not sure how he titles them, but inner toroid, outer toroid, and that's where he maps the stars to. So it wouldn't be hard to find.
What's his name again?
Flat Earth Philosophy. I think he's. He might be Australian or British. He's got an accent. Maybe Australian.
Cool. I'll look it up.
It's an older man, white hair, Australian, Flat Earth Philosophy. Can't miss him.
We don't have an accent. You guys have got an accent.
Because yeah, I've heard that one where the southern stars are mirroring the northern stars, and a few other explanations. I think it'd be good, have an explanation and then try and model it up in a 3D software, and try and get a better understanding.
Well, Dr. Zach did some modeling 6 years ago. He modeled the ubiquitous star field above a flat plane. And of course, it gave you weird observations that didn't match reality. And then he added what was essentially, a perspective effect. And then it kind of made the stars look like similar to what we see.
All right. Because I think that it's a powerful tool, 3D software, to try and model stuff up and get a better understanding. So it's just so interesting. Just trying to figure it out, because that's what we're all trying to do, is just trying to figure out what's going on, what we're in, and what's going on.
Also, with the stars, you got to be prepared to concede that you may never work it out. We don't know what they're doing, how they're acting, what's up there. We don't know any of it, and why it seems to look like that in the south and in the north. So, if you don't know, you don't know, and that's okay. I definitely don't know.
That's it, yeah. If you do 3D model it all up and it looks all the same, but yeah, the question is, is that really what's going on? And yeah, I think we'll never know. But at least we can try. So we can just try to understand.
Yeah, I'm going to look into this flat Earth philosophy. I'm going to have a look at this toroid because if the Earth's magnetic, so electromagnetic, so, and then everything produces a toroid. So I think that if we look more into that, could give some type of explanation.
Was I looking the other day, the electrical field in the air, atmospheric electrical field or something? Have you seen that?
Electrostatic voltage potential. These are the most advanced radar systems capable to detect any stealth technology flying in the sky.
This
The
one
Russians
was
radars. Yeah.
This one was harnessing because the higher you go up, the more voltage it is, and
Yeah.
and this city was harnessing that. So it had these like massive poles with a point on the top, and they'd go up into the air, and harness the energy out of the air. It's like this city. And everywhere, all the street lights have like these poles on top of them, and all these buildings have these poles on top of them. And it's kind of interesting.
And all elements of nature, they have a electrostatic property. And there are no neutral, to electrostatics force.
No neutral, just positive and negative.
Yeah, elements which have no electrostatic charge. They don't exist, All elements of nature, they have a electrostatic property to them. That's the funny thing. Gases, liquids, solids, you name it.
True.
What city was that? Is that a modern day one, or is it like ancient photos of one?
Yeah, modern day.
Yeah. Where was that?
I'm trying to think of the name. I forget, but it's like it was all made out of marble. It was all like white. The whole.
Is it like an Indian country, an Indian city, or is it? Can you remember the country?
Give me 1 minute. It's in my Facebook thingies. Give me 1 minute.
Stress.
Yeah, it's a really good video, and the chick goes on about the higher you get, the more voltage, and then it's a really good video.
Because that's essentially how the Tesla Tower worked, wasn't it?
Not too sure, because these ones have a point. So what they do is it's like a massive pole going into the atmosphere, and it's got a point on it, like a sharp point, and you got to have that sharp point to condense the electricity into it or something. Like the sharper the point is, the more condensed the electricity. I'm probably explaining this real bad, but
no, that's all right. And what's the top made out of? Copper?
Not too sure on that. I think something that would, be good with transmitting electricity.
Because it's the same idea as how the old cathedrals are built. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at. Yeah, look at all the old school buildings, and especially at the Catholic.
Are you in Melbourne?
I'm like south of Canberra.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, all the old school buildings, the church buildings, I started looking at them, and they all got points on them.
Yeah, they've also got some weird stuff on the side that look like have you seen like modern capacitors? It's really strange. Got these like knobs on the side of on the spires. Have you noticed that? Anyone?
Nah. What? Uncapacitor, like
what about dog rights?
What?
You guys heard that song before?
No.
What about dog rights? Never heard that?
No.
Because animals have rights too,
And men can get pregnant too.
No.
What?
You haven't heard that one?
No, I haven't.
No.
Haven't you seen Arnold Schwarzenegger? What? You don't know that guy?
Do you say the N
Oh,
word?
yeah. He got pregnant. What?
Yeah.
You said,
Oh, Arnold. Oh, I thought you just blurted out the N word.
no.
I thought you were being racist or something like that.
No, there was none of that going on.
Yeah, I'm just fucking with you, man.
So many women loved that movie.
What was it called? And it's him on the cover, and he's pregnant. Yeah.
Listen, when I saw that movie, it was a really bad day. It was a really bad day for me. Because, like, listen, I grew up thinking Arnold was just the man. Wanted to be just like him. And then that happened. I haven't recovered.
That's a deep trauma. A scar.
Well, so you didn't want to follow him and go out and get pregnant?
No, I didn't.
Hey, Glatt, you can idolize the baby.
Well, did we get to see the baby in the film? Was the baby like? Did we get to see the child of Arnold Schwarzenegger himself, and who's the daddy?
I think it looked like Danny DeVito.
Did it really? Yeah, that would make sense. Oh, so was it twins with Danny DeVito?
Yeah, I think they were in a few movies together, but yeah. Twins.
Yeah.
I'm still trying to think of the name of that one where he's pregnant.
I can't think of it either. And if it's Mandela affected, well, that'd be funny, wouldn't it? Like that movie never existed. We're here talking about it. Uh-oh. Somebody call CERN.
It was funny that CERN came on the news the other day, and my missus turned around and she goes, "What the fuck are they doing there? Banging particles together? Why are they doing that?" I said, "I don't know. I got no idea. But they're spending a lot of money."
Oh shit, that's funny as fuck. Yeah, people are like, I'm like, what are they doing? They're like, oh, they're trying the Higgs boson and the God particle and I'm saying, yeah, but like, what are they doing? For real? Like, you're not trying. Listen, you got one of the most expensive things happening underground that at least the public knows about, and y'all ain't figured out what you doing yet. You feel me?
And they're trying to find a mysterious particle that they think might exist. What a crock of shit!
Hey, oh, it's just the best. It's the best comedy.
Oh, maybe this thing exists. Let's search for it.
I mean, props to him for coming up with a story that everybody would just brush off and say, "Yeah, that seems legit." Go ahead, guys. Go ahead, Switzerland. Let's see what's up. Fuck it.
More money laundering.
Exactly. Exactly right.
Why did they give a Nobel Prize to that guy anyway? To Higgs boson?
Because that person came up with an award-winning distraction for scientism freaks.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was an award for literature, wasn't it? Science fiction.
Oh man, yeah, it's like your book opened the minds of billions to what?
Whoa.
We never know, but their minds were open to it.
Yeah, their minds are fucking gaping. Holy.
Wouldn't that be good though? Just come up with a story and then get millions and millions of dollars for it. Sorry, go ahead.
Billions. They spend billions for certain.
Can I hear your guys' argument on flat Earth? Like why the Earth is flat, please?
Oh, what questions have you got, man? Why do you think the Earth is a globe?
Sorry, 1 sec, Timbo.
Really, what I think, like,
sorry,
I'm thinking that fucking there's so many things that they have to contribute the Earth's fucking roundness to, like when you shoot a bullet. My bad. When you shoot a bullet, you have to take into account the fucking curvature of the Earth.
Do you?
Yes,
you line it up with the target and you hit it.
Can you put a citation on for that one?
Put a fucking citation in fucking.
Yeah, you just aim at the target and shoot. You're not like doing calculations for Earth curve drop.
Have you ever shot with a ball?
You have to calculate drop, and you have to calculate the curvature of the Earth.
Not the curvature, dude.
You have to calculate you have to calculate the wind. You have to calculate the curvature of the Earth. Yes,
the curvature. Why?
Yes, you do. You have to. Yes, you do. If you're shooting at a very long distance, you have to calculate the fucking curvature of the Earth.
Is the curvature a variable? Does it change or something like that? You just aim at the target.
Yeah.
I've been shooting my whole life, and never have I ever had to fucking calculate.
Dude, that is not how that works.
Dude, that's how that works. There's no curvature to account for. We've measured it.
Yeah, ballistics is a military science. It is very precise and well known. And ballistics, when you learn it in the military, you don't take into account any Coriolis or curvature drop.
1 second. I'm gonna go on Google because I know that this is true, to be honest.
No, listen. Google is not military science. Ballistics is a military science. So if you want to learn ballistics, the best place to go is a military academy. Okay? Not Google.
While you're Googling there as well, let's go. Do you ever experience the Earth moving, or?
Of course you can.
How do you do that?
Well, of course you can't feel the Earth fucking moving. What?
So how do you know it's moving?
How do you feel it moving?
So if you can't feel it moving, then why would you? Why would you say that you need to account for Coriolis when you're shooting a bullet?
1 second, hold on. Let me look this.
You don't experience it spinning around. That's a bit strange, isn't it?
And you would get used to it. Like if you were from a different planet,
have you ever sit in a merry-go-round? Have you ever been on a merry-go-round?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's not.
Listen, I haven't finished. Listen. Next question. While you were on the merry-go-round spinning, have you ever got used to the spin so you no longer feel it? That it pushes you outwards.
That's only minutes of being on a merry-go-round, bro. What?
You can make the merry-go-round spin for days. You can make it spin for days. Yeah, you put a motor, and you can spin it for days.
1 second.
Well, what's the point in talking about a spinning ball anyway, 4th Gen? You don't have any curvature to show us. balls have curvature, right? So you're going to need that curve measurement before you can move on to any of the other stuff.
Hold on,
Or
bro. You fucking distracting.
when you were driving, do you have a driving license?
Because the whole
Do you
point
have
here
a
is
driving
curvature. You're trying to
license?
go off into some red herring.
Yeah.
That's it. No curve.
Do you have a driving license? So when you drive your car, you taken so many turns with the car that you got used and you don't feel that you're taking a turn afterwards, right? Is that what you're saying?
No, he's just Googling stuff right now that he came in here to argue. Should have Googled it first, but he's doing it now.
Oh no, I wanted to hear your guys' argument because I was talking to Leo earlier, and he was like, "Oh, you just got to come in here and listen to them. They have some really good points and shit like that."
It's real simple.
You have
measure
to
the
ask
Earth-
the right question.
It's real
Let's
simple.
go ahead.
You
Go
measure
ahead.
the
Yeah,
Earth
yeah.
for curve, and it doesn't have any. We can show
Yeah.
you how that can be done.
Do you want to understand how often it's been that the globe math doesn't match reality
Yeah. So
in our experience?
yeah, you do have to take into account the Earth's rotation when you're shooting a bullet too.
There's no rotation.
Why would you have to do that? My question is, why would you have to do that? Do you know why you would have to do that?
Explain it.
No, I'm saying it's part of your model. I'm trying to ask you why would you have to take into account rotation of something under something?
What do you mean?
So you have two reference frames. Listen, you have two reference frames: the bullet itself and the ground beneath it. Right? Check this out. Snipers can shoot over miles and miles. Here's another one. Not just the snipers. This is impressive. Railguns, military railguns shoot an average of 100 miles. Okay, that's A to B, right? So if you look that up with using the globe math, and you plug in how much curvature drop, like how much drop there should be, buildings
And the rotation
were
of the Earth.
like,
And
no,
the rotation
I'm
of the Earth.
sorry. The rotation. No,
There should be almost 7,000 feet of drop at that distance.
that's the thing. So what I'm trying to tell you is that a bullet travels in a straight line, as does a railgun item,
A bullet
and
does not travel in a straight line.
So what it means is you have line of sight. Listen, you have line of sight. Yes. Well, no, a bullet eventually drops on its own because of the declination in speed and laser tag.
Yeah, because it loses speed. Hold on, I'm lagging.
Correct. I'm not talking about that. A to B, line of sight. Those are the words. Man, just let me finish. Line of sight are the three. Oh shit! Tell him to just look up line of sight. Tell him to look up line of sight.
No, you're good now.
Seems like he was having a lag there. He was answering the things that you said like a little bit before he answered.
Yeah.
Well, fourth gen, anyway, there's a bunch of different ways that you can disprove curvature. Like one of the ways is the horizon. Horizon has to be at a certain distance.
Oh yeah, unmute him. He doesn't have rolls.
What's that?
Unmute him. He doesn't have rolls.
Oh, he dropped.
Yeah, no problem. You can let him. We can address his questions, but let's take him through the 3 points questions. Bring him back.
All right, yeah, I'm here.
Right.
Good. What's your name, please? First.
Manny.
Look, the problem is very simple. But first, we need to establish that what you have in your head is either knowledge or belief. belief is something that you have no proof, evidence for that information, so it's not validated, but you choose to believe it because that's your wish, you know?
Yeah.
And okay, but the knowledge is information that is valid and it is verified or it's observed.
Okay, so
it's factual. Yeah.
oh, okay.
Now,
So
the first question. The first question is: do you know which man, who, and what time in history proved and how that the Earth is a ball curved? You don't know. Okay.
No.
No problem. Next question. Do you know which man discovered that the Earth is rotating and by which method?
No.
No. Good. Now, the third question. Can you have gas pressure without a container so that you can show us a direct violation of the second law of thermodynamics and to prove that actually the vacuum of space can exist adjacent to the air that we breathe?
I'm not sure what you mean.
Yeah, gas pressure without a container. Like I assume you have a car, yeah, and you have those wheels with tires, yeah, and the tires are a closed container. You pump air inside, it makes gas pressure inside, yeah, and that rubber is holding that gas pressure inside, so you can drive your car. Can you have that gas pressure around your wheel without the tires?
No.
No. Well, you haven't presented any valid information to prove that we live on a spinning ball, you know, with breathable air around it, uncontained.
If you think about it, it makes sense for it to be a sphere. If it makes sense for it to be a sphere if it was made from the Big Bang, right? So
that's working backwards.
Can I jump in here for a second,
if it was made, okay.
No,
So
hold on, Forrest.
everything, if
Chill for a second.
existence was made,
Forrest,
all right,
hold on, buddy.
Creation story.
Chill for a second. Listen, yeah. Well, I was just going to extend what Jeppy Jet was saying just a little bit further to ask you some simple questions. So, in order to have pressure, what needs to happen is my question to you.
It needs to have something around it. It needs to have.
I mean just pressure. I just mean pressure. Period. So we're talking about gas pressure, but I'm just talking about pressure. Period. In order to have pressure, one thing needs to press up against another thing. Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
All right. So we're in agreement on that. So the thing is water goes forwards, backwards, side to side, downwards. So a cup can hold water. The thing about gas is gas is omnidirectional. So in order to have gas pressure, it has to press off of something, and you can't have gas pressure or any kind of pressure by it pressing off of nothing. So what do they tell you is above your head? Do they tell you that there's something above your head, or do they tell you that there's nothing above your head?
They tell you it's a vacuum.
What? I'm sorry. I'm not getting where you're getting at. Like
what I'm saying is in order to have the gas pressure that you breathe, the gas that you breathe has to be pressing up against something, and it has to be pressing up against something in all directions, not just the ground and not just the walls of your house inside and out.
Yeah.
It's not just the ground. It has to be pressing up against something above your head and in front of you and behind you and to your left and your right. Potentially really far away from you, most likely thousands of miles. We don't know how far. but it has to be pressing up against a physical barrier. Because if it wasn't pressing up against a physical barrier,
not
you wouldn't
a
have
physical.
gas pressure to begin with.
It doesn't have to be a complete physical barrier.
Well,
it
then
can
that's
be.
what you got to show us.
It can be any.
Also,
It can be any. It can be any.
It can't be a vacuum.
Well, I mean,
Let me ask you, do you think it would make sense? Can you press off a vacuum? Let me ask you this. Can you press off of nothing? Let me ask you this simple question. Can you press off of nothing? A vacuum is nothing. It's a void of it's a void of everything. So can you press off of nothing is my question to you.
I can't.
No,
you can't.
No, you can't.
And we have to take it like, let's see what science says. The definition of gas pressure is the number of molecules collisions with the walls of the container. So in order to have gas pressure, you always need to have a closed container. It's a closed system. Only in a closed system you can have pressure, gas pressure. And what was the next one?
The only time it's claimed otherwise is with outer space, and that's the thing that's in question.
Yeah. So
that would be the atmosphere, wouldn't it be? That would be the atmosphere that is enclosing it.
Well, no, gases cannot contain gas.
Yes, it can.
No, show me.
Yes, you can put a gas that you can put a let's say so
just
let's
real
not
quick.
go off of gas. Let's
Real
talk
quick.
about
This is like saying that you could use gas to contain the air in your car tire.
Yes, because
Just have gas
there's
instead of
other if you're thinking about it on a massive scale, there is gases that repel other gases. You know that, right?
Okay, such as, and demonstrate.
I don't have it on fucking hand.
No, don't worry about it. Nobody
I'm
can
not into this
demonstrate
shit
that.
like crazy.
Nobody can demonstrate that. Nobody's ever demonstrated that. It's just a story that they say about things on massive scales where nothing can be demonstrated.
So yeah, which gases repel oxygen?
How would they demonstrate it? How would they demonstrate it? They would make a giant. Because they're not going to put all that. They're not going to put so much effort into demonstrating things to stupid people.
Well, why would they claim it?
It would be a lot of. It would be a lot of. It would be. It would be a lot of effort.
Come from if it's
it would
never
be a
been
lot of effort
demonstrated?
to make a giant.
Hold on. Where does the
sorry,
claim
I can't.
come
I
from
can't
if
say
it's
nothing.
never been
I
demonstrated?
can't say nothing. You guys interrupt me every time I try to say something. I let you guys talk,
They're
and you
not
guys
going to
interrupt.
waste time and resources trying to demonstrate something, right? Trying to back their claim.
All right, yeah, you guys are
where does
fucking
the claim
morons.
come from then?
Wait, Manny, that's not nice what you're saying. And listen, you
He's
came
gone.
here asking us. He's gone.
I couldn't handle it. He's gone.
Yeah. Typical clown behavior. I mean, he's coming here asking us, about flat Earth. Yeah. I get with him to show him that the stuff he has in his head is actually blind belief, fanaticism. And yeah, I wasn't expecting any other kind of behavior from this kind of people. But
you guys are morons.
Wait,
yeah. We are the morons. Yeah.
What did he say? Should I be concerned right now?
No.
Well, he just said that people aren't going to waste their time proving things, basically. So I guess he gets to just make all sorts of claims and get a free pass because it's not worth demonstrating anything.
Yeah. So we showed him that he doesn't have the knowledge. Yeah. He has only blind beliefs. And now when we are trying to tell him to deliver science to him, yeah, he's actually behaving like we are giving him heresy, you know. Yeah. Yeah, these kind of people, they are not weak. They are actually afraid because once they realize that this world is made of facts and truths, and there is a intelligent creator, then yeah, that's a problem there, a big one, you know, because you will be judged by the law, using the law, you know, and it's not convenient because you live your life doing whatever you want, yeah, and now you find out that hey, it's not like this. It's actually you're gonna pay for everything you said and did, you know, and it's terrifying, of course.
Yeah,
The same-
hopefully it just creates a reaction for him to go and have a look into it deeper, you know, because I do understand the reaction. Like, that's the same reaction I had.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but that shit is fucking annoying. That shit is annoying. Niggas not letting me speak. Like, come on.
Yeah, we let you speak, Manny, but you have to also listen to us because you came asking us, and we are trying to listen. We are trying to deliver you the facts, the truth, science. You know, science is something verified. It's irrefutable.
The way that you do that is you hear what I have to say and then you disprove that, right? But you guys aren't hearing what I have to say. You guys are interrupting me halfway and being like, "Oh,
well,
do this. I'm gonna go
you
through
said
this."
that gas repels gas, and
you're
that gas
outsmarting
contains gas,
You're
and we asked
outsmarting.
for the demonstration. You said, well, we don't have a demonstration. We don't need one, basically. So what did you prove?
Well, okay. The point I was trying to get at before I left is that I'm not smart with that. I don't have degrees. I never went to college or nothing like that.
You're not an expert. We get that,
Yeah,
Manny,
I'm not
we also, vast majority of us were just like you. And let me tell you, I wasn't a flat earther. I wasn't born a flat earther.
No,
I became a flat earther.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah, so back in the days, I believed the same shit you do, Big Bang and all this stuff, and I was very good at it. I was very good at those stories.
Mm-hmm.
I know everything you will try to invoke, but you cannot tell me that nothing explodes, yeah, and therefore intelligence.
So you guys believe in God, right?
It's not really what it's about, though.
Well,
ultimately, what it comes down to is the ground just measuring out flat, right?
Okay, wait.
Trying to drag it into a religious thing and trying to basically associate what we're talking about here with religion, right? And the point is just check the ground, measure it to see if this curvature drop is there, and it's not, right?
Yeah.
If you have to go on a religious or spiritual journey about it when you find this out, that's like your, you know, your business.
No, but I I was asking about God because I want to hear how do you guys think that the Earth even became a thing?
Well, what is the Earth?
None of us
figured that out yet, have we?
How do you think that the thing that we're living on right now became something?
Well,
not by the Big Bang.
Before we try to answer that, though, why wouldn't we be figuring out first what it even is? Before we ask how did it get here, what is it, right?
Oh, but that's like a big factor into what would make the Earth a circle or a sphere or a flat, like a flat disc. That is a big point what
Manny,
you how
I
you
tell you
believe
why
it
it's not a
became
big
like
point.
that.
It's not a big
How
point
how you
because,
go ahead.
Manny, it's not a big point because, first, what we can do right now is find out what it is because it's already here. We have the ground beneath our feet. We have the air that we breathe. We have the oceans where we can take a vacancy and have fun drinking a cocktail. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So these are this is the stuff that we can do, verify. Now the problem is that when you ask question like how these things came to be, yeah.
What is it
You
that
are
came to be?
But that is
you
the
are
reason why
imposing
that is
you
that
are
is the reason.
imposing. Listen, when you ask the question how these things came to be, you are pushing uh, untold your story of your creation, you know, and
Mm-hmm.
you do not know the creation story. You only know the Big Bang.
Okay.
So you start from that assumption that this is how this world came to be. But
you can't just
it is not measurable curved. Yeah, it is not a sphere. So in this case, your story of the beginning falls down.
Well, it's a creation story about a thing that doesn't exist.
Yeah.
Well, what I'm saying is the reason why the creation story is a huge factor is because okay, if the Big Bang happened, then it makes sense for the Earth to be a sphere, right? And if gravity is real, then it would have to be a sphere, right?
That's all part of your sphere story. You first have to check and make sure it's a sphere before you can have any of that.
So how do you think? What do you think made it a disk? What do you think is the reason why it's a disk?
I'm not saying that there's any disk either.
None
I'm
of us is
I'm
saying
saying
that.
the surface of this place, whatever it is, it's flat,
Yeah.
which therefore rules out the possibility that it could be a ball.
I feel like it's we're going back in time. Like
How far though? How far back in time do you think we're going?
Like we're going really far back in time. Like thinking that
there's people there's people still alive right now today that got taught the Earth was flat when they were young, when they were 5, 6, 7 years old. They're still alive.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the globe is the archaic thing. I mean, they claim that they figured out that Earth was a globe using sticks and shadows, you know, in 230 BC or something like that, you know, almost 2,300 years ago, using sticks and shadows. I think that would be the archaic belief system here. So anyway, you can just check the ground to see if it actually curves the way that it would need
I'm
to.
sorry, I wish you could see my face, but
I've been saying this over and over again. Like, it doesn't really matter what people think or how long they've been saying this or that. All that matters is, what is the Earth? How does it measure? Does it add up with the globe?
How would you measure something so large?
Well, if that's the question, then how did they ever measure it in the first place? If you can't
what do you
measure
mean?
it,
What do you mean? What do you mean? How would we measure it? Your people already measured it.
No, but listen. How would you?
You mean no? They did. They did measure it. They told us.
Wait. What do you mean?
You tell us it's
measure?
impossible to measure it because it's so big. Then how did they measure it?
We didn't come up with the numbers, bro. It was your people that came up with the numbers.
Yeah.
Okay, so what is the method to measure it for you? Like,
one, they don't say it's that big, really. They say that at 1 foot off the ground, given the size of the globe that they say it is, should be a horizon at 1.2 miles. But at 1 foot off the ground, we've got pictures of horizons at 10 miles, 30 miles, way further than the globe would allow it to be. So that's a simple way that you can debunk it right there, just with a horizon. You should be able to actually see the curve. Like, I mean, they say that 6 foot height, 3 mile horizon. It's seen way further than that all the time.
So you guys think that Leo was telling me you guys. So you think that water can't? What do you guys mean by water can't bend? Is that what you guys told him? Like something about water can't bend?
It doesn't curve.
The
Like
surface of water, when it's still, is flat. Yeah.
Yeah, water rests flat, right?
Yeah.
And if it is a ball, then it has to be bending and curving around that ball, right? That's what you check for.
Argument is you guys didn't see it. You guys didn't. You guys are seeing what you see as a singular person, right? And it is flat to you guys. It looks flat. It everything is flat to you, right?
No, it's flat. It's flat when you compare it to the globe geometry. The globe.
What does it look like to you? What the? You think it's curving?
Where on earth can we see the curve?
Where? Yeah, let me know where you're hanging out and seeing the curve. I'm gonna come see.
Yeah, you can go pretty high up and see a curve.
No.
Manny, do you live by the ocean or the sea? Have you ever been to the sea or the ocean?
Yes.
Yeah. So when you looked at the horizon over the ocean, yeah, from left to right, have you seen any curvature? Or you saw the horizon being a straight line?
You wouldn't be able to see the curvature as a single person on
how
the
would you ever know
on the surface.
unless you saw it on TV? Why on earth would you ever think that Earth was a ball spinning around in a void?
Because there's things that I've done that you have to take into account. Rotation.
Name one. How do they see rotation?
Shooting.
Okay, Manny.
Go back to the Earth, mate.
Listen.
How fast do you spin?
Manny. Do you know the company Airbus? Have you heard of it?
No.
No. Oh, you haven't heard of Airbus airplanes?
Is that the biggest plane in the world? Isn't that the biggest plane?
Yeah. They build the biggest plane in the world. Yeah.
Okay.
The biggest commercial airplanes. Yeah. Now, this company indirectly proves flat Earth. Did you know that?
In what way?
In what way? I will tell you. You see, they have this huge building, and it's 200 meters long. Yeah, they have a CNC machine inside, which is moving on a rail track. Yeah, bearing ball rail track. And in a 100-meter distance, according to the radius of the Earth, you will have a 7.9 millimeters arc curvature on that distance. Now, they build the floor of this building very flat, and then they install these rails very straight with nanometer precision. And when this machine is moving from end to end on that rail track, if this assembly was on the surface of a sphere, that printing head would be tilting in regards to the down vector.
What?
It will be tilting in regards to the down vector when it's moving in a straight line.
Nanometer.
Yeah. So we are talking about 8 millimeters in 100 meters. Now, this printer is printing large carbon fiber structures for the airplanes. And these carbon fiber structures, they are the airplane's structural resistance components.
All right.
Yeah.
So is the point you're trying to get at is how
So
would
the
it be
point
able to
is
take off
that
if
at
the
the
Earth was
at,
curving?
listen, at the both ends of this printer, they are hanging two plumb bobs. Yeah. A
Plumb bob, what's
weight
that?
hanging on a wire. Yeah, from the
okay.
ceiling. Yeah. And with one of the most advanced linear encoders, this linear encoder is a measuring instrument, ultra precision measuring instrument. It has a margin of error of 65 nanometers in 200 meters distance. So when you move from A to B back and forth, yeah, you come back in the same position with the accuracy of 65 nanometers when you are moving at the top speed of this machine can travel. So if it's in a slow motion, yeah, it will actually position itself with 1 nanometer precision in the same spot. Do you know how much a nanometer is?
No.
No. Okay, a nanometer is 1 millionth part of a millimeter. You take 1 millimeter and split it into 1 million equal pieces.
Yeah.
That's how small it is.
I would argue that it doesn't exist. In reality, I would argue that doesn't exist.
It does exist. Yeah, we do have linear encoders capable of measuring nanometers, and we actually have even piezoelectric.
Fourth gen,
listen,
what do you say? Does this help you understand that the Earth isn't curving?
In no way. No.
Yeah, it does. It does actually. If he can prove that what did he say? 0.3 of a millimeter exists. Yeah, if he has equipment that can measure 0.3 of a millimeter, then he can prove
we
whether
have
or not
laser.
the Earth.
Listen,
Yeah.
we have in CNC machining, we have linear encoders capable of measuring nanometer size. Yeah, for precision positioning in CNC machining.
But the Earth spins 1,000 miles an hour at the equator.
I'm not talking about the spin of the Earth. I was talking about precision measurements.
Yeah, but the Earth spins every second. The Earth spins every second of every day. So your laser has to measure it.
This is a linear encoder. Do you know what a linear encoder is?
Not really, but I know
Not really. Well,
wait. The Earth moves every second of every day. It moves.
Yeah, so I think fourth gen is completely lost now, guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure the point you guys are trying to get at. Like,
yeah, I mean, you could have just talked about the horizon. It's a lot easier to.
Those two plumb bobs, they were found to be perfectly parallel. Yeah. When they are 200 meters apart, they found that they are perfectly
parallel. He doesn't even know what a plumb bob is, man.
Yeah.
Like, speak his language, dude.
Who am I talking to?
Fourth gen, he already told you.
What the plumb bob?
You're talking way over the guy's head, man. Talk about the horizon or some laser test.
I'm sorry, I don't. One second.
Hey, 4th Gen, did they tell you that flat earthers were dumb? Is that what they told you in the meeting and shit?
What meeting?
I don't know. I thought y'all went to a meeting or something.
I don't think that you guys are per se dumb, to be honest. But like you guys know something. You guys know these facts like off the top of your head, right? Because you guys have done
the top of the dome. Top of the dome.
Off the top of the head, you guys know this type of. You guys know all this, these little details and shit like that.
Right? I mean, you asked your teachers in school about the globe. You asked your teachers about the globe. You put the same inquiry into the globe they did the flat Earth, right? You know what I'm talking about, right? You put the same inquiry, right?
It's hard to relay that message that you guys are trying to relate to me, right? It's hard to relay that if you guys are saying all these little tiny, like retarded ass details that have nothing to do with anything.
Well, can you get your head around a simple horizon argument, perhaps? Because it's real simple. I'll post a picture where the horizon has to be at 1.2 miles if Earth's a globe. And if it's not, then Earth's not a globe. Hold on.
Have you ever heard of an Earth's curve calculator?
I've never heard of one that works. I've never heard of one that accurately represents my reality. I'll tell you that.
Well, so what is the point of saying that whole train thing? What does that have to do with? What is the point that you guys were trying to get at with the train thing?
Well, it was a longer route to explaining that there's no curve of the ground. I would leave it to Get to finish his point, though.
Yeah, for the person who denied the measurements, nanometer measurements, actually, it is also used in compact disc technology. So those laser engravings, are in nanometer size.
Fourth Gen, do you see the live stream voice text channel?
I think I don't need to see a picture of what you guys are talking about.
I just posted a quick picture there of a horizon, some oil rigs. See
I'm talking about the other one.
Yeah, I'm just going to give you this because it's real simple to follow. You don't need to memorize a bunch of details and stuff like that. It's just pretty straight ahead. Well, you actually kind of do, but it's still not that hard. It's easier than what Get was doing.
Yeah. Let's go to the Black Swan.
Yeah. I mean, you'll need to know the globe numbers a little bit, but they're included here.
So, everybody in this room knows the globe numbers. Every person in here knows the exact globe numbers. I guarantee it.
The radius, diameters.
All the speeds. Everybody knows all the speeds that all the bodies are moving. Everybody in here knows it. I know it.
Well, I'm going to pass the hell out, guys, but you take it away for this guy. Help him out with the Black Swan.
So, what's the angular speed of the globe Earth at the equator? Manny, do you know?
What's up? I was looking at the shit that you guys were
saying. Do you know what's the angular speed? Yeah, at the equator.
No.
What?
1,000 miles an hour. 1,000 miles an hour is a supersonic speed.
Stuff off of the top of my head. I know what I know. But I was coming in here trying to get you guys to. Leo told me that if I came in here, then I would believe that the Earth is flat.
yeah. Leo's OG.
Have you ever traveled with supersonic speed?
No.
Well, you see, when you travel with supersonic speed, you feel it.
Do you?
Yes.
I'm not sure what are you trying to get at. So
Fort Jen, what is the miles per hour that we get? What is the speed of sound?
I'm not sure.
1232 something, or yeah.
Yeah, it's about it's close to 800 miles per hour, 760-ish, 760-ish.
And commercial airplanes, they fly much slower than that. And when you fly with a commercial airplane, there's no way you cannot feel that you are moving very fast.
Commercial, you can't feel it. You can't feel
You're
it.
saying you
can't
can?
feel a commercial.
Yeah,
you are so wrong.
It feels like your bedroom, right? Yeah.
I was just
your bedroom. 13,000 feet in the air.
I was just in the airplane yesterday. I didn't feel anything.
Right.
I didn't feel
I don't
anything.
believe you.
You can feel it lifting off. You can feel it. You could feel it lifting off, and you could feel the plane. You could feel the plane shifting and shit like that, but you can't feel it.
Yeah,
you can't feel it.
tilting
It doesn't
when
hold
you're
you
Let's
back.
talk about that. So when the plane took off, it started accelerating. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the Earth is spinning around in a circle, apparently. So what it's doing is it's every moment it's accelerating because it's changing direction. So you think you would not feel when that plane turns? Do you feel the directional change? That's called acceleration.
Yeah.
So that's what the Earth apparently is doing the whole time, but not at 500 miles an hour. That's at 1,000 miles an hour.
So
why don't you feel that?
Are you saying that you feel a plane moving, like
you feel it
consistently when you're on a plane?
Well, that would be linear motion. We're not traveling. We're not traveling in a linear motion. We're accelerating around in circles, apparently. So when you turn a corner, you feel it. Correct?
So wouldn't that disprove your whole thing? If you can't feel when the plane is moving, right? Why would you be able to feel?
How would that disprove it? I just told you about acceleration, didn't I? So when you turn a corner, you're accelerating because you're changing direction from the path that you were just on. So it's called acceleration. Yeah?
Yeah,
you're turning a corner. Do you feel it when you turn a corner?
Of course.
Yeah. So you're spinning around in a circle on a ball. That's called acceleration.
Mm-hmm.
It's not just one speed. You're going one speed and then you're turning. So it's not linear. It's acceleration.
So the Earth.
But do you understand that you should feel it?
If the Earth is flat, right?
I'm talking about your ball. Why would you not feel acceleration?
But what I'm saying is, if the Earth was flat, right? Why would you be able to not feel the plane moving when it's moving?
Well, where the Earth's not moving though.
Yeah, it is.
How do you know that?
There's multiple things that you can relate to in real life things, real life ballistics. Fucking
are you a ballistics expert?
The rotation of the Earth.
Are you a ballistics
when you take into account the rotation of the Earth when you're shooting, you hit your target.
Manny, wait. Do you know that all cars, they have a speedometer? Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Which tells you the speed you are driving with. This speedometer is a sensor attached to the drive shaft of the car. And according to those rotations of the drive shafts, yeah, the car tells you the speed you are driving with. Correct?
Yep. Yep.
So this is an instrument for measuring the speed. Now, can you give us an instrument which can show the speed of rotation of the Earth?
How would you do that without doing it in a giant, massive scale?
I don't care how. You have to show it. Yeah.
But so your theory is that because they
It's
haven't
not a
showed it.
theory.
Hold on.
It's not a theory. I'm asking something empirical.
Okay. So what you guys are saying? So what you guys are saying is you guys haven't seen any demonstrations of this in a massive scale. But why would people do that? Because it would have to be to be able to demonstrate something in a massive scale. You have to have something that is like of a massive scale. Why would they put so much
massive
money
scale?
into that?
Okay, we're going there too. Now, look, you have a smartphone.
Another Earth.
You have a smartphone, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. Now, all the smartphones today, they have a accelerometer device inside them. It's a tiny, small microchip which is measuring the acceleration and also position in space. Yeah. Now, when you get inside the car and you open your Google Maps app or another navigation app, yeah, and you are inside the car traveling to somewhere, that accelerometer will tell you approximately the speed you are moving with. But your smartphone is not physically attached to the drive shaft of the car, but it can tell you the speed you are traveling with because you are moving. And if you step out of the car and walk on the street, it will show you that you are moving with let's say 5 kilometers an hour. Yeah, it's a slow speed, but it will show you that you are moving. And when you stop, it will show you zero velocity.
Okay.
So why doesn't your phone actually show you that you are moving with 1,000 miles an hour because the Earth is moving with that speed?
Because it's let me give you an example.
Because what? It's not measurable. It's impossible to measure it.
Let me give you an example. Okay, so you have a scale, right? You have a scale. You put like a cup in it. You put a cup on the scale, and then you zero out the scale, and then you put the shit in it, and then it'll measure what's in the scale. It'll measure what's in the cup because you zeroed it out, and you zeroed out the fucking the weight of the.
The only time you can zero is when you stop moving.
No, they would zero it out.
No, listen. Look, that device in your
What do you mean no?
No, it's not like that.
They minus it by whatever distance.
We're not talking about weights and scales. You cannot, Manny, wait.
You can't compare them.
What you are doing, you are comparing two different technologies and instruments, yeah? Accelerometers, they are not weight scales. You get it?
Yeah, but it's simple math. Like you can just take away the speed that the
No, you can't. In an accelerometer, you can't.
On the screen, you can take away if the Earth is rotating at this speed consistently, right?
No.
You take away that number and then put the number that that you're moving.
Listen, the accelerometer doesn't show you a zero velocity when you are actually not moving. Yeah.
Why you guys let Get Beget just fuck you guys up all day long? He comes back from vacation and just like picks up where he left off and just knocks them all out.
Running it up. He's knocking it out.
He's knocking you out. He's knocking you out.
Yeah.
In what way? I just explained to you that you can literally just.
Yeah, you just explained that you don't know anything. You just explained to everybody listening that you don't know the first thing. You don't even know the first thing.
You don't even know how a accelerometer actually works. Functions.
But it's the same way how you can change
not the same way as a balance.
Inspect it. You can inspect the fucking. You can.
Not the same device.
But it's like it's on the screen, bro. It's on the screen. They can put whatever number they want on it. They can decrease the amount that it measures on the screen.
Oh. So you can put any number on your speedometer in your car,
they can put any number on the screen.
When you pass by a radar with 300 miles an hour, they're not going to give you a fine because your speedometer shows you that you're driving legally, right?
But it takes into account the Earth's rotation. That's what it does.
Yeah. Do you know what homologation is?
A what?
Homologation.
No.
Well, scales and accelerometers are being homologated. Yeah, these instruments are officially verified and confirmed that they are accurate. Yeah, so they don't show you numbers like what you want.
But I don't get it. Why would they show it as 1,000 and this amount of miles if they could just take away the 1,000 and then put
when you're standing still, it doesn't show you 1,000 miles an hour because you're not moving with that velocity. It shows you 0 because you're standing still.
He's basically saying you got fooled by statistics.
Yeah.
So are you saying that they can't put any number on that screen that they want? They can't. Are you saying that on the screen it would show up? It would show up as
Manny.
That was the question. That was the question you wanted to ask.
I can hack the device. I can put any number on the screen. Yeah. But it can be actually verified that it's fake.
That was the question you wanted to ask.
They can put any number on the screen that they want. They can decrease the fucking. They can minus it by 1,000, and then just get that number. That is how, like, what? That's like just like it's common sense, man.
What are you on about?
Like it's common sense that they would be able to fucking that if the Earth is moving at 1,000 miles per hour, right, and then I'm moving at 5 miles per hour, why would they put on the screen 1,005?
Yeah, you'd be minus 500 miles an hour right now, right?
No, but why?
You tell me. But you tell me, why do they put that on there? So what would you be? What happens?
But what if you turn around and went against the spin of the Earth? How fast would you be going then? 1,000 miles an hour minus 5 backwards.
But why would they not decrease it on the screen? That's what I'm saying. Like, what makes it so they can't? What is the thing that you're trying to get at? What makes it so they can't fucking minus it by 1,000? What?
Who is that asking that question? Who is that smart? Who's asking that question?
Who's what? Do I have somebody muted or something?
Good. It was a good question. Just who asked the question?
That was 4Gen.
That was not. And that wasn't
me,
4Gen.
We're turning around and going the other way.
What? I don't get what are you saying? The fuck? Hello? Am I tripping?
I think I just heard his brain explode.
What? I don't know what the fuck you guys are saying. Like, you guys are quiet. What? So, like, are you guys gonna answer my question? What makes it so they can't just minus 1,000?
It goes 1,000 miles an hour in one direction. What if you're traveling in a different direction to the 1,000 mile an hour spin?
Mm-hmm. But it also has wouldn't it also have a compass, like, or a compass device?
Well, my car Speedo has got all these amazing gadgets to kind of counteract the spin of the Earth.
I'm sorry?
Who was that had that amazing deep voice? Who was that, by the way?
That's you, dude, with the deep voice.
Okay, so nobody's gonna answer my question.
I don't know if I can. What is your question? I don't know if I can answer it, but go ahead and ask it. Por favor.
Okay, why would they not be able to minus it by 1,000? That is my question. It's not been answered.
Why would they not be able to minus it by 1,000? And every flat earther that I've ever met is supposed to know what the fuck that meant. Is that correct or no?
Why would they not be able to put on the screen?
But what'd you say? Minus by? Would you say it again? Say it again, because go ahead.
I'm moving at 5 miles per hour, right? The Earth is moving at 1,005 miles per hour. Okay. Why would they put 1,005 if they could just put 5? That is the question.
Damn, I feel so stupid. So you're asking, how come they didn't say 105 rather than 115? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying, why the fuck would it make sense, right? Why would it make sense for them to put on your phone, right? You're moving at this distance. I'm talking about on the map shit that you guys are talking about. The fucking on like Google Maps and shit.
Oh yeah. Keep going.
Why would they not be able to? Why would they it doesn't make sense. You still haven't answered it.
You have to spin in apparently 1,000 miles an hour in one direction. Yeah, we can travel in any direction.
Mm-hmm.
How does this minusing out 1,000 miles an hour thing work now in your brain?
It's the same way how we could go on a plane, like go back to the plane thing. It's the same way how we could go on a plane and walk backwards or walk forwards.
If a plane's flying with the spin of the Earth, okay, it's going 1,500 miles an hour, okay? But if it turned around and went the opposite direction, you're saying there's a device in there that tells it to take away the 1,000 miles an hour that's going acting against it. How does it work?
No, I'm saying no. I'm saying for what displays on the screen. That's what I was trying to get at. Because you guys were saying your guys' argument is why would it not display on the screen 1,005?
Sorry, he wasn't talking about a screen. He was talking about an accelerometer. So what are you talking about? A screen?
No, but he was saying that your phone has one, and why does it not? Why does it not say 1,005 instead of just 5?
Because you're old school. That's why.
I'm old school. What do you mean?
You fucked me up with this one. I can't even understand how he's thinking about this.
I'm thinking about it. He said why does it not say 1,005? Why does 1,005 not display on the screen if you're on Google Maps and it says when you're on your phone it says the distance that you're moving, like very janky. It's not like fucking for sure, but it shows that distance that you're, or that speed that you're moving, right? And his argument was, why does it not say 1,005 if we're moving at 5 miles per hour? That's what was his argument. Why does it not display on the screen 1,005?
What screen? He was talking about an accelerometer.
He's talking about
which measures acceleration.
Accelerometer is.
Is that what we were doing? We were spinning? Were we spinning 1,000 right there? Is that what you're telling me we were doing? We were spinning 1,000 and shit? And you recorded it? God damn.
I think you'll have to ask Geppy because he was the one talking to you about it. You've lost me, mate. I'm not sure where you're at with it.
Here, go on to another side.
You said what, Leo?
Like, Fortune's not really like into like flat Earth and like globe, so like you guys have to like break it down to like something easier because like I don't think he knows what an accelerator is and all.
Okay, no, but we were trying to do that before, but he just kept on going on to ballistics, and I was trying to ask him if he was a ballistics expert. But we took him to, has anyone measured curvature? Has anyone measured the Earth moving, and how did they measure it? And he just wanted to keep going on to ballistics. So,
well, you guys are supposed to be proving to me, right? And you guys could have just said if you don't want to prove it to me, and you want me to prove that the Earth is a sphere. Right? If you guys want me to do that, right? You guys,
we don't have to. We don't have to approve anything to you, mate. You've got to do your own research and find out where you live.
Hold on. I came in asking, right? Because Leo said that you guys would tell me that the Earth is flat and prove to me that the Earth is flat. I came in and asked. I was like, hey, can you guys prove, or something along these lines? But I said, hey, can you guys prove to me that the Earth is flat, or something like that, right?
Yeah, but it's not going to take one time. Like, if you're just new to this subject, you need to do your own research, and you'll start discovering it.
We're going to
we're
get
not
to
going
a
to
point.
convince you.
Hey, we're all going to get. We're going to get to a point sooner or later. We're going to get to a point. I guarantee it.
Did anyone prove to you that the Earth was a globe? Or did they just tell you it was and you believed them?
Sorry, nobody proved it to me.
There's things in real life that I've experienced that show me that these theories that you guys have are not like real.
Like what?
Do we have theories? Do we have theories? Do we have facts? Do we have theories or do we have facts?
Well, I'm sorry. To me, it's theories. So don't cling on to me saying theories.
All right, but like what then?
To me, it's theories. But it's the same. Like how you guys were saying. Why don't we feel the Earth moving if the Earth is moving? It's the same way how we hop on a plane and we don't feel the plane moving.
I feel the plane moving. I don't know what y'all talking about, but every time I've ever been on a plane, I feel that motherfucking plane moving. What are you talking about? You don't feel the plane moving?
So you're saying your head be on your head be sitting there, fucking back of the seat on the seat. You're fucking like what? Like,
so you've been to North America to Asia and you felt the plane not moving? Is that what you're going to tell me? You felt the plane not moving. You felt the plane not moving. Is that what you're going to tell me?
You can feel it shifting. You can feel it when it shifts, but you don't feel nothing. It's just regular when you're sitting on the plane.
Yeah, that's what I said.
So you constantly feel the plane, like it doesn't feel normal when you're on the plane when it's not shifting.
Yeah. So are you saying that flying feels normal to you?
Flying completely feels normal to me. I only feel it when it's
You're next level, bro. You're next level.
I'm sorry. It feels completely normal, other than like your ears popping and shit like that. It feels completely normal.
Why? The ears. That's a great one.
Well, what is your point that you're trying to get at?
So when you're standing on the Earth, you're standing still, but you're going 1,000 miles an hour because the Earth is spinning, yeah? And you're outside. So you're in an airplane. It's a closed system, right? You're in a tube flying through the air. Imagine it's a convertible. Imagine you were sitting on top of the plane. Do you think you'd feel it moving then?
Yeah.
Yeah. So when I'm standing outside, I'm not in anything, am I? So why don't I feel 1,000 miles an hour?
You are in something when you're in the Earth.
In the closed system of the Earth. That's not moving.
I'm sorry, what? Your mic's kind of ass.
You said I'm in the Earth. What do you mean?
So what is you're in the Earth? What does that have to do?
Well, that's what you said.
When we're on the Earth, we're in an enclosed place because we have the atmosphere.
So the atmosphere is not moving?
What is holding the gas?
Yeah, I don't know that one.
Because wind can move in any direction, can't it?
Yeah.
So is it moving in any direction, but also spinning at the same speed as the Earth in one direction?
Yeah.
So it's spinning around one direction, but also moving in other directions at the same time.
Well, you're not gonna see it spinning because we're moving with it.
But the wind is spinning with it, but then also not spinning with it because it's moving in other directions.
Yeah, it's moving. Yeah.
Wait, who's spinning? What? Who? What? Can I get filled in, please? Por favor. Somebody fill me in.
So, Levelist, they're telling us that we're spinning in one direction at 1,000 miles an hour at the equator.
Oh, okay.
So this guy's saying that the atmosphere is also spinning in the same direction at the same speed. So what I was saying was, but we feel wind and observe wind moving in various directions at various speeds. So is it also spinning at 1,000 miles an hour in one direction, but at the same time moving at different speeds in different directions? And he said, yeah.
Okay, it's the same way.
Wow,
So
he's
say-
honest.
let me-
He's
let me
honest
give
as
you-
fuck. No, hold on. That guy that answered is honest as fuck because nobody answers that question. Let's be honest. Even you. Go ahead. Answer the next question, but not this question.
Wait, what? What was the question? I wasn't really. Okay, so are you saying? Okay, so the wind can't move the other way, right? It can't move. Okay, so fucking say the Earth is spinning in fucking in the north direction or something like that, right? Or let me just like put something that you could think that you could like envision. Okay, so shoot two torpedoes in the water, right, at the same speed, right? And then put one torpedo has something to propel it from the front of it, right? So they're shooting at the same speed, right? And then you start the thing that is propelling it from the front of it, so it's going the other way. But it would seem if they're both moving at the same speed, right? If they're both moving at the same speed, to the one that is still moving at that speed, right? The other one, it would, if it had eyes, it can see. It would look like the other one is going the other way, right?
Just play the music, dude.
Okay. All right, Leo, I'm finna go back to Zooted.
Bro, listen, I don't know why they're being, yo,
They're not answering they're not disproving me. Like, I asked a question, they asked a different question.
That was mushrooms, bro.
Yo, level
is proving you never said a point.
What? Okay. Yeah, Leo, I'm going back.
Oh, why you leaving, bro?
Cause, bro.
Maybe I should have made it simpler for him.
Bro, he doesn't.
Testing.
God.
What do you guys know? What do you guys know?
Pretty quiet in here. Hey,
Yeah, we hear you. Let us know. Let us know.
can somebody unmute Royals?
Ken? Who? Who?
Can you unmute Royals?
Can we do that? Can we unmute? Can we unmute Royals or no? Can we do that or not?
The fuck? You're really weird. You're a weird guy.
Yo, can someone unmute Royal? I think he's typing in chat to talk. Yo, can someone unmute Royals? I think he wants to talk.
I got a bunch of poop under my fingernail. I just pick my butt like a fucking monster. Yo, does somebody have permissions to unmute people? Everybody's fucking Royals. Hello?
All right, Forgen. Ask the same question you asked
Or
me.
is there a human here that will answer it?
There should be. Yo, levelers. Yo, does someone have a mic?
Are they typing in chat?
A torpedo with eyes.
Meow.
Yo, Forgen. Can I be your friend?
Nah, you keep dragging me back in this stupid ass place and nobody's fucking answering the questions that I ask.
No, don't answer. We'll just wait for someone to join. I need like giant flobe in here. Oh, let's see here. Let's see if Helio skeptical.
I'm looking empirical emperor. I said it. I said I'm looking. I can see it. Empirical emperor.
Yo, Octane Weasel.
Yeah.
Yo, do you mind? Do you think you can answer my friend's question here?
Maybe not.
All right.
Okay, is
Oh,
the torpedo?
Never mind. You're globe earther. Never mind. We need a flat earther.
Okay.
I don't get how.
Because he believes the Earth is round, and you want somebody to disprove your theory.
Okay, so you guys don't want to answer that question, that hypothetical question that I gave, right?
Yo,
That
empirical.
hypothetical torpedo thing. The torpedo thing that I was saying.
The torpedo with eyes.
I can go through it again if.
Yeah, but wait.
Okay, torpedo with a camera then.
Wait until you have somebody
torpedo with a camera. A torpedo with a camera. So there's two torpedoes moving at the same distance, right? I'm moving at the same speed, right? And one of the torpedoes has a propeller on it, or something to propel it from the front end, right? And that activates, and the other torpedo that doesn't have that thing to propel it from the front end, right? The other torpedo that doesn't have that has a camera, and it's looking at the other torpedo. It's looking at the torpedo, the other torpedo. Would it not seem like the other torpedo is going the other way? Like, would it not look that way to you? Would it not look that way? No, both of the torpedoes are moving at the same speed, right? But one torpedo has a propeller on the front end of it. So they're both moving at the same speed, and that one, because the other one with the propeller on the front end of it, right? When that activates, it slows down, right? So would it not, in the same direction, same speed, just one's on top of the other? The one with the thing to propel it from the front end is just on top of it, above it. Yes. They were moving. Yes. My question is, well, the reason why I asked that question was because I don't remember his name, but one guy said he was like, if the wind can move in any direction and the earth is rotating at this speed, why is the wind moving in the other direction? That was his question. So I'm asking, So I'm asking. So that's what I'm. That's just something so you could imagine in your mind why the fuck that would make sense. Because that it makes sense for wind to be able to move in the other direction. Not actually moving in the other direction. It's slowing down.
Repeat it with the eyes. My favorite type of question. You see what he typed for?
No. You're looking at it from the one that is going faster. You're the one that is going faster. You're the one that's going faster. So we're talking about cars. So you're the one that's going faster than it. So does it not look like so if you didn't know better, right? If you didn't know, oh, of course it's slowing down, right? Because that's like you know better. But if you didn't know better, it'd be like, why is that one driving that way? You'd be like, if you didn't know that, like that's how you would think as like a little kid or something. Now, how is that not? It's pushing you. So if the wind slows down, right? It's gonna make you slow down because it's pushing you. So it's gonna feel like you're going in the other direction. If if everything, including the atmosphere, is spinning, right? It's gonna spin. It's gonna spin with it. Everything in the atmosphere is gonna spin with it. What do you? Oh, you're just saying the wind does not only go in one direction. You're just saying that. Like you're just saying this, and like it's not. It's like you're running, right? You're running at something that's moving, like you're running at a brick wall that's moving at the same speed as you, right? If the brick wall stops, you're gonna hit it. That's why you feel the push of the wind. That's why you're getting pushed by the wind. That's why things get pushed by the wind. They put it into terms like that, so it is easily understood. So it is easily understood. They use eastern, northern. They used eastern, northern, western, southern as something that we can like easily understand. Why would they put all them?
But what is
why
up
would
and
they-
down on the globe? What is up and down on a globe? What is up and down on a globe, though?
The down is the middle.
But how do you know on a globe?
I'm sorry.
Like how
The
do you know
down.
the correct side is like faced up? So how do you? What is up and down on the globe? Is what I'm saying.
What do you mean? What is up and down?
Exactly. What's up and down?
So
on a globe?
you said something that's up, but so what is up and down on a globe? It's exactly what I'm saying. What is up and down on a globe?
When did I say something that is up?
You said something about up just a while ago.
I don't get your question.
If you're on a bowl, what is up and down on a bowl?
There's no way to know it. There's no way to determine. It's whatever you perceive it to be. It's whatever. There's no up and down in the universe.
What?
There's no up and down in the universe. Like what do you mean? There's no way. There's no. It's like it's whatever you choose up and down to be.
So you choose up and you choose down? Or is there a general up and down? I don't think you choose up and down. You can choose to walk down the street. You can't choose what way is down.
Yeah. So yeah. Okay. So down is the center of the earth from what we're from, so we can understand, right?
For that, you need a radius, wouldn't you? Who measured the radius?
I don't know. Up is the way.
So for this place to be a ball, we need measurements. We need someone who's actually measured it to be a ball. And the problem is that we come across all the time is that no one's measured it, but they give you a measurement. Now, how did they get that measurement?
It's not a precise measurement.
Well, how did they get?
Do they? I don't know this. Do they say it's a precise measurement? Because I don't think that there is a way that you can measure it precisely. Like just like how they can't measure the distance. They measure it like.
Okay, so think about it.
Measure it roughly. They can't measure the distance between a different planet and this planet, right? It's not precise. It's not precise.
So for all their maths to work, what happens is, right, they had a measurement for Earth. They estimated that Venus was the same size as Earth. That's how they got the distance to the sun. Now, for that, you need a measurement.
Mm-hmm.
So how do they know that the Earth was a certain size to compare it to these other things that they're speculating?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
And then, okay, let's have a conversation then. So don't you think that that's a problem, that they don't have a measurement? Because everything... Yeah, go. Sorry.
They can do things to not precisely measure it, but they can do things to roughly measure it.
Okay, how do they do that?
They will say that they like you go into space, you look at the size of a mountain, right? You measure the mountain, right? The size of the mountain, you measure the mountain, and then you just put that next to each other, like shit like that. I don't know how they did it, but that's just.
Well, to go to space, you'd have to go to a place that it's a violation of thermodynamics. So, you'd have to convince me that they've been to space. So, do you know if they've been to space or not?
I'm pretty sure they've been to space.
Okay, so for their explanation of how they get to space is that they fly around the globe and get to an exit point, right? For that to work, you need the maths of a globe. Otherwise, they're just flying nowhere, just imagining where they have this measurement of the globe. To get these things to work properly, they have to have a measurement of the globe. So who measured the globe? No one. No one's measured it. They just made up these numbers.
So why would saying that there is space, why would that be a way to control people?
I'm not sure about motives. I don't know what anyone's thinking. I can't answer that. But
why would it? What the fuck? Like, what would be the reason to be like, oh, the Earth's a sphere and not a disc or whatever you guys say it is, or the Earth's a sphere, not flat. A sphere, not flat. Why would they? Why would that be something that they would lie about? Like what? What's up?
Well, I can speculate on that, but I'd be trying to work out what's going on in someone else's head, which, I'm no mind reader. But there could be many reasons why they do it. Maybe they want you to feel like you're a nothing insignificant piece of space dust. Maybe they want you to feel like that. Maybe they want you to think that, oh, we can't go anywhere because outside there's a vacuum. Maybe they want that. Who knows? I can't tell you. But what you need to, instead of thinking about why they lied, you've got to work out whether they lied or not. Everyone on here has been looking whether they've been lying, and they've been lying. They've been lying about the radius. They've been lying about the curvature. They've been lying about going to space. I can guarantee that. So you got to stop.
I believe that they have lied about going to space before. Yeah.
Yeah, and then you got to think, if they've lied about going to space, then are they capable of doing it again and again and again and again? And they go, this is too easy. Let's just keep on lying. So that's what you got to think as well. So it's not a question of, like, I know you came on here to get someone to try and convince you that the Earth is flat. What you got to look at is the Earth a globe, and then start from there. Because once you start looking at these things, you're going to realize that what they've been telling me is not correct. And then you'll look further into it and further into it, and everyone who looks further into it becomes a flat earther. I'm sorry, it's just the way it happens, because they just lie about everything. Go outside. Go outside during the day. Look up in the sky. We're not moving. We're not moving. We're not spinning. I don't see any curvature. We can't measure the curvature. We see way further than what we're supposed to see. I know you're going to say refraction. Everyone says the magic refraction. But refraction happens everywhere. So they want to use refraction, and then they don't want to use refraction. So there is refraction. Of course there's refraction. But does it refract to make it look flat? Or does it refract to make it look curved?
I was reading what the guy's putting in chat.
What is that? I'm not looking at it. I'm driving.
Yeah, my bad. I was looking at what the guy was typing in chat. I wasn't listening. He was just going into nearly every photo last feed. It is an embarrassment.
I had a quick question for Timbo, right quick.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, mate. I've got a couple of minutes. So.
For sure. I was just gonna ask you if you've ever been to that Flat Earth Park in Sydney.
The what? Flat Earth Park? Where's that?
Yeah, I'm trying to look at the name of the park, but it's located somewhere in Sydney.
I don't know. I'll have to look from it. I'm in Melbourne, so I'm about 10 hours drive away from Sydney. But if you find it, can you post it?
I'll just send you a DM if you don't mind.
Yeah, sweet, mate.
Yeah, look, I have a very, I'm gonna be honest, I have a very open mind, right? I have a very open mind to new ideas and shit like that, right? But it's not making sense for the Earth, like the theories that you guys come up with, the things that you guys say, it doesn't make sense. Like
you know why it doesn't? It doesn't make sense to you at the moment because
like the things you guys say. Like I remember Leo told me, he's like, if you stack up rocks on top of each other, why do they not fall? Because of the speed of the Earth. Stuff like that.
Yeah, because it's not moving. What you got to do, right? Is
Can I just quickly ask him something?
But that didn't make no sense
Consider,
because you could
guys,
go on a plane and you could stack
hold
things on
hold on.
top of each other.
Consider this, right? Suppose nobody had ever told you that the Earth is moving. Okay, what do you experience or observe in reality that would tell you that the Earth is moving?
Oh, you would not be able to feel it. You would not be able to know. That's why for thousands of years everybody thought that the Earth was flat.
Okay, fair enough. So what we experience in reality is that the Earth is motionless and the horizon seems flat, right? Well, it's just a logical starting point. Okay, this is what I experience. It could be something else. There might be evidence for that being something else, but you start with what you experience directly, right? I mean, you use your senses every day to interact with the world and people quite accurately, usually.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna listen to you. I'm looking in chat. My bad. Say it again. I'm listening to you now. I stopped
I
looking
was
in
just
chat.
pointing out that not discount what you experience directly.
Oh yeah, what you experience directly isn't. Well, I've learned that.
Right, like I mean, exactly like you just said.
What you experience directly, what you experience, and what you perceive as. My bad. What you perceive as reality can be something different. That's like.
Yeah, but that's the point. Like it could be something different than what you observe. That's cool. But that doesn't mean that it is, or that what you observe is wrong, right? Just because it could be something different.
Yeah, but yeah. So what I'm saying is, I just want to see why I'm wrong. Perfect reflection.
Did you say you wanted to see why you're wrong or if you're wrong?
Well, yeah, why I'm wrong. Tell me why I'm wrong.
About what? Wrong about what?
The Earth being a globe.
Oh, okay. Because I thought the last thing you said is that things aren't always what they seem, or something like that.
Oh yeah, for sure. Things aren't always what they seem.
No, not always. You're right. But would you expect that 100% of your total experience would be the opposite of what it seems? Like, let me ask you this: if you went to the doctor, right, and he said, "Here, take these pills," these charts here and the blood work I did and everything else, they're telling me that you're dizzy right now, so you need these pills. But you knew you weren't dizzy. I mean, you know if you're dizzy or not, right? You know you're not dizzy, but he's telling you to take pills because he's determined that you are dizzy. Would you take the pills?
No.
Did you hear the question? No, you wouldn't take the pills because you know if you're dizzy or not, right? Doesn't matter what the doctor says just because he's an authority or he's supposed to know, right? So you know if you're dizzy or not. And if you were on a spinning ball going several different directions at what adds up to millions of miles an hour, you'd be fucking dizzy. Just because someone tells you that you wouldn't be, don't just take their authority to assume that they're right about that. When you look at
that's something that.
And you look at the enormity of the numbers, it's just mind-boggling that we all used to, at least most of us, accept that it was just, oh yeah, it spins so fast you can't feel it, or it's spinning at such a distance with the relativity of it and all. But they want to compare it to one linear direction of a plane. Just because you don't feel it in one linear direction of a plane doesn't mean that it works the same going in multiple directions, thousands of miles, 60-some thousand miles around the sun. The sun goes 500,000 miles per hour, they're saying. 500,000 miles per hour. Does that make any sense?
that we're being dragged along with that? I mean, it's insane to just assume that they're right about that.
Well, if you think about the massive scale of space and the fact that things don't slow down, it would make sense for it to be things to be
Is
moving
that
at
is that
distance,
massive
at
that massive scale of
that
space?
speed.
Is that something you observe, or is that basically imagination?
It could not be real. I haven't seen it. I also haven't seen that the Earth is flat. I know what I
Have you
know.
ever seen the horizon anywhere?
What do you mean?
Well, if you've been outside on the Earth and seen the horizon anywhere,
Mm-hmm.
why did it curve?
What, like you talking about what?
Well, the horizon that you saw, did it appear to curve? Because I mean, you
No.
just said you said you don't experience a flat Earth. So I was just wondering, what do you experience?
Well, you don't see it.
Where they get their word horizon from, right? Horizontal. The word horizontal. Does horizontal usually mean curved to you?
Mm-hmm. But I don't. I just don't.
Have you ever experienced the Earth as a spinning ball? Experience? I mean, you don't feel spinning. I mean, all of us would have to agree that it seems like it's a stationary plane, right? Everyone, even the ballers admit to that. Our total experience is a stationary level Earth.
He even conceded to it earlier, which was good, I think, because it means he was being honest. That if nobody had told him Earth is moving, you'd never be able to figure it out or tell based on what you experience.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Well, that's an issue, right? Because it means that it's only something that we're told, and it's not something that we can experience or can prove.
Mm-hmm.
So it's entirely
But
faithful.
but the thing,
It's like the point where I said, no, thanks, this is enough for you.
okay. But the thing is, you guys, the theory, like the thing that I keep getting stuck on and being like, well, this doesn't make sense. Is why is a plane different than the Earth?
Why is the plane different than the Earth?
Like if I'm talking about a plane, like a physical, like a fucking flying plane, not like the plane. But
why isn't it just the same to be going 1,000 miles an hour in circular motion?
No. But why are you not fucking? Why is your head not hitting the back of the seat, and your fucking hair is flying flying backwards?
Because it's enclosed.
Why would you be? You're in
because it's enclosed.
Exactly. You're in a closed box of air. The air is moving with the plane as well. So, like, what's the issue? And there's no rapid change in acceleration or velocity or anything like that, right?
If the atmosphere is real, then
what does that mean?
Contained.
What does that mean?
What keeps the atmosphere contained like the cabin of a plane? What keeps our atmosphere contained like the cabin of the plane?
Gases.
No,
gases
that is the atmosphere.
How do the gases
the
contain
atmosphere, right?
What contains the gas?
I don't know, man. I'm not into the shit like that.
Well, yeah, but no, that would be a really important answer to try to figure out if it's possible that we're on a globe, right?
Yeah.
Because without a container of some sort, the gases seems like gases would, dissipate. High to low pressure.
Well, you can't dissipate. There's no dissipating in space.
Well, that's the thing is they say that space is a vacuum, right? Or it's 10 to the negative 17 torr, or like almost a perfect vacuum, they say. So why wouldn't that then be the lower pressure from which the higher pressure of our pressure atmosphere, our pressure system, right? We have an atmosphere or an atmos, right? So how could that not dissipate into a vacuum? Now, the answer on your side or on the side of the globe is gravity, right? But they've got a lot of problems with that. And I'm not going to get into that right now. But you got to look into the speeds of it, bro, to begin with. Just look at the speeds. Figure out that radial rotation is not the same as surface rotation. Look at the orbit around the sun. I mean, there's so many contradictions. I sent you, like, you might have seen, I sent you a message as well as about, 20 videos that you can't find on the internet anymore very easily because they hide them all. Why would they have to do that? If it's so stupid, right? And it's not a theory, by the way. You keep calling it a flat earth theory. I mean, you don't have to, if you're sitting in a chair, you don't have to believe you're sitting in a chair, right? You're just sitting in a chair. If it seems like we're on a stationary level Earth, well, there's no reason to assume we're not, unless you believe in something about it being the opposite of that.
So I imagine
Without any,
ice blast 24th.
I didn't hear that. Whoever was talking. Was somebody hot micing, or did they have something to say? Anyway, do you hear what I'm saying?
Oops, sorry, that was me.
No worries.
Yeah.
What's your name? What do you go by? Fourth? Yeah. Well, I'm sure you haven't looked into this yet. It was pretty much like the last thing any of us thought might be possible.
I've looked into it, not like too in depth. I've looked like at like a couple of videos. I've looked at like a couple of videos of the flat Earth side and and then people disproving that.
Yeah, disproving that it's flat.
Mm-hmm.
How would they do that?
I don't know. I don't remember. It was a while ago.
You know the concept of a straw man ever? You ever heard of the concept of a straw man? You know what that is? They call it a straw man because it's like you're recreating the argument made of straw, right? It's like you're putting up an argument for your opponent as if that's what they're saying when they're really not saying. They call it a straw man because then you can take down the idea of what you've decided that they think very easily if you make it stupid enough, like the Flat Earth Society. That was all created to make the idea of a flat Earth ridiculous on purpose, right? So that anybody looking into it comes upon that and they turn away, like most people do right away, because that's the first thing they feed you on Google. And on YouTube, the first thing they feed you is like Mark Sargent or, at the very best, and mostly shill videos that are just trying to like make it look bad. But they do a terrible job. If you look into both sides of it, you'll find out. They do a terrible job. But it's just like it's usually because they're straw manning it, saying that, oh, flat earthers think this. Like they think the Earth moves upwards at 9.8 meters per second squared, or they think that the Earth's disk in space, or some of these things that no flat earther will ever tell you that that's what they think. Most every flat earther will tell you that they're no longer a believer in the spinning ball, and that's about it. Otherwise, you're just stuck with your default reality, your base axiom. That's your experience, and you have no reason to doubt your experience unless there's good reason to believe the opposite of that experience is true. And we looked into it, and the theories don't hold up, bro. Look at some of those videos I sent you, because you're not going to be able to find those in just a light search. Those are the old school ones.
Yeah, I'll look into it later. I need to go to sleep soon. It's 5:19 a.m.
All right, yeah, take a look at those. Come back and let us know. I was gonna also send you actually a recording I made of somebody that was in here with, not a whole lot of looking into this at one point, but he came back recently and said, I was in here completely convinced that you guys were wrong, and I'm an astrophysicist. I was studying to be an astrophysicist, and I found out you were right, and I'm back. I have a recording of it. I'll send to you. All right.
So, yeah, see, if I talk to you, right? If I was talking to you, it would be more productive, right? I still believe that the Earth is not flat, but
of course,
talking to you, talking to you is more productive because when I was talking to the other people, people were fucking sitting there interrupting me. It was multiple people at a time. It was
Yeah,
getting
people get
interrupted.
excited.
You know what I mean? Multiple
Yeah,
people
it's
at a
hard.
time.
It's hard.
People like, you know what I mean, being like looking down on me, like saying little sly shit.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah, you don't
like
need
white people shit
that.
and stuff
That
like
goes
that.
with
So it's
the
like,
territory. There's always going to be people that are, looking to troll, even if they're trying to tell the truth, and it sucks. But just read what I wrote you in the message. Watch some of those videos, and if you're really interested, I mean, I'm sorry, I actually recommend that you run away now, because if you'd rather not know, then don't look at those videos. If you'd rather just keep believing in the ball, that's cool. Just keep doing that, because you're going to find out that we're right if you really look into it. Just warning you ahead of time.
yeah.
All right. You need to get some sleep then, huh?
Yeah, I'm gonna peace out, man.
I sleep a lot better knowing that I'm not on a spinning ball.
I'll look at the stuff that you showed me. I'll look at some of them.
All right, cool.
I'm gonna look at all of them because that's a lot of time.
No. I wouldn't expect that. It takes a long time, but there's just a lot of options.
Yeah. All right, later.
Come back again. Talk to us, brother.
All right.
Have a good night.
Sure.
All right, bro. Laters.
Matter of fact, I'm gonna just go to Leo. Just go
to sleep watching one of those, right? There you go.
Nah, I'm gonna just go to Zooted. I'm gonna go to my server.
All right, send me an invite.
Want to join?
Sure, why not?
All right, man.
Yeah, I'm in a lot of Discords, man. I go all over the place.
Yeah, it's kind of. I don't think it's your Discord, to be honest. I don't think it's your kind of place.
I don't have a kind of place. I'm interested in all kinds of shit.
It's a lot of. It's like a gang Discord. Like a lot of people are.
Oh, a gang. Do I have to do some kind of blood oath to get in?
No. I mean, like it's a lot of felons in there, and like.
Yeah, it's cool. I have a lot of felon friends actually, or I used to. Not that I was a felon, but I'm cool with everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you want. Either way, but at least come back. At least come back here if you don't want to send me an invite. But do otherwise.
I'll send you an invite.
All right, cool. I'll come check you guys out. Yeah, watch some of those vids, man. Hey, you know what? That 200 proofs will probably put you to sleep, so you could use it that way, at least for tonight. But there's more exciting ones that come after that.
All right.
If you ever want to use it, if you ever want to get to sleep fast, though, just put on 200 proofs, and you'll be drifting off and learning at least a little bit before you actually fall asleep. All right, man. Take care.
All right, man.
Later. That was funny. Sorry for jumping in and pouncing on him. I got a little excited hearing him talk to you guys.
Dropping a seed.
Yeah. Is that?
Oh, he seemed like he was able to think about it at least. So that's good.
Yeah, it sounded like he was going to check those videos out. Sucks because anybody looking into this is kind of fucked from the start nowadays. You have to know the exact title of the video you're looking for, and then still, if it's flat Earth related, you're like scroll, with the exact words of the title, and you can't even find it unless you scroll tons of pages down. It sucks. It makes no sense. They should have a search, but an alternate search engine for YouTube videos that someone makes, where if you put the exact name of the video in, it'll come right at the top. Maybe they already have those.
You should have had him check out Martin Kinney's Universal Disclosure video.
Oh yeah, that's a good one. I'll send it to him.
100%. I mean, he talks about a lot of different stuff in there.
Yeah, I love that video. That is a good one. Totally. I was all about Martin Kinney. I think he's like a cult leader in some crazy spiritual development getaway somewhere after the plasma event didn't happen.
It's a what do you call it? A community of people.
Mhm.
They pay a lot of money to live there.
Yeah, I bet they do. He'd be a great person to be the head of a fucking cult or commune or whatever you call it. That group of people. He's so cool.
Commune.
Yeah. They always make us think those things are like, wicked and culty when they usually aren't.
As long as he's not brainwashing people.
Yeah, I think he pretty much believes what he thinks or what he says he thinks. He seems pretty earnest, but he was on TV. That's kind of makes anybody sus. If you're on like an actual Sunday morning show, I don't know. Not that it means that he's a show for sure or anything, but it does put him on the list. That's all.
What other shills are there? Like Alex Jones is a shill, but he doesn't believe in flat Earth.